Welcome back to the long-awaited return to the lore run. Not really that long-awaited. Usually the same amount of time passes. It's just I did some extra streams this week, so it felt like it was longer because there was more non-lore content. But like really, it's the same amount of time. That's what's so funny. Like I did lore on Sunday, and then I do Night Rain on Tuesdays, and then I do lore on Thursdays. It's just I streamed Monday and I streamed Wednesday. So it was 2 extra Night Rain streams. But I normally don't stream Mondays and Wednesdays. So that's what we're doing today. And today, as you probably saw from the title and the thumbnail, we're going to the Road of Miquella. And that's a very vague title, because if you're a knower, which, you know, I'm sure all of y'all are knowers by now, Miquella is the dead horse of the series. And really the lore community, and that he's been, you know, beaten so much. I don't mean that as like in killing him, but maybe that's a bad phrase to use considering what happened with Radon and Leonard. Anyway, the point is, I think everyone knows everything there is to know about Miquella. Like, the lore community have been tracking his every movement. He's really very much like the lore community's Taylor Swift is kind of what I say. And I mean that works on like 16 different levels. A fixation on what he's doing, a fixation on where he's been, a fixation on where he's going. Like the lore community is like, and take crediting Miquella with everything, right? Like for a long time, pop music, everything was like, oh my God, Tay-Tay. Do you know what I mean? Taylor Swift. That's kind of like what Miquella is like. To an extreme degree. Like it's crazy. So that's basically the thing. Everything about him has been discussed. And what that means is the road to Miquella is very multifold, because we have the road to his body. In Moog Town, the dynasty. That's where his body is. We have the road to the Halig Tree, where he's been, and the place that he built himself. And we also have the consecrated snowfields, which is sort of like the testing ground. So that's where we're at right now, and these are all areas that are interconnected that we're going to be exploring. He's bringing Taylor into it. I think that describing Miquella as Taylor Swift, I know I'm not the only one to do it, but when I played the DLC of Elden Ring, and I realized just how it very much was like going to a Taylor Swift concert when you're not really a huge fan of Taylor Swift. I've made so many connections at this point that to me, Miquella genuinely is Taylor Swift. And it's crazy. Because like, I don't really care for Taylor Swift. So as a result, like for me, it's like hearing everyone going like, oh my God, I got Taylor Swift tickets. I spent thousands. And I'm just like, you know what I mean? So that's sort of the interesting thing. I feel like it's a great analogy, and I'm going to explain it as we and discourse it as we do this. We want Night Rain. It was 3 streams in a row of Night Rain. And I still wish I was playing Night Rain right now. Not really, I just love Night Rain. I've been having so much fun with it. But I'm also really looking forward to the lore run today. I do not have strong opinions on Taylor Swift, but imagine if everyone was like talking to you as if like you have to be her biggest fan, and I think you're sort of expressing the way that Miquella is treated. Although the thing is, like, he's literally capable of creating a charm. You know what I mean? Please no Night Rain? Okay, well, because you ask, I'm gonna switch to Night Rain. Does anyone wish we were playing Night Rain right now? A single person in the chat goes, me. Ah, well, because you asked, I guess it's... Oh shit, that actually closed the game. I was doing a bit, but I actually clicked quit game. Wow, I took it too far. How do I... Whoopsie. Ah! Does anyone else wish I was playing Night Rain instead? Okay, the game's back up. It's okay. We're back. Oh my goodness. I know nothing about any of Taylor Swift's songs, actually. Except for that one. There was that one. Anyway, it's an apt analogy, I think, and we will discuss further. I hear the Night Rain music though. This isn't music. This is Elden music. They're about a boyfriend, or at least 80% of them are. So, then you can't make good music talking just about like your exes and shit. Superliminal. Let me think. I mean, like, didn't One Direction get famous off of just singing about like how someone's beautiful but they don't know it? I'm sorry, like this idea, like I feel like the Beach Boys were also singing about like just like girls and stuff, and you know what I mean? I'm just saying that this is like how you get famous. You just like sing about people. You know what I mean? Said you don't even know what her songs are about. No, but I don't mean like what they're about, like the topic. No one cares what songs are about. I just meant like what they're about, like the topic, you know? Yeah, but when boys do it, it's romantic. Oh, so true, bestie. Like, listen, so many songs. Okay, first of all, can we talk about how many songs are just named after ladies? You know what I mean? Like, so many songs are just about like named after literal ladies, or about banging, right? Dudes banging girls. You know, there's like so many of them in so many different genres. So I'm just saying, like, honestly, let her sing about whatever. Some of the best songs are named after ladies. Yeah, it's just, I'm just saying, like, you know, I feel like Taylor Swift gets a lot of hate about like all she does is sing about her exes, and I'm like, as opposed to all the other pop singers who sang about what? I'm thinking of like, aren't there like at least 3 to 4 Michael Jackson songs that are like literally named after ladies? I hate her for other reasons. It's true. I like, the thing is, I just don't think it's fair to hate on someone for something like that. Boy bands are just the modern day Beatles? Yeah, the Beatles were like the first like boy band, really. You are pinned by your cat and you will surely perish. Yeah, but at least you can't like move. Your cat would be uncomfy. It would be impolite. I groomed Marlo today. I don't know how that cat sheds so much. He is so fluffy. And yet he's lost so much hair. I don't know how he's not bald. Like, I think my cat should be bald. The constant shedding. I don't know how he sheds so much. He's so small and he's a short hair. He's not supposed to be so sheddy. And yet he just like tufts a fluff. Every time he runs or jumps, I see just, and I'm like, he actually let me groom him today. He was very good. Cats have multiple coats. They do. Yeah, they have an undercoat. It helps them with temperature regulation. Still, he should be bald. Oh, no. Vacuum your house and take the fur and build a replica pet? No. I don't need to vacuum my house for that. I could just pet my cat and take the fluff and make a hole. Like, I literally just take the fur that comes off of him from petting. It's shedding season. It's the season where they lose their winter coat, and so it's just like that time. But I have him. I gave him his hairball cream. It's like a little oil that's like salmon flavored, so he eats it. I'm grooming him, but it's like it's constant. I'm like, oh my god, there's so much fluff. It's insane. Yeah, cats are fluff beasts. I can't imagine having a shedding dog, like a double-coated dog. Considering that they're so much bigger. Like German Shepherds, I heard, are like, they call them German Shedders. And it's like, I can only imagine, because my cat manages to coat absolutely everything in fluff with a single glance. Somehow. I can only imagine a dog. Seriously. Anyway, I feel like somehow we ended up talking about Taylor Swift. I know I started it, but I just don't remember, like... Well, Taylor Swift is Miquella. Miquella is Taylor Swift. So, we're going on the Eras tour today, is what we're doing. Is basically my whole point. I closed the game by accident, so give it a second. There we go. Don't say that. I think it's a really good take, though. Like, I think it's actually... I think it encapsulates so much of the issues. All right. So, we are here. What was I doing here? Probably buying and probably buying and selling. We have finished Nephili-Lu's questline. Do I have any bell bearings? I do not. There's a few Knights Cavalry kicking around that I haven't gone back and killed, but I really don't think the Knights Cavalry have anything too interesting going on. Like that we can't discuss from the items from them we already have. Including, there is actually one in the Consecrated Snowfields, so we will be talking about that one. But I have to find him first, unfortunately for me. Yeah, so that one's really interesting, both in terms of location. Also, Knights Cavalry, you might think of the knight from Night Rain. Sorry, hiccup. It's not that knight. This is a more literal knight, like nighttime. They're like the shadow versions of the tree sentinels. Oh, whoa.
Oh, I'm not her foster father anymore. I'd still like to thank you. Sorry for the time you had to waste.
I forgot he has that line of dialogue. When you complete Nephili-Lu's questline, speaking of, and you go back and talk to Gideon, he just further reveals what an absolute top-to-bottom piece of shit he is. I'm continually surprised by Gideon Ofnir somehow. What did he say? He said, I heard you helped the girl, Nephili-Lu, get back on her feet. I'm not her foster father anymore, but I still want to thank you. Sorry for the time you had to waste. He's the worst. Just in case you need to know, if something is not his pawn, it is irrelevant. That is basically cemented. If you had any other impression, if you were like, if you held any regard for him whatsoever, this should be the moment where that is snuffed out. Because that's like, you're like, whoa. So he abandoned Nephili because he went against her. She went against him, I mean. He was using her like a pawn, and when she ceased to be a useful one, discarded her, knowing it would destroy her and not caring at all. And when we help her, he apologizes that we had to waste our time. He truly sees himself as like looking at a chessboard, and everything are the pieces that he can move. Everything and everyone. And if a piece doesn't serve him, it is removed from the board and not thought of again. He genuinely is like, just, he's an interesting type of evil in this series. Because he's not gonna go out of his way to hurt anybody, right? He simply doesn't care about them. And I think this is an interesting moment to discuss. The opposite of love is not hate, it is indifference. It is just sheer indifference, just not giving a single shit. Like, you know, the saying, I wouldn't piss on you if you were on fire. Gideon is that saying. He will never go out of his way for anybody but himself. He cares not a lick for anybody, and he would never do anything for anybody, even if it was completely easy for him to do. He would just not bother because he simply doesn't give a single shit. Also, yes, he's very bad at chess. Indifference more of an opposite to love, because when you love someone, you want to help them. You care about them, you look out for their well-being. And hate, you have a passionate regard for them. It's just completely reversed. Indifference, though. Like, you know, we always say that the line between love and hate is actually very thin, right? I always think of Jane Austen's Pride and Prejudice. These two characters who are, you know, hate each other and resentful of each other. And the main character, Elizabeth, despises Darcy and thinks he's like a huge freaking asshole and is like always just, that guy sucks! Well, it's the very first enemies to lovers for a reason. It's not hard to go from passionate hate to love. Really. However, indifference, just not caring if someone is there, you can't turn that into love. It is a common theme of scholars in FromSoft games to abandon all attachment and empathy in the pursuit of knowledge and progress. That's pretty much him. He's very extreme with that. Except, barring the progress, he doesn't care for progress, only knowledge, which is interesting. Okay, let's go to the consecrated snowfields. Actually, wait, did I talk to Enya?
Don't worry, my dear. I'll see it to the end with you, if it please.
It's actually really sweet, except it, you know, it doesn't, like, she's not really with you till the end. How can you turn hate into love? Just go read Pride and Prejudice, you'll understand. Really, read any enemies to lovers. You'll get it. Truly. Pride and Prejudice is just a banger, so you should read it. Shitty film? Which version? What do you mean shitty film? First of all, read the book. Number two, you better not be talking about the one with my girl Keira Knightley, because that one is a delight. It's not as good as the book, but what is, because they don't have as much time, but that is a delight, all right? I know you're not talking about Keira. I know. Oh, there's a Grace right here, damn. People didn't actually hate each other, they just misinterpreted their feelings. They are really close to one another. If you love someone, you think about them a lot. If you hate someone, you think about them a lot. They're not opposites. I'm not the first person to say this, so, you know, just go read people who have more time to talk about it because they're not yapping about Miquella. If you don't give a shit about somebody, if you were indifferent to them, you can't turn that into love. Like, that's why it's the opposite. Really. I'm not talking about you don't know them, so you're indifferent to them. I'm talking about knowing someone and not caring a lick for them if they live or die. It's an extreme indifference that you simply can't transform into anything else. Fucking God, these things suck. The combo of wolf and lady is so... Ah! Is so good. It's very interesting that they ride wolves as well. But I'm not really gonna get too into that for the time being. This might kill me, but let's find out. I can't really see the bottom. Oh, okay, it wasn't that far. I gauged based on the trees. Okay, so there are a bunch of ghostly dragonkin soldiers here. And lightning stuff. Oh, God. I'm glad we found them. I did want to show those off. Just for a moment. Yet another... Oh, God. Yet another example of this place just being, like, this very strange amalgam of, like, everything is here. There's signs of so many different groups down here, and it's really strange. Then these weird defensive thingies that we only saw in Shifra. And then... freaking ancestral followers. Okay. Including shaman. Headless dragonkin too? You know what? I thought I saw heads, but we can take a look. Because you could very well be right. I normally just, you know, run through there as quickly as possible. Let's go back a little bit. We'll peek. Only place we see the trees on the surface. Yep. So they are... we know that the ancestral followers don't care for the Erd tree, but they value the minor Erd trees, the buds that came from it. And we also have these giant petrified trees that are, yeah, like Spaceboy said, the very, very arch tree looking ones on the surface. They almost look like stones. We saw them underground quite a bit. So these are ancient enough to have sprouted and petrified, suggesting that they are not minor Erd trees. Well, I guess they could be, but considering we see them underground... well, then again, no, they actually could be. No, because we see tons of golden seeds underground, too. No, they have heads. They're perfectly normal for, you know, dragonkin. Oh, Jesus. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. Panic. Drink 2. I clicked the button twice. Video game. Poor Torrent. Got true combo to death. Yeah, they are spirits, though, and it's really interesting to see them because we learned something about the dragonkin soldiers. They are artificial creations, and they were combined with, likely, trolls, combined with dragons, and it's said that they use frozen lightning because they've never seen a real sky. And thus, all they have is this frost lightning, and then... we have these petrified trees. We only see them here above ground, as well as ancestral followers. We see ancestral followers both above and below ground. Yellow Annex Ruins. Yellow, spelled like that. Where have we seen that before? Ah, Eye of Yellow. It's a frenzy ruin. Yeah, it said that the dragonkin soldiers never saw a real sky, and we see the ghosts of these here, which is really interesting. It suggests that they, this may have been where maybe an eternal city was, or something like that, before it was pushed underground. Or maybe there was something akin to Celia here, a city associated with the Nox, above ground. Everything is in the consecrated snowfields. I'm trying to think of a faction that doesn't have representation in the consecrated snowfields. We have Frenzy, we have the Nox, we have Albinaric, we have the Dragon Communions, Dragon Communionists, the ones who eat dragon hearts. We do see Celian buildings in the liturgical town. Albinarics are there, but it's unknown if they built it, because it is very much a Celian ruin. We haven't seen the giant Albinaric lady yet, no. We're close, we haven't seen her yet, though. Damn, Torch Hollow is good. Oh god, Torch Hollow. only a strength gamer could survive such a thing. There is something here, but I don't remember where it is, so I'll find it. Dragon communists, yeah, not dragon communionists, dragon communionists. I did think it though. To be fair, they are a little bit dragon communist, right? Because they're like, your dragon heart, our dragon heart, you know? They're seizing the means of production. Producing dragon hearts. I'm just saying. There it is. A stone sword key. All right, that's one thing, but I know there's like something hidden away here. There's usually like some actual... Oh, I think there's a cave. Near the mine. Yeah. These trolls have more of those tendrils they get on their face than the others do. They do seem to have longer troll beards, though it's not just the frenzy ones. Oh, a fire. There was a functioning mine here. Dragonkin Soldier Roar does damage? I'm not surprised. Everything they do does damage. Movies are never better than the book. There are a couple of movies that are really good adaptations and like TV shows, but to be honest, most of the examples that people claim that are better than the book, I haven't read the book. So it's always like, I can't weigh in on that. That's not one I can weigh in on. Could have possibly driven everyone to madness around this town. Yeah, it could be the mine. Actually, let's take a look at underground. So, where we are here, we're right above deep root depths. That's very interesting. But it's sort of like the part of deep root depths that we can't access. So we're not actually that close to Godwin himself. Actually, now I think about it, chat, are any of those who live in death in the consecrated snowfields? Because I feel like I don't remember any. That could be one faction. Also, I haven't forgotten, we do have to go back and do the Cave of the Forlorn. That was not open from this side. I remember this dungeon. I like this one. The consecrated snowfield dungeons are actually pretty sick. They're pretty creative and unique. I don't remember them super well, but I remember being fond of them. Holy, a pickaxe? There is Black Knife Assassins. Okay, technically not those who live in death, but related. Yeah, we have Black Knives. Pickaxe. Large pickaxe designed to crack thick bedrock. Tool of sturdy miners. Not originally designed as a weapon, but very adept at piercing armor. Little wretches, do you think your armor harder than stone? Actually, now that you mention it. Okay, so this is interesting just to reread about the ancestral followers. Said to be a budding horn, the ancestral followers believe that the horns of a long-lived beast continue to bud like antlers over and over again until the beast one day becomes an ancestral spirit. Just a nice reminder. Okay, we find, I believe, 3 black knives. in Ordina Liturgical Town. And I just kind of had a realization to do with that. So remember we talked about how like it looks like Celia? Ordina? And we know the Albinarics did not come from there. Okay, well, we may not have all this information yet, but the Albinarics did not come from there. They traveled there and settled there, which means someone else built it. So what if those Black Knives were citizens of that town? The Black Knives are very interesting because they are associated with the Nox. They are called Scions of the Eternal Cities. And yet, we also know that they are Numen and they are not Nox. Whoops. And also, we don't actually see any underground. Oh, there is a Deathray bird. Thank you. I did forget about that Deathray bird. Yep. So we do have those who live in death representation, although Deathbirds are an interesting case because it's more accurate to say that they have become corrupted, just like Death has, but they themselves are not technically of the faction. But still. Didn't Godwin die in the town here? No, as far as we know, he died in Landell. Ah! Onyx Lord, I think. Let's find out. Oh. They have like a slightly different skin color, like the Onyx. It's like darker, but I can never tell until I see them side by side. Okay. Oh, and there was a death root on the entrance. Yep, Onyx. Oh, I crouched. I meant to sprint. Oh my god, Night Rain has really warped me. Yeah, the death root is right at the entrance of the consecrated snowfields. It's like right here. It's in the not the ruins, the crypt. Maybe it was the Black Knives were forged here. I mean, we don't really know where they were forged, as far as I know, unless I'm forgetting a line of dialogue somewhere. Like, it's possible. But we do know that the Black Knives' weapons were already formed before Ronnie put the Rune of Death into them. She used a Forbidden Rite. So, if you mean where they were forged, like literally the weapons, that's possible. I don't know if we ever get like a confirmed example of that, like exactly where they made it. But I will say, having 3 Black Knives together is a lot of Black Knives. We don't ever see that anywhere else. They are also, frankly, imprisoned in Ordina. They are in an Everjail. However, that area and Ordina itself protects the entrance to the Halig tree. And we already know this because we did the puzzle there. So, since we also have some further insight on Miquella, it sure seems as if Miquella has perhaps charmed the Black Knives that live there into continuing into protecting him. Also, notable, it is their spirits that do the protecting because they are likely dead, considering we see a body of a Black Knife there. That's another faction that's listed, by the way. The Onyx Lords. Right. Okay. Well, that's really interesting. I forgot what the boss here was. Estelle, Stars of Darkness. Wait, stars? What do you mean stars? Plural? Stars plural? I knew it. I was like, he's gonna posture break any second. Get fucked, kiddo. searched. I tried to search sprint again. I have to stop. I have to stop. Oh no, chat, did I kill it too fast? I did. Okay. Chat, I'm sorry. It's not my fault. I'm using strength. Like, I'm sorry. It just... I forgot how fast it dies when you're a strength gamer. I'm sorry. This is why I've been saying. Like, I didn't even break a sweat. I thought, for some reason, I thought he got the second one spawned in when his health bar fades away. Like, fuck, dude. If you ever need more evidence that strength is simply OP, like, please refer to this moment. I'm sorry, I'm too strong. You gotta be so careful. You killed it way too fast. I'm sorry, I'm a strength gamer. This is for all the strength gamers who are like, strength isn't OP. What about magic? I jump L1 like fucking 10 times and killed something that gave me like 180,000 runes. Okay, so basically, Estelle, Bastard of the Stars is not unique. Hot take, it's all OP? No, it's not all OP. You can't do that shit with Dex. I'm not talking about bleed either. If you just have a weapon, like that just, you hit and it does damage and it doesn't do a shit ton of stagger, you're having a different experience. It's so different. It's crazy. It's insane. Try doing that with whips. Try doing that with whips and we'll talk. You'll be there for a decade. Unless you're a super gamer. Unsheath does massive stagger. That's not Dex. That is an Ash of War, which is a separate category. I don't have to L2. I literally have like fucking Endure and I don't ever use it. I would have Lion's Claw. Don't use it either. You don't need any L2. You jump, L1. Jump, L1. Try doing that with whips and see how it serves you. Try. I'm with you though. Unsheath. Unsheath is really good, but I wouldn't necessarily categorize that under the exclusively Dex category. And you want to know why it's strong? Because it does stagger damage. And that is the main reason. Anything that does a lot of stagger is OP. Anything. It just so happens that one of the greatest sources of stagger in the game is heavy weapons jump L1. Yeah, whips are sexy, but unfortunately it doesn't help you beat bosses. I think that's everything there. These folks is just crazy. Trying to make sure I didn't miss anything here, because it's very possible I did. Aha! There it is. Unendurable Frenzy. Good thing I didn't miss that. Oh, right. We have to read this too. Incantation originating from the maddening Three Fingers causes the yellow flame of frenzy to violently burst forth from the caster's eyes. Hold to continue channeling the flame. This incantation can be used while in motion. It is the maddening pain and unstoppable tears of those afflicted with the flame of frenzy brought into being. And then we have the Meteorite of Estelle. One of the glintstone sorceries that manipulates gravitational forces, summons a void that emits a hail of meteorites, a manifestation of the power with which Estelle leveled the Eternal City. So, this is... Do we have Meteorite? Mm-hmm. I think this gives us some potential insight as to the main divide between the Onyx and the Alabaster Lords. The Alabaster Lords, whether out of moral reason, like they despised the Estelle and the stars like it, or more likely they used them for materials. The Alabaster Lords are all about pulling in stars using gravity magic, versus the main difference between them and the Onyx Lords is that Onyx Lords push away. And interestingly, we don't, as far as I can tell, it's funny because in Night Rain, they fight together, right? One Onyx, one Alabaster. But as far as I can think, in Elden Ring, they're always distinct. And paying attention, I did that this run, paying attention to where they are, Alabaster versus Onyx, is very interesting to give us some insight into what they were doing, what they were up to. There's an Alabaster Lord in that cave too? Where? Where do we get the first meteor spell? From an Onyx Lord. They also use it. They use it on you. And I always thought that the meteorite spell was very interesting because the Onyx Lords supposedly do push magic. And I couldn't figure out how summoning a void of meteors counts as pushing, right? And yet, that's what they do. And then Estelle has a signature move with his literal name on it. Okay, let me try to find this Alabaster Lord. Which Estelle gives you the Wing of Estelle? It actually doesn't drop from an Estelle. It drops from... where is it? It's just on the ground. Underground. Fuck, I'm trying to remember where it is. You know, I'm also missing one of the underground merchants, chat. I just remembered that. I definitely haven't been everywhere underground. The fact that I'm missing the map here does also suggest that something is awry with my... with somewhere I've been. Okay, so I've missed something. It's above a half Estelle. The one that shoots in one of the underground areas. Yes, it's like right above it. Yeah, I think I haven't been down one of the paths, and I have to remember where the map is, because yeah, that's a kind of a big oversight. Oh, I didn't go down here. Yep, I totally forgot about the ladder. So the fact that we see another Estelle gives us some lore as well. Estelle, natural born of the void, is not unique. There are many natural born of the void. Ooh. Hi. Ambushing me, huh? Wow. Look at where they're positioned. One of them is blocking access to Estelle. The other one ambushes you when you go for a shiny. The Alabaster Lord Sword, which we already have. So this is actually really, really cool. I totally forgot that this is what's in this cave. But this gives us some more info. So first of all, we have the Alabaster Lord Sword. Oh, the problem is I don't remember where the Onyx Lord Sword is. I have so many weapons now. Oh, there it is. Okay. So the Onyx Lords use golden-hued meteoric ore to create their weapons. Right? The Alabaster use blue-white meteoric ore. The blue-white meteoric ore sure looks like Estelle. So the Erdtree likes them more. The thing is, as far as we can tell, the Alabaster Lords are the ones winning. We see them more often. And they tend to be more exposed versus the Onyx Lords are concealed, hidden away, like hiding behind illusory walls, or literally imprisoned. We find one in an Everjail outside the Caria Manor. So I've been gathering evidence this entire run about the Alabaster and Onyx Lords because they're a particular interest of mine in this playthrough. So I've been paying special attention, and I've made notes of, like, mental notes of their locations. I should have maybe done actual notes of their locations, but to be fair, my notes are chaotic and multifold. I'm not very good at taking notes. So it's mostly up in the old dome. But really, the Alabaster Lords are more numerous. We find them openly in Raya Lucaria. We find them underground toward Estelle, like as if they're going after Estelle. What's the source of that curiosity? What they're about. What is the difference? What do they want? Are they allies or are they enemies? And I think this run has had me conclude that they are opposed to one another. They are not allies to one another. And also, secondarily, their influence on Radon. The Alabaster Lords, because they're so far apart and frankly don't have too much lore besides weird naked grandpas more accurately, who use purple magic, they kind of get overshadowed by Radon's charisma. Right? It's so easy to think of them as just the ones who taught Radon gravity magic and then otherwise have no relevance to the story. But I think that they give us some serious evidence that Radon, if he already wants to do it, and I know I talked about this a lot, if he already wants to do something, he's easy to convince to do things. But only if he already wants to do it. And that gives us serious insight into his personality. And it relates specifically to the Alabaster Lords. So, yeah, it's odd. This one, the Alabaster Lord is down in the pit. And the Onyx Lord is protecting the way to Estelle. Yeah, good looking out. I would have missed that path. That is the only place that we find an Alabaster and an Onyx Lord in the same spot. Yeah, Onyx and Alabaster are both real rocks, minerals, but yeah, I think they're minerals. I don't know. Alabaster is known for being white. Onyx is known for being black, but otherwise they're, you know. It's just like basically literally white and black is the distinction. The most interesting one to me, by the way, is the the Onyx Lord that's right here. It's in here. The Royal Grave Everjail. Right outside Caria Manor. It's literally associated with Caria Manor. And an Onyx Lord is imprisoned in there. And then we have Alabaster Lords in this place of honor. We see them in Raya Lucaria, and we know they taught Radon. I wonder why that one was imprisoned. The Onyx Lord. This game is really all about geology, I know. It's all about rocks and stuff. The Alabaster Lords are the ones that taught Radon gravity magic. Oh, great. Ooh. Wait. Anastasia? Oh, there you are. Oh my god, I totally forgot she also invades you here. And that is the Volcano Manor being represented. Another one. What about the sentient lightnings? We don't really know if they're sentient. We just know that they seem like automated defensive systems. We see them near the ancestral followers, but specifically the spectral ones, which is really interesting. This is basically like, hey, do you remember your first time in Shifra? Here it is again. And then it's like, hey, you remember this girl? I will say, the lightning does look like fairies, though, right? They shoot lightning when you come near, but it makes you think of fairies, and Shifra means fairy. Changeling elf also. So. And there's Anastasia dead. Onyx Lords are the only ones that can do the meteorite spell, the same one that Estelles use. That's why they're imprisoned. They're probably destructive and worship creatures of destruction. But what I find very interesting, though, and this to me is like the biggest tell that there's something a little bit suspicious about the Alabaster Lords, is that the Alabaster Lords are supposedly enemies of the Estelles, and the Estelles are these awful destructive creatures, which they are, right? And they destroy the Eternal City. But the lore also tells us, and once again, I can't remember which item description this is, so please refresh my memory. What? Yo, he's doing the lean! Kaiden mercenaries here, too. Damn, he hurts, too. Everybody's in this place. Alrighty, sorry, distracted by Kaiden. Okay, hang on. The game tells us, the lore tells us that the Estelle was sent. There's multiple impressions and they're kind of opposite, so it's sort of hard to know which is true. Some seem to imply that the Nox brought their own destruction on themselves somehow. The Eternal City was destroyed by them in despair, calling on the Void, sort of thing. And the Void came to them, and it came in the form of Estelle, and it smashed their city to bits. And then we also hear that the Greater Will punished the Nox. And I wonder if that for betrayal, and I wonder if that isn't Estelle, but it's more accurate probably that they were that was the whole sending underground part of their punishment. Who let the Mercs aura farm? It's so true. So, the Onyx Lords, they may be siding with the Estelle, right? So you could definitely argue, well, yeah, the Estelle are these destructive creatures and they're so dangerous, and apparently we're going to destroy Celia, right? That's what we learned. Except when Radon is killed and an Estelle falls on the ground and creates a huge crater, Celia is fine. Now, multiple reasons for this. A, maybe Radon killed that Estelle, right? So that one that was going to destroy Celia is not destroying Celia anymore. Possible. Definitely possible. However, and this, I know I talked about this before, but this sort of concludes the Alabaster and Onyx Lord lore, and as a result, I want to repeat the sort of conclusions we can draw. Where is it? Gravity Stone fans. Now, we see Alabaster Lords in a couple spots. They show up where there's a bunch of these craters. And there's those, you know, those little digging guys, the really annoying ones in Night Rain who throw Gravity Stone fans and whatnot at you. Well, they're farming for these. They're searching for these. These are shards of rock found in the wake of a meteorite strike, imbued with a particularly weighty magic. The desperate ones who scavenge for these shards dub themselves Starcallers. Same thing with this. And Starcaller is such an interesting phrase because, well, if you want to farm something that only comes in the wake of a meteor strike, what do? You pull a star into you so that you can create a meteorite strike. And Alabaster Lords do pull magic to pull in stars. And then the final piece of evidence, and this is pretty much, I want to make a video specifically on this topic relating to Radon. The final piece of very, very compelling evidence is the fact that Radon's swords, the Star Scourge Greatswords, have the unique skill Starcaller Cry. He pulled stars in. We know that, right? We know he challenged the stars, and he did that by pulling them in. That makes sense. They're bad stars. They're evil. We need to kill them. Except the problem is that bro went to school so that he could ride his horse, and he left school ready to conquer the stars. It's fucking weird, isn't it? I can't remember which item tells us the horse thing. Well, spells, for sure. Okay, Chad, does anyone remember which one gives us the horse lore? His remembrance. I used it. Okay, that's perfect. Let's go duplicate the remembrance. It's not the talisman. The talisman details his being the Star Scourge. There it is. The Red Lion General wielded gravitational powers which he learned in Celia during his younger days. Also, he would never have to abandon his beloved but scrawny steed. Okay, so what that means is when he was younger, he went to gravity school. Sure, we got that, right? But the problem is that he went to school just to ride his horse. That was apparently his motivation for going to school. And, you know, it shows us that he's really stubborn. Because I'm sure people told him, okay, why not just get a bigger horse, Radon? Like, why don't you get a cool boar mount like your friend Gaius? Like, just get a different mount. But he was like, no, I'm gonna go get a 4-year degree in gravity sorcery, and I'm gonna pay for this college just so I could ride my baby horse. Yeah, no, it's just about the stars. I know Gaius mentioned. Yeah. So then how come we go from, oh my god, he just wants to ride his horse, that's so sweet, haha, to a gravitational technique mastered by the young Radon. I thank you for your tutelage, for now I can challenge the stars. Bitch, what? What? How did we go from that? How do we go from I want to ride my horse to I'm gonna go challenge the stars? Do you see what I mean? This is the type of thing that is so easy to not pay attention to. Wow, that looks cool. Jellyfish. I love this cave. I love it. Look. Dragon, ice, stuck in it. Anyway, what I'm saying is I definitely think that there may have been some, let's say, tactical manipulation of Radon to get him to go send, to go kill some Estelles. But he wasn't necessarily tricked because it's something he already wanted. And that's sort of the crux of the discussion with Radon. He is exceptionally stubborn, but easily led if it's something he already wants. So, for example, a man who, like, grew up going to the Colosseum, watching Godfrey kick ass, and thinking, I want to be like him when I grow up, grows up in a world where he has no fucking enemies. He has no one to conquer. He has no way to prove himself. So he's strong and mighty and powerful, but he has no way to show it. He doesn't have any enemies to conquer. And then he goes to school, and his teachers, realizing he's incredibly strong. Holy shit. Who did that? I can't even see. That was so fast. It was so much damage. I think it was a Misbegotten. He goes to school, and then he hears from the Alabaster Lords, oh, Radon, we are in so much danger. We are threatened by these horrible stars. They're gonna fall and destroy all of Celia. If only we had a hero who was powerful and strong and could protect us. Oh, goodness, if only we had one. And then Radon's like, yo, that's me. It was you, wasn't it? Oh my god, a rat. The Cave of Florian. Radon do like Radigan? I don't actually think it's Radigan in this case. I think it's Godfrey. He idolized Godfrey more than he idolized Radigan. Like, of course he was like, he wanted to show he was linked to Radigan, for sure. But he has the red tuft, and he calls himself the Red, but he mainly calls himself the Red Lion. And his main fixation is Godfrey and showing off his link to Godfrey through the lion and the lion symbol, red main castle. So always red, but also focused on the lion. In terms of behavior, he's a lot more like Godfrey. In terms of how he chooses to represent himself, also like Godfrey. However, the thing is that Godfrey and Radigan have a couple things in common, and those two things are that they are both mighty warriors, known for defeating their foes. Well, okay, I guess, you know, defeating Renala is relative, but you know what I mean? Like, he was known as this great warrior. That is a piece of lore that we get. He led the army against Liurnia. And he was also Elden Lord. So basically, in the whole conversation of did Radon choose to follow Miquella, I think he did, because if he wants to do something, it's very easy to convince him. But yeah, still, no, absolutely he idolized Radigan. Like, he fully did. To the point that we really don't know if he even knew that Radigan hated his hair. I don't think Radon knew that, though. I don't think Radon or Rykard had much of a relationship with Radigan. So that's the thing. It's not Radon's fault, but it definitely suggests that his father was not around and give a shit about him. And as a result, him showing off the red hair, it suggests that he had no idea that Radigan despised his hair. I still think, personally, I still think he would have done it. I still think he would have shown off the red hair even if he was aware that Radigan hated it, because to him, the symbol of Radigan was so important. Same with Rykard. He also showing off the red hair. Because it's their link to Radigan. And they're, you know, it's also why they're demigods as well. Did anyone know? We have no idea. We have no idea if anyone knew. Marika knew, probably. No doubt. Other than that, we don't know who knew. Yeah, we talked about this before. Miquella's the only one that had a relationship with his father that we know of. However, I think it's pretty telling that there's zero record of him so much as talking to any of his children, any of them, except for Miquella. I think that you know, the lack of lore is also lore. Although, actually, we do get another suggestion. that Radigan was okay with the dragon cult in Leyndell. There's a whole lot of Miquella lilies in this cave. Although there's a ton in the consecrated snowfields in general, but there's like a pretty high amount here. So, he was okay with the dragon cult in Leyndell as far as we can tell, to the point that there is a dragon cult church with a Radigan statue in it in Leyndell. And basically the lore tells us that, well, it's because the dragon lightning was also golden. So it's okay. And Godwyn, while not Radigan's direct child, Godwyn is Radigan's child the same way that Ronnie is Marika's child, because they're one, right? So apparently he was okay with him. As far as we can tell, Godwyn also has golden hair. Misbegotten Crusader. Oh, I forgot what a cool title there is. Whoops. Who does Marika have a relationship with? Well, there's this sort of thing that she shattered the Elden Ring because Godwyn was killed. So that definitely suggests a relationship, right? Like, she was so devastated. Holy shit, he uses... He uses fucking order stuff. I totally forgot about that. Hey, Oro, thanks for 57 months. I appreciate that very much. Welcome back. How's it going? The lore run is going well. I killed the second Estella in the consecrated snowfields in like 5 milliseconds by accident. And I didn't get to show off its unique stuff because I'm a strength main and I'm too strong. Also, we have the line of dialogue relating to Marika, like, my children, demigods, my beloved children, demigods all, right? It doesn't say, like, to the kids that I actually like. It's all of her children. And Marika is very much the mother of the lands. Like, truly, she represents this, like, benevolent, protective mother in terms of her link to the Erd Tree. That's what the Erd Tree is. It, you know... It towers over everything, but isn't an object of fear. It is an object of love, worship, safety, like hiding under a tree in the rain. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's a protective, warm figure that literally gives warmth to the entire land. So while we don't get direct dialogue between Marika and her children, I think there's some pretty strong evidence that she did care for them, right? Alright, so then we get the Golden Order Greatsword. Speaking of Radigan, actually, there is a lot of Misbegotten in here. This is like their cave. It's the cave of the forlorn, the sad, the lonely, abandoned, right? And we get a Golden Order Greatsword, and that shit, which was it? Was it his right arm up? Right arm. I think it, chat, was it his right arm up? Because that would be inner order. Mm-hmm. Establish order. Radigan. This is, if I recall, the first time we see that the Misbegotten are capable of magic and the scholarship required by the Golden Order. It's true. This thing requires fucking 28 faith. Although I will say, scholarship we don't necessarily see, but Golden Order incantations do require int and faith usually, but the weapons tend to be simplified. This is the Golden Order Greatsword. And okay, sorry, it's just this whole thing is so Radigan coded. I mean, it's literally his weapon, but it's just what he did with it. Okay. Greatsword made of light, modeled after the Elden Ring itself. Forged by King Consort Radigan to proudly symbolize the tenets of the Golden Order. I actually totally forgot that this was forged by him. So he is capable of crafting. That's so... No, that's really interesting. No, I did remember this! Yeah! No. This is huge. Hang on. Remember I talked that Radigan can't craft anything? This reminded me of my initial thing. My initial impression was not that he... Oh, shit. I'm not allowed to play with this pen anymore. I fixed it, and I think I may be breaking it again. Okay, sorry, distracted. Golden Order Greatsword was forged by him, but he didn't make it. He didn't. He altered it. Forged by King Consort Radigan to proudly symbolize the tenets of the Golden Order, one of the legendary armaments. Telltale signs betray that this was once the greatsword bequeathed to him by his first wife, Renala. Unique skill, established order. Raise the armament in a salute, releasing a golden explosion. Repeated inputs send out waves of golden light. So, this was my main reason. Actually, I forgot. It's been so many years. This was my main reason for my theory that Radigan can't create anything. It's this item. It says it was forged by him, but it was actually created by Renala and given to him. And he converted it, and he changed it into something else. It's an exceptionally disrespectful symbol. Yeah, we call it the divorce greatsword. Except not even divorce, the leave your wife greatsword, which is divorce, but it's not like, you know? I feel like divorce suggests that they went to like a lawyer and signed some legal documents. Radigan was just like, peace. Okay, where is the... What am I looking for? Golden Order, greatsword. What am I looking for? I don't remember what I'm trying to read. Oh, the Rani sword. This is the moment where you're like, hang on a second. Yeah. A moon greatsword bestowed by a Karian queen upon her spouse to honor long-standing tradition. It's the Moonlight Greatsword, so presumably Radigan took something that was given to him and turned it into something that represented something else. So that is really... He can alter things. But he can't create them, as far as we know. So that actually is really interesting as well, because there's another item that I was puzzling over earlier. The Mask of Confidence. Mask with the mouth sewn shut with gold thread. When Radigan married Renala, he ordered the Karian magic preceptors to don these masks, to make it clear that all of their matters were to be kept strictly private. I don't think he made the masks, but I think he may have sewn them shut. He altered them with the golden needle and thread that he brought when he married Renala. Even demigod attire can be altered. So that's a game mechanic. We use this to take off like capes and stuff, but we can't make anything with this. And that's what Radigan used. He sewed the mouth shut on the preceptors' masks and gave it to them. It does look cool. It does. But it's just like, that's what Radigan does. Oh, man. See, this is why it's so important to do these lore runs. Because, like, I remember this. It's just... I knew there was a reason that I associated Radigan with not being able to create. And this is it. One of the items that he did create. He can create sorceries, right? Or, sorry, incants. He can make, like, magic, right? He can create, like... He has knowledge. He has scholarship. He writes this treatise on order, right? I'm not saying he's like completely incapable, but it's pretty striking that this is a thing he forged, and what it really is him tracing over someone else's work. Do you know what I mean? He created a crappy incant based off his son's incant? Yeah, no. The incants. However, he does have his own. He has these. This is more the Hunter's, though, so we don't know if he directly made this, but it does use his symbol. This is an alteration of Miquella's spell that was gifted to Radigan. So this is Radigan's. Okay, just another example. Miquella made this and gifted it to his father. Radigan said, cool, thanks. Put his fucking name on it. This is not Miquella's Discus of Light. This is Radigan's Ring of Light. So Radigan took it. He's like, you made this? I made this. Put his fucking name on it and gave it back. And by the way, it's a shittier version, frankly. Like, I don't know anyone who would prefer Radigan's Rings of Light to Discus. It has its uses, but it's way less useful than Discus. It's kind of crazy. And we talked about this earlier. Young Miquella abandoned fundamentalism, for it could do nothing to treat Malenia's accursed rot. This was the beginning of unalloyed gold. So we get the origin of Miquella's nickname, you know, his whole thing of being like pure gold, which is what unalloyed is. It's a great phrase. It used to be used more often, but you know, with the context of like all this alloy and metal and gemstones and gold and all this, it's a really good term in this game. But what this tells us is that fundamentalism could do nothing to treat Malenia's rot. Fundamentalism is literally Radigan's own creation. He made it. It's his baby. And he didn't... So when it says it could do nothing, it's more accurate to say that it didn't care to do anything, because it was... Rot was outside of the purview of Golden Order fundamentalism. So, a father had a child who was suffering from birth and did not care to do anything about it, because it was outside of his little circle. Yikes. I do think, though, that besides like the fact that he put his name on it, you know, there is something kind of vaguely sweet here, you know, like, oh, the boy gives a gift, father returns it in his own form. Like, it's kind of sweet, but like, something off-putting about the fact that he puts his name on it. Yeah, the Golden Order Greatsword is really cool, but so is what the sword probably was. It was probably the Moonlight Greatsword. Description says could do nothing, not would do nothing. Okay, but like, listen, if I literally write the book on fundamentalism and I create, because remember what fundamentalism is. It's basically, it's a religious movement focused on scholarship, study, knowledge. Oh, cool. So when it says could do nothing, I have to read it as would do nothing, because he literally created it. It was his religion and his source of study. So if he wanted to study how to help his daughter, surely he could have, no? Ow. It's one of those read between the lines things. It's his own religion. It's not like he entered a religion and it says, oh, well, the religion that I joined says that I can't get medical treatment for my daughter, I'm afraid. Sorry. Bro, he made it. So if he wanted to expand its source of study into, you know, healing, he could have. Although really, very notably, at this point, Radigan would have been recombined with Marika, but still very pure himself. It's a very interesting state that we're learning about these characters. They were once one and seem to be in line. Chat, think about this. Just as sort of like a thought experiment. Think about what it would be like. So, Miquella and Trina were once one. They were sort of interchangeable to the point that people who saw them couldn't figure out who was who. And there was tons of discussion on like, who is even, like, is Trina a boy? Is Trina a girl? I don't know. That was like a huge source of interest in the game, like, because they were interchangeable and they often like appeared as stand-ins for one another in a way. But when we find Trina, she's super... She's become a more extreme version of herself, right? She's normally depicted in the base game with a sort of light purple, but we see this deep, rich purple, and her sleep is so deep as to be a poison that kills. There's definite evidence that she has become more of what she already was in the time of separation. Right? So this is another reason that there's evidence that when Radigan and Marika were separated for a time, they changed during the separation, both becoming more extreme versions of what they were. Now imagine in an alternate version of the game, of the world, where Trina and Miquella recombined. What would that look like? I think that though they would be one again, they would be different due to their time of separation. And I think that that is sort of what I try to express. I know this is a very tough thing to express because it's sort of like, okay, so once upon a time, Marika and Radigan were one, and likely at that time, they weren't so extreme and different from one another because they shared, they were more seamlessly combined. But when they split, they changed. To relate it to something maybe a little bit more understandable. Have you ever had a friend that you grew up with and you moved away maybe? And you were super close and you knew everything and you experienced the same things. You went to school together. They were like a sibling to you. And then after years and years and years, you see them again and they're really different. And maybe you're really different. You went different paths. You experienced different things. Your lives change. Maybe you can stay friends, but maybe you can't. Because they're different now. They've changed. Have they changed too much? Sanguine Noble, sick. The yellow annex, like King in Yellow? Yes. The Frenzy is basically the King in Yellow. I just don't know too much about it, so... But there's a reason they went with that color. Shouldn't be able to ride Torrent? Yep. I'm on Seamless. Admittedly, I wish that that wasn't a thing because it would tell me I'm getting invaded. It would be really helpful to know that. It also broke a quest, so it's a little annoying, admittedly. God daggers are definitely something. The Sanguine Noble outfit. So this one's like an actual tarnish form invader. Anyway, sorry, I was talking about Trina, Miquella, Radigan, Marika. I think I had a point, but I got distracted by the invasion. So these are the Moog worshippers. Sanguine Noble. Hood of dyed black cloth featuring gold embroidery. Gold. That's actually pretty interesting. Not only is it very decadent, but like Moog still uses gold. I wonder if the use of gold is sort of meant to evoke the same thing that the use of red does for Radigan's children. More like Radigan was not smart enough? No, I disagree. Radigan was very smart. He sort of focused on scholarship. In fact, that was like his main source of study. Radigan is the divested parts of Marika? I don't think that that's the case, though. Like, I think the separation may have been necessary for something, because I think it's notable. Remember, Marika separates from Radigan. There's evidence of this. And during his journey, Miquella also separates from Trina, except he does it in a very extreme way. He literally puts her in a pit from which there is no return. He has no intention of ever recombining with Trina. Versus Marika sent Radigan to Liurnia to either war until they were not enemies anymore or make peace. Presumably. That's what he was sent for. So, like, they're right next to each other. If she wanted to be rid of Radigan, she would do what Miquella did and push him into a pit. She would fucking 300 kick him. She didn't. So I don't think that this is like, I hate you, MFer, get out of here. I don't need your parts. Shoo, right? Interesting that they were initially one being when there was an item description in which Marika says, "Thou were yet to become me." Well, that's because they were separated, right? Them being combined was changing Marika's core values, as they both had different values. I don't know. This is sort of an endless form of discussion, and in the end, you kind of have to make your own decisions on what you think here, because, well, it's something we don't really get answers to, and as a result, we can talk about it a lot. And in the end, what do you conclude, right? Oh, shit. I found it. Let's check it out. She could have pulled the patches on him? Yeah, exactly. I don't think they were always such bitter enemies. I don't think you can be a bitter enemy with yourself. Mogwin Palace. So we know Moog. Interesting side note that Gwyn also means light in Welsh. And Welsh is a language that is present. The accent and the language are present here. So it's kind of interesting. He uses his name and then also light. Heard of the phrase being your own worst enemy? It's true, but I don't think you can hate that part of yourself. I actually think there's a serious distinction with Miquella separating from Trina, and I think the thing about Miquella is he's very hubristic, and he's trying to avoid a bad fate. Like, we know this. He's literally the poster child for hubris. So him doing what Marika did, but then being like, I'm gonna be different from her, one of the things he chooses to do differently is discard Trina permanently. I think that's one of his main differences. Marika was totally able to send Radigan to exile like she did with Godfrey. Yeah, although to be fair, that wasn't meant to be a real exile. It was meant to be a, like, you will save me when you are needed. Like, you are my Hail Mary, you are my last hope, and I'm sending you away because you're the only ones I can count on. Right? So it was an apparent exile, but that's not really what it was. So there's lots of Albinarics here, and we see one of them kind of sadly sitting out there, and these guys are freaking sad. Like, real sad. Normally we see them cartwheeling around and being really cute. And they're, like, angry and trying to kill you and stuff. But here they are completely listless. And look at that face. Like, does that look like the face of joy? Cheat the Leal Hound line to appear? No, I'll find another way. I'll probably just, like, load it up on another file. Or find a clip of me getting it in my first playthrough or something. Does so because Trina represents Miquella's love, the same way that Marika represents love without order. This love is what shattered the Elden Ring. He will not allow the same thing to happen to him. That's actually really telling because he's very much like, I'm not going to be like my mom while literally following the path. Like, bro is saying, oh, I hate my mom. I would never follow in her footsteps and become a doctor. And then he's going to medical school. And it's like, buddy, come on. Like, really? Like, he's such a little brat. And then we see these red ones. Also, we've never seen these red ones before. They form spikes out of their bodies and turn into like little hedgehogs and fuck you up. And they have horns coming out. That looks painful. Also, they're red. Now, the thing about the Albinarics is they have white blood. And then we have these ones who have red blood. And the thing that's also really interesting about them is like the Albinarics, the Generation 1 ones, the ones like Latenna, right? They're pale, but they otherwise sort of appear humanoid. These guys, though, they're very frog-like. Their skin is, well, yeah, frog-like. Look, they even have like sharp toenails and shit. Can I see your toenails? Oh, they all have sharp toenails. Okay, that's just a thing. I just never noticed it because the starkness of it made it more evident. So they were exposed to something and it changed them because their skin itself is like that. It's silver blood. They're almost like silver tears as well, with their outward appearance being very liquidy. The fact they look frog-like is also really interesting because frogs, I believe they have like a protective coating on their skin, but their skin is very like absorbent otherwise. And thus they're very influenced by their environment. So the fact that they were made frog-like is actually pretty telling. Like, frogs really reflect their environment very quickly. And they're sensitive to changes in it. And then there's these guys. And we might get an idea as to what happened, considering, is this a literal river of blood? Sure looks like it. And we also now know, by now, that Mohg is an omen. And Mohg also happens to be the twin brother of Morgoth. And these guys have little horns peeking out of their head. So the red blood that they are imbued with, that comes out in this form, that they wield against you like a weapon, is cursed omen blood. Also, yeah, they still bleed white, yeah. It's as if their skin has changed, their outward coating has changed. Ash of War blood tax. Blood oath skill. Hang on, I'm under attack. One moment, please. To be fair to Miquella, did any of Marika's children have a better plan? Well, that's sort of also up to you. But the issue is that my main criticism of Miquella is that he went after a plan. And I think this is like the thing. It's like, did anyone have a better plan? Well, the thing is, we know what happens with that plan already. Like, he talks so much shit about Marika and how her plan was flawed and how she was flawed and he's gonna do better. And what does he do? Follow in her literal footsteps. He's taking the same path. We already know what happens when you do that. And he did too. Trina tells us, you become an imprisoned deity, an imprisoned god. It is a fate worse than death. According also to Trina, which is why he discards her, because she also represents his doubt in the plan. So that's the thing. That's why I cannot, like, listen, like, I can't follow this plan. And I'm like, well, maybe no one had a better idea, but we already know what happens when you take that path. We've literally already seen it. So I don't know why people defend him so much. He even knew himself that it was a bad plan, but he simply got rid got rid of the part of himself that knew it was a bad plan. He threw it into a pit and was like, no, 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 no. It'll be a good plan. It'll go great. It'll go great. Just yeet my doubts. Swarm of Flies, a blood oath incantation shared from the Lord of Blood's power. Releases a swarm of blood flies before the caster to assault foes. The vile swarm deals damage and builds up onset of blood loss. The new palace of the Lord of Blood lies in a swamp of festering blood, and these flies are said to spawn from excrement in that land. Wow. What a nice place he's found himself in. The new palace. I do like that. It implies he has an old one. Maybe it was better? Ash of War Blood Tax. Blood Oath skill granted by the Lord of Blood. Twist to build power, then unleash a flurry of thrusts that rob the target of both their blood and their HP. Also, frankly, I think people have a little too much sympathy for Miquella. I feel badly for his fate, and I wish he'd picked a different path, but the issue also is that he had so many paths open to him. Yes, he was cursed. I get it. He had a curse. He could never mature. His plans never came to fruition. That sucks. But the fact is that he tried so many different things, and he had all this potential, and he picked the one path that had already been tried. Also, while in the process, negatively speaking of the person who previously walked that path, while following it and claiming he's going to do better. It's very, very hard to feel bad for like it's like someone saying, I'm gonna walk into people get eaten by Beartown, and then you go, okay, but maybe you could walk somewhere else. Why would you go to people eaten by Beartown? Like, maybe take a different path. Don't go to people eaten by Beartown. And then he goes and he gets eaten by a bear, and you're just sitting there like, what are you doing? Also, he is literally the ultimate in spoiled prince technology. Bro was born in a very different situation. Like, all of the demigods, frankly, all of the demigods had a great deal of, we love this word, don't we? Privilege. It's a very different environment from their forebears. Very much so. Renala was not always a queen. Marika was not always a queen. Godfrey was not always this Elden Lord of a relatively peaceful place. None of them came from places that they weren't promised anything, right? Versus all the other children, Ronnie, Radon, Rykard, Godwyn, probably even Morgott and Moog, before the whole sewer thing, were very privileged. They had everything open to them. They could have done anything they wanted. And that's why this is such a tragedy. We are meant to view this as a tragic situation. All these people, all this promise, and it never amounted to anything, and we're here to mop up their mess. Melania being an exception. Yeah, Melania's kind of exception. Miquella too. They're both cursed, like really horribly. But generally, they were born in peace. And I know people quibble with this a lot, but I think there's tons of evidence. If you are born during active war and you see it and witness it during your formative years, I think that is very different. Even if the war ended, like the minute you were born, you were growing up in a very different world. I think we can agree with this, right? I truly believe that the youths of these characters, especially the children, like Rykard, Radon, and Ronnie, especially them, were peaceful. Very peaceful. And that's a blessing. That's a good thing. Like, very much. I'm not saying like, oh, fuck these dumb idiot kids. They didn't even see war, bro. You know what I mean? Like, that's what everyone should want for their children is peace. And that's what they had. So that's why when I look at Radon, and I think when anyone looks at Radon or Rykard or Miquella, we gotta look at them as differently from their forebears. Really, like, they grew up in such different situations, in different circumstances. And that's why when you have all this potential and it goes wrong, it's just especially devastating, I suppose, right? Like, they could have really done anything. Anyway, I just want to peek in here to grab this place, maybe grab a couple lore items, because this is where, this is Moog Town. However, Chat, where is this map? Does anyone know off the top of their head? Because I clearly missed it. Miquella did follow the path that Marika chose up to a point, but his Age of Compassion is not the same thing. No, but it's actually very similar. And I think that this is what is also lost in the discourse, is that a lot of people say, oh, Marika fucked up because she did all this warring and she was so violent, and Miquella was right because he wouldn't have done any warring. He would have created peace. Okay, but how does his age begin? His age begins with Radon and him attempting to beat the shit out of us and kill us. If you think that that is just an aberration and the moment he kills us, everything's going to be peace, warmth, and flowers, you're naive. You know what I mean? This was an age of compassion that began with warring. The exact same as the age of the Erd Tree. Truly, that is very key to know. Also, there is tons of signs that the age of the Hornsent was probably a great deal worse. Like a lot worse. And that's the thing. We are seeing an age in its decline. So it's very easy for us to be like, well, clearly things went wrong here. And the people running the show suck. But we don't see it at its height. We don't see... We just read about it. So we just kind of have to imagine it. So when we hear all this talk of compassion, an age of like wonderful peace, or everyone's going to be so happy and stuff, we're like, oh, dude, that sounds great. Like maybe Miquella had a point. We don't realize is that he would have fallen into the same trap that Marika fell into, except the difference is that he set out on that path with his eyes wide open, versus Marika likely didn't know. And a girl born in a village where her people were tortured and killed, and she either suffered the same fate or somehow barely managed to avoid it, finally finding a way to escape that and overthrow her torturers is very different from Miquella. That's sort of the really interesting distinction, right? Age of Compassion ruled by someone who got rid of their compassion. Also that. Yeah. No, truly... Miquella's age, I'm not even talking about the dark side of his age. I'm talking about purely what it would have looked like. It would have looked like first we take out the Tarnished, the Elden Lord, we take them out, and then we move into the Lands Between, and we take out everybody remaining, and we take out all of our enemies, and then we start hugging people. It would have been a lot of warring, make no mistake. It would have been pretty bad. Next to the Hermit Merchant in a ruin. I'm looking for that Hermit Merchant, but I don't remember where he is. I don't remember where that is, chap. Shit. That's the problem. Okay, let me look it up. It's not too soon for this discussion. It is. But I think it's really important. So you're just going to have to trust me until we get there, that's for sure. We were the one attacking Miquella, not the way around. Okay. We'll get to this, because you're talking about the end of DLC, and we have hours and hours and hours and hours and hours before we get there. But I think you need to take another look at Miquella's dialogue during that boss fight. And what do you think it would have looked like if we waited for him to come to us? Okay, 1 second. Is it, I guess, Noxella map? I don't remember what the map is called. Is it Ainsel River Basin or something like that? Backtrack from the Ainsel River downstream Grace. I don't have that one. I think I may have not gone to a place. Oh, here it is. No, it is here. Okay, okay. Yeah, chat, I'm not talking about the Moog one. I'm talking about the one I missed. The Moog one is easy. Didn't St. Trina literally say godhood is a cage? Yeah. We'll talk about that. Trust me, we'll get to it. Trust me, we'll get to it. I really just want people who... Like, I think that Miquella is really good at making a good case, and I get why people take him on surface level and are like, that sounds great. Like, wow, people need this piece. Like, that would be great. I really think that people need to look at him a little closer and realize what he's saying between those lines. Do you know what I mean? Okay, give me just 1 minute, chat. I'm going to use the restroom, and then we'll find this map, and then continue in the consecrated snowfields, which are such a vast area. 1 sec. You were talking about Ronnie? Miquella was pissed he got a stupid name like Miquella instead of Mike? Well, I don't know. I normally just call him Mickey. So... I kind of feel like Mickey isn't too far away from Mike, you know? Is it in here and I just, like, never went up here? That's totally possible, actually. Forges in the Raw people? Yeah, the DLC is going to be real different, I'm going to be honest, because I don't remember it very well. So rather than I have spent so much time in this game and there's, like, minor details I forget, or, like, we're going to be talking about things as we do them, it's going to be, like, honest to goodness discovery. Which I'm excited for it, to be clear. It'll just be different. The moment we enter DLC, it's going to be more like, where the frick am I? Map of Ainsel River and environs. 2 great rivers flow beneath the lands between the Shifra and the Ainsel. This vast region is said to be the grave of civilizations that flourished before the Erd Tree. There it is. It's that easy. I realized I was missing the map.
There. A customer?
Just never got around to it, I suppose.
How long has it been?
This is where we get the prisoner set, by the way, which is why I waited so long. Or not why I waited so long, why I chose the prisoner start, so I could get this early, because it takes quite a bit to get it. Isn't the whole narrative theme of Miquella that of tyrannical compassion? Yeah, pretty much. But here's the thing, I'm not even criticizing, like, his age, because, like, I don't really want to... We're going to get into his whole thing, but that's, like, later. I just more want people to sort of be, like, look at him more critically, I suppose, rather than just listening to what he says, look at what he does. The Claymen just melt into rocks. It's crazy. Yeah, those are their bubbles. Look like Estelle bodies. Also very reminiscent of Augur from Night Rain. We may know the things they were searching for. Okay, consecrated snowfields. This area is pretty dense, so let's see. I was doing this. The Rise. I don't really remember how to open it. I know it involves the imps, but I don't know if they need to kill something or something. We'll experiment a little bit. Also, I think what's really interesting, and we'll talk about this, but one thing about Radigan, that I think is very notable is that his whole thing is order, control, really, right? And if something doesn't fit into the order, into the organization, dare I say, right? It is simply removed. That's the main thing that he sort of does. Like those who live in death. He started with living in death being an aberration against the Earth Tree. And then the hunters kind of went a little extreme in their own way, right? So Miquella talks about compassion, which is very similar to love, very similar to kindness, and thus reminiscent of Marika's age, but his means is that of order, of control. So Miquella looks like Marika, but in that regard, I think his father had more influence than even he might be aware of or admit, Miquella himself. You able to wield more weapons? Nah. There it is. Okay, so we have to kill them. I have to kill them while they're up. Understood. Okay, great. Good job, guys. I'm just gonna smash through the game. That was the plan. Albinaric Rise. Oh my god, I totally forgot that's the name of this one. Haven't seen that method before? What's the method? I'm actually not sure what it even is. Use one of the branches. Oh! Oh, that's interesting. Ah, the Graven Mass. A talisman depicting the first school of Graven Mages. A nightmare that would continue to haunt the Academy, greatly raises potency of sorceries. The primeval current is a forbidden tradition of glintstone sorcery. To those who cleave to its teachings, the art of collecting sorcerers to fashion them into the seeds of stars is but another path of scientific inquiry. This is the very first one, and if you notice, they have the crystals around them. That's the main difference between the two talismans. This is just the mass. This is like those whitish crystals growing all over them. Yeah, a nightmare that would continue to haunt the Academy. So this is likely the first place that they were made, and it's called the Albinaric Rise. That is interesting. I have a lot of thoughts, but I don't know if I personally have a cemented, solid theory on who made the Albinarics. I think it may have been a mix of the... I think it may have been the astrologers, but it could have also been the Carians or the Rhea Lucarians. This definitely suggests a link to Rhea Lucaria. But the main thing about the Albinarics is they're artificial humans. The Silver Tears were made by the Nox, and I think that they're later. But the Nox also likely were one of the groups that descended from the astrologers. So the schools of study weren't that dissimilar even when they split off. Okay, there's the Rise. There's a dungeon here. So I think we're gonna try to find... Oh, wrong button. Oh, crystal darts would work too. I actually didn't even think of that. I always just summon these guys. Because there was a symbol of 2 of them, so I know it's because they're fighting, so that's what you're supposed to do, but I always associated with summon the twin imps. How do these form? They are created by fusing people together. It's pretty twisted. I also think it's pretty notable that the Graven Mass powers up sorceries too. So it furthers their study and is likely why they were creating them. They take sorcerers and they fuse them together to create this aberration, this creature. Albinarics are the alchemical experiments of the astrologer lineage. Yeah. In fact, you could definitely argue the astrologers themselves created the Albinarics. That they were the first ones to do it. But considering we also get the first Graven Mass where the Albinarics is, and then you kind of have to wonder, because if they were making Graven Masses, that means that they were primeval sorcerers. And the primeval sorcerers were, of course, astrologers who started studying something else. So rather than fixating on the stars, they fixated on something else. And then we have another group that formed, the Carians, and that basically started from Renala being like, rather than follow the stars, I'm going to follow the moon. She found the moon and she followed that instead. So it's sort of like, when did that line, like what is the mark where they stop being astrologers, right? Grafting, jar pods, Graven Masses, lots of bodies conjoining, for certain, yeah. Rykard, eating people, becoming eaten by a snake, and then, you know, reasserting himself. Yeah, absolutely. Tons of combining, consumption. Ow. Renala's egg in the larval tier. Wouldn't make sense that Radigan wanted to create an artificial race. Whoa. I think I remember this place and I really fucking hate it. Yeah, the memory is returning to me. Nothing like Meta Lore Dungeon, as I like to call it, considering we got Frost and Bleed. The seed of stars. Seed equals primal or primeval, the root of something. Yeah. Also, holy shit. The game has often also, well, mainly through Selin, has combined and compared glintstone and amber. So a seed of stars could also be a literal seed that grows into a star. It hasn't been that long. You're thinking, ooh, you're thinking of a different lore run, probably. Yeah, I remember why I don't like this place very much. But no, the double meaning of seed is definitely relevant for certain, right? Like the double meanings of words. Like definitely we got to be thinking of like a seed of a star. So a seed as in it grows into something else, but also a beginning. Like, you know, that's why we call it a seed, I guess. But yeah. Hey, to be fair, the cat is also a strength gamer, so. Vice Rocher, thanks for 49 months. Mortal Shell 2 demo playthrough? Oh my god. That was such a fun fucking game. Everything here is so fucking overtuned. I just crouched! Shit! Okay, I just need to heal, so I have full HP, and then I can kind of, like, recover here. I'm kind of really spoiled for, really good games right now. Chat, I legitimately think this enemy might be the most overtuned enemy in the entire fucking video game. Like this, not the cats. Damn it, chat, you got me calling them cats. Not the lemur itself, this exact lemur. This fucking asshole is just insanely over. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking. It's like, we're in an endgame area, so you need to be able to die at 60 HP in 2 hits. Like, holy fuck, what is this? Depth 5? Relax. Oh god, don't do this. No, 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 that's bad. No, 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 no. I made a mistake. I made a mistake. I made a mistake. Stop. Go away. Away. Okay, this one's better. Yes, important. Ooh. I'm great. I have no complaints. I'm a little tired today, admittedly. It's why we're talking so much. Like, I know the sort of purpose of today's stream is a little bit about the road to Miquella, but I did get baited into talking about endgame lore. I'm trying not to do that, but it's kind of hard when I'm like, when my mind wanders, my lore wanders too. It's a curse. I'm really tired. Divine Beast Warriors? Okay, to be fair, you're correct. I mean more specifically in base game. I sometimes forget DLC exists. Like, when I think of Elden Ring, I sort of forget Shadow of the Erdtree is a thing still. I'm not used to folding it in yet. I have to get, you know, more familiar. Get beta that into every stream? Yeah, but it's because it's hours and hours. Do you know how tiring the lore runs are for me? Like I love it. Don't, like, I'm not trying to, like, complain here. Like, I love it and I do it to myself. But holy fucking shit, you know how tired I am after a lore run? My brain is completely cooked. I can't even talk for like hours the next day. I go to bed, I wake up and I'm like a zombie for a bit. So it does, like, it's eventually the brain juice runs a little low and I default to my usual of just whatever topic comes up and, you know, no organization, you know? I know it happens every stream, but if it happens at the start, you can tell I'm tired. Fuck this goddamn place so fucking much. God, shit, god damn it. Okay. Miquella is not that bad. Listen, if you want to hear that Miquella is not that bad, you should go watch, like, other lore creators. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I feel like I constantly run into people who are like, why are you like talking the truth about Miquella? Like, shouldn't you like be nicer to him? Like, listen, have you ever heard if he wanted to be talked well of, he should have behaved better? Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm literally out here just being like, okay, so Miquella did this, and by his words we hear this, but by his actions we hear this. Do you know what I mean? And people are like, but like, he was gonna do an age of compassion. Listen, I know there's other people who are like, yo, Miquella was the GOAT, man. Because else where would it be coming from? I'm sure there are tons of folks who are like, yo, he just went a little astray. I'm just telling you what he did, dog. He betrayed, well, he didn't betray her so much that he just abandoned her, but Melania. And by the way, by his dialogue, the first thing that bro is gonna do, I dodged a second too late. The first thing he's gonna do after he kills us is go finish her off too. This is implied by his dialogue. I'm telling you. He had so much potential. But unfortunately, he picked a bad one. And of course I feel badly for him. But at the same time, like, what am I supposed to do? Poor Oedipus, he fucked his mom. Like, I don't know, man. I didn't tell him to fuck his mom. Oh no, in his hubristic decision making, he accidentally found he found the fate that he was trying to escape. Like, I didn't do it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that Miquella is an Oedipus, okay? But like, I didn't do it. I missed my dodge. Well, good thing we did that for him. Yeah, we did. We do also kill Melania. But like, she's not my sister. I don't start like a whole religion to like help her get better. You know? We're the Tarnished. We're the cleanup crew of the Lands of Latrine. We're here to clean everyone up. Sag. Yeah, I think I'll leave it like this, because like this does make it easier to go this way and this way. How does he know I'm coming? I don't even know that I'm entering the room yet. And yet, Wolfhead Imp is ready to freaking go. Melania started it? It is true, yeah. Ugh. Oh my god, it's so hard for me to dodge. I really dislike these things. But it's mainly because every time I get hit, I have to like run away and... Whoa. She's done it. Crazy. At last. Alrighty. I know, chat. Miquella is cute. He's cute. He's a little kid. He's adorable. He's golden-eyed. Well, not golden-eyed. Golden-haired. We don't know his eye color. Like, he's sweet. A clean rot knight. Makes sense, but it's interesting we see one here. Oh shit! No, please.
Oh my god.
God, that looks funny. Okay, I think up there is where I'm going, but I'm gonna peek here real quick. I'm gonna guess there's some imps. Oh, this is... Oh! Oh my god!
Whee! Typical Halo slop user, am I right, gamers? Only knows how to press L2. Unlike me, I know many buttons. I literally know double the buttons that you do. And those buttons are X and L fucking 1, bitch.
And that's all I need for the rest of the game. Hey, and technically, that's 100% more than you know. Can you stop going through the wall? Like, what the fuck are you doing? It's unfair. Strength slop versus Halo slop, indeed.
Jumpy. Jumpy!
Don't throw things at me. You're mean. You're very rude. No one likes you. Okay. Somewhere, a door has opened. I think I went everywhere in here. Like, I think we're good. The world is not black and white. Absolutely, absolutely. No. Nuance is very, very tough for a lot of folks because it's complicated, right? So it's hard to look at a character that a lot of people were very fond of and excited about and see how far he's fallen. Because, yeah, no, like, Miquella was potential man in the base game. I talked about it a bit. We're sort of seeing that. He was a symbol of hope to many people. But I think a lot of folks from the lore world are pretty aware that also there was some really sinister subtext to him even way beforehand, right? But this is sort of like read between the lines stuff. Like, for example, my big one is in Ordina liturgical town. This is a place that protects the Halig tree. And what he effectively did is put the Albinarics, who went to him for safety, in an Everjail. And okay, they're safe, but they're sort of trapped, right? Like, a lot of them seem to have wanted this, but once again, now in hindsight, we can't be sure of that, right? Because of the whole, mind control thing. But we do know that they came to him for safety. They looked to him as a symbol of hope. And then they end up basically sitting on his doorstep being his personal guards because there's no Albinarics in the Halig tree. So the first part of that we've seen. The second part of that has yet to be proven. But they're not allowed in the actual city. Putrid warden, grave warden duelist. Oh, wasn't ready for the follow-up. It is so interesting to me that they're putrid as well. There's clean rot knights here. And thinking about it, we only see these guys On the way to the Halig tree. Thick, bristly cloak eaten through by scarlet rot, the symbol of an underground gravekeeper's station. There are albinarics in the Halig tree. They are in the room with all basins wrapped in silk. Okay, okay, okay. There's no living albinarics. The cocoons are very interesting. We'll get to those. I actually didn't realize they were albinarics, but I guess now I'm thinking about they share the model. My tell in base game was the Bewitching Branch. Bewitching Branch, absolutely. Tons of sinister subtext with that one. But beyond that, really, looking at the Halig tree and Elphael, I think we get a lot. And Castle Sol is another one. And we went there, and there's a guy who's basically saying, I'm sorry we failed you. Where is it? Oh, right here. I'm sorry we failed you, Miquella. Our faith was not strong enough. Our prayers were not strong enough. And then he said, the ghost says, now I will never see at your Halig tree. What that tells us is that in order to see the Halig tree, it is your reward for doing a service to Miquella. You don't get to see it for free. So there's this depiction, or go there for free. So there's this depiction of Miquella as being this like savior, and people are going through all of this hell just to get to him. But they have to do something to earn it. They're not just going to be let in. So because that person failed, because Castle Sol failed, they don't get it. So this was sort of my evidence way before DLC came out, and the game and the DLC was like, by the way, Miquella isn't all he appears to be. I was like, yeah, I know. I've been talking about this for fucking years. Where's the new lore? And I was sort of annoyed. He is a symbol of hope, but it's not for free. Okay, so that's that. That's that. Let's go north from here. Yeah, we gotta explore here. It might be quicker to just go here and then go west. Plus, we were all like, points at egg. Yeah, the egg though, without context, could have been a horrible fate inflicted on him by Moog. So like a lot of the base game was us sort of pitying Miquella, kidnapped by this evil monster Moog, right? And now we know the truth, but at the time it makes sense. We see this sweet, innocent, childlike boy who's cursed with eternal youth, who tries all these things, who's sad because his sister's sick and starts a whole religion to help her effectively, and is sad because his brother is a zombie and is trying to help him. And of course we're supposed to be like, damn, like this guy rocks. He's trying to solve all the problems in the world. But even with that, there's signs that beyond his family, he is not quite so giving, let's say. So yeah, in base game, my initial impression, we'll talk about this in Elphael, but just in more detail, but my initial theory, and I think a lot of people thought this, was that Miquella's plan was to mature in his tree. And then he was taken by Moog. And that was not part of his plan. But then, the other side of it was that Melania was chill. So actually, no, that can't be the case, because if Melania is chill, that means she was told to be chill. In other words, this is part of Miquella's plan. So even in base game, there were signs that maybe the egg was a part of his plan. But Moog's apparent obsession and fervor was still difficult to explain. And now we have all the context. Now we get it. But that's the thing. Melania, a lot of people always asked, it was a huge lore topic for years, and like a thing that a lot of people asked in the stream was like, okay, why is Melania, like why can't we just talk to Melania and tell her where Miquella is? Well, because she knows. Maybe not directly, but whatever he's doing is part of his plan, because if she hadn't been on orders to stand down and chill, she would not be standing down and chilling. Right? That's our evidence. That was a really strong piece of evidence. People were like, why can't we tell her and not fight her? And I'm like, because she's not gonna listen to us. She doesn't care. She is on orders. She would not be just chilling, napping, waiting for Miquella to come back if he hadn't told her, I'll be back. right? That already in base game. We knew that wherever Miquella was, whatever he was doing, he told Melania to chill. And I've been saying that way before the game, way before the DLC came out. A lot of lore people were talking about this for many years. Like, that's why DLC, frankly, was not that much of a surprise in that regard. Is she napping since her fight with Radon, or perhaps after Finlay Carey dragged her back to Elphael? Since then, yes. However, the other thing is, some people were like, oh no, she's not aware, she's just like been sleeping that whole time because she was, you know, the whole blooming took a lot out of her. Okay, but we also have to remember that she talks about dreaming and acts as if she's asleep, and then is stirred when we enter, and she talks about like having almost like a vision in the dream. And as if she got a message. And then we also know another thing about Miquella is that his other aspect, Trina, is the goddess of sleep, basically. Not goddess, but like the saint of sleep. So if anyone could send a message in dreams, it would be him, no? So the reason she's chillin' and waiting is because Miquella told her to chill and wait. Because she was charmed. I actually don't know if she was charmed. Melania is a really, really interesting case. I don't think she needed to be, which is why I don't think she was. Also, this is such a gorgeous one, even though it's like a nightmare. Looks like fireworks. The reason I don't think she was charmed... Anyway, sorry, I said I just mentioned this and then I started on it. It's... What can I say? We're just wandering around the consecrated snowfields. It's a great time to chat. But just to capstone this conversation before I just say wait and see until Melania, until we meet her, remember that people served Miquella even without a charm. Though we... Ah, shit. I pushed it too far there. I shouldn't have done that. Either way, people serve Miquella even without a charm. We know this. Right? Letta is basically our Miquella's Charm 101. She gives us so much insight. You do not need to be charmed by Miquella to serve him. Always remember that. I know it adds complexity, but that's important to remember, is that he is not just, you know, compelling people against their will. People serve him by their own will, and who would be more likely to be loyal to him than his beloved twin, who he helped cure of a terrible illness? Not cure, but you know what I mean. Like, allowed her to live her life. Look at Millicent. Millicent is so kind to us, and all we did is give her the needle. So no, I actually don't think a charm is necessary at all. Oh, see, I fucking hate the bells. Yeah, I'm trying to get rid of this ASAP. Them anyway. I would argue that not necessarily... Fuck me, I even dodged. Ugh, God, this one's annoying. I would argue not necessarily, because I think it's very, very important that Miquella has two servants, Dane and Letta. And unless I'm forgetting something, and I could be, because once again, this is DLC, so allow me to have some lapses of memory. I don't know it as well. I don't know that we get super strong evidence that Dane was charmed. Great. Letta was charmed. I'll give you that. But what is Letta's main personality trait? Jesus fucking Christ. God fucking damn it. I hate this one! I feel better. Extreme paranoia. Letta is a barely contained serial killer on a leash. The reason she's charmed is because she won't stop killing their allies. And she has, by the way, horrible instincts. Horrible. She's wrong all the time. I think it's my favorite part of Letta, is that she's so always wrong. So the reason she's charmed is to get her to stop killing people. Genuinely, that is the reason. Dane, though, I think we're supposed to compare and contrast. This one's taking fucking 5 ever. I hate it so much. Oh my god. We know nothing about Dane. I agree. That's sort of why, though. I don't think he needs to be charmed. It's still not done. Oh my god. Finally. Torrent actual live reaction. Needle Knights seek a cause. Okay, hang on. Not Needle Knights. I believe that, I forget the term, but what Letta wears, she becomes a Needle Knight, but she wears the set that's like the Oath set or something like that. Anyway, sorry, this is DLC. We'll get to it. Sorry, I'm getting caught up in the discourse. It's interesting. Like, I love it, but like I do want to stay in the zone that we're in a little bit more. Yeah. Okay, so I really needed to get rid of this because it was destroying my ears. I hate that sound so fucking much. We did it. These things contain, apparently, soulless demigods. Now, I know what you're thinking. What the fuck do you mean soulless demigod? I thought there was only one soulless demigod. The game makes a huge deal out of the soulless demigod. Yeah, I think, and what makes the most sense, is that these were created in a previous age and are thus housing somehow soulless demigods perhaps associated with the nebulous figure of Ensha. Those who live in death are here in the lands between because of Godwyn, but they were not, they were there before at some point. There's evidence that death, like living in death, has existed, and that's Ensha, who is this, what is it, not soulless king. Where is it? He was a king, though, notably. And king, it's interesting to note who is a queen and a king versus who is a prince and a princess, right? So Godwyn remains a prince. He's still a prince. So that applies two things. A, that he has yet to rise to be a king, yes, but also that there's already a king. It is said that the bones belong to an ancient lord. Oh, it is the soulless king. Okay, wow, I actually remember better than I thought. The soulless king, the lord of the lost and desperate, who is known as Ensha. Now, the word lord carries a lot of weight in this game, right? Because lord, as an elven lord, as in dragon lord is like a word that we should look at and be like, huh. And what is he? He's a zombie. We also learn about the castle soul and the seat of the sun. And these things predate, from what we can tell, the Erd Tree. In other words, there was some sort of age that was associated with those who live in death. And it was represented by the sun. And it's something we know very little about. But I think that might have to do with these. Also, they are in these wandering mausoleums because they are powered by those barnacles that we have to remove. They look like skulls. I know we talked about this before, but I think this is interesting because we're sort of tying it in. They're powered by what looks like barnacles on them, and we destroy those barnacles and it stops moving. Those barnacles are actually skulls. The skulls of soldiers, the Wandering Mausoleum Knights, who agreed to link themselves to this thing forever to keep it moving. They also allow you to duplicate a remembrance, which is really interesting. It's like they are a vessel used to recreate something else. It's a very strange role that they take. However, if they are soulless, there is a distinct risk that they might grow Deathblight, because that's something we learn about Godwyn. And this thing constantly moves. That's the main tell of the Wandering Mausoleum, that it moves. Presumably, if it's moving, things can't grow on it. Now, I know these things grow, but still, I think that could be it. So these are mausoleums, or it could also be that they're wandering to protect them, to protect the denizen, so that we can't, well, I don't know, like duplicate a remembrance with them. So annoyed that it was literally clean their feet. The reason for that, though, you gotta remember what happened. My first mausoleum didn't have dirty feet. The first one I found, you had to just jump onto it with the spirit spring. So that was one problem. And the second one is that I swear I hit the barnacles and nothing happened. So I was like, okay, I guess that's not it. Yeah, it turns out I had hit like the side and it didn't actually hit the hitbox. So I was really annoyed. Yeah, that's I remember that in my first playthrough. I was so pissed. I was like, what the fuck? I tried that. Also, yeah, it's cool that they're all headless too. But basically, I guess what I'm trying to say is that things that we're seeing happened before. They're just happening again. So even though we think of Godwyn as the first of the dead, of the demigods and like all this, there were soulless beings before. There was death before. There was worship of death. There's a whole religion. So if there was a soulless king, then I think there may have been a previous age of those who live in death at some point. Yeah, the Wandering Mausoleum gear. I think I was lucky enough to get a chest piece. Or maybe I'm just coping that I got a chest piece. I think I got some legs somewhere. I think it may have been wishful thinking. I probably have legs. I was so lucky with legs. Oh, sorry. There it is. Graves worn by headless knights who endlessly guard the Wandering Mausoleum. Time has yet to dull their luster. Also, the chest piece has wings, which does actually associate them with deathbirds. So there is a link between the soulless demigods that are buried there and the deathbirds through the winged hussar-like chest pieces. I don't think there's a god of Deathblight, personally. I think there is the death birds. And the twin bird, specifically, is the god of death. We just don't learn too much about them. Okay, so this is the apostate derelict. You gotta wonder, like, apostate of what? So this is some sort of massive cathedral. Like, looking at this, even though it's ruined, this was huge. Pick up item. Silver mirror shield. Shield of radiant silver, festooned with amber, and carried by Loretta, Knight of the Halig Tree. The shape is said to imitate that of a sacred drop of dew, which inspired the absurd rumor that Loretta herself was an Albinaric. Now, this is one of those lines that's very, like... doth the lady protest too much? Or, like... Because, well, Loretta is mounted. And we do know that Albinarics, they need to mount so that they can move because their legs fade away. So perhaps it is indeed that Loretta was an Albinaric. However, there is also this, you know, it's an absurd rumor. So what do we take it as, no, really, she actually wasn't? Or do we take it as, oh, she totally was? It's very cheeky. It's one of my favorite item descriptions. So it's really, really, really hard to parse exactly what it means. Now, first of all, Loretta is the Knight of the Halig Tree, but we saw her. She's the Royal Knight of the Carians. So something has changed. Because we fought her, but she was sort of not a ghost. She was one of the, as I like to call them, automated defense systems of Caria Manor. But now she's a Knight of the Halig Tree. So that tells us that she led, well, okay, we don't know that she led people here. We know that she's here now. She's changed her allegiance. Also, she does use, yeah, it's the sacred drop of dew, and this is very related to the Albinarics. So I think you can argue either way. However, what we do know is that that Loretta, whether she was an Albinaric or not, was quite a hero. But we'll get to this because we don't have all the details of her. However, she left her shield here. We don't know where she is, but she left her shield here. Presumably she doesn't need it anymore. It's sort of like an honor. I also definitely get this idea of her protecting this being, whoever they are. Well, really, in essence, they are a giant Albinaric woman. Because you drop the shield, you put the shield to protect. It's like a protective symbol. It reminds me a lot of Dark Souls 1's, what's his name? Artorias? He left his shield to protect Sif. However, that's like literal. I still think it's interesting that she leaves her shield here. Either way, Latenna was asking us to bring her here so we can summon her. Also, she's still breathing. She's simply sleeping from what we can tell. She's not dead.
O young yet towering sister of ours, let the birthing droplet in and create life for us, for all the Albinorics.
I always laugh at young yet towering sister. It's like the weirdest freaking line ever. Young yet towering sister. So, Latenna had the birthing droplet, gave it to her, and now she's gonna have Albinaric babies. I gotta admit, little fucking creepy. Like, straight up, but what can you do? This is a weird fucking place that we are in. Whatever, man. Very Sleeping Beauty as well, which, by the way, the original Sleeping Beauty story is a lot more fucked up than the cute Disney version. Is a lot more fucked up. Straight up Sleeping Beauty in the original story. The prince, okay, how do I say this? So in the cute Disney version, she gets a kiss, and it's the kiss of true love, and then she wakes up and happily ever after. The OG version of the story is that she has a baby while still sleeping, and the baby, while suckling on her finger, pulls out the cursed thorn that has caused her to be sleeping, and she wakes up. Happy ending. What a nice ending. What a great story. Yeah, this is a little creepy, I gotta be real with you. This whole thing. But, I mean, the Albinarics want to have more of them, and they're sort of otherwise, like, doomed. So I guess there's, like, still, it's very weird. Yeah. 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 Okay, anyway, so just moving on from that. The Albinarics were said to have been born of, like, water, of a droplet of water, right? A lot of their symbols are, like, droplets of water, like the ripple halberd, ripple axe, I think, actually. It's a ripple, as in water hitting water and creating a ripple that is said to be the origin of their species. The dewdrop shield here. And it's also very reminiscent of the Nox weaponry, the flowing weaponry that is also said to be not only like water, but in the shape of water. So they definitely have some similar origins, but it does seem as if they were created separately, the Silver Tears and the Albinarics. But I definitely think there's some strong links to the astrologers having created them. So, yeah. Any proof Loretta isn't an Albinaric? No. Yeah. Also, I think... Chat, do the Albinaric women ride side saddle? I think someone was talking about this earlier. Hang on one second. Ah, there we go. Yeah, thank you. Loretta rides straddle on her horse. However, I think there are some ways that even if your legs aren't usable, you can sort of be like strapped in onto a horse in order to ride it. I just don't know details on this. Like there is like things you can do. We never see Loretta walk, right? She's always on her horse. The thing is, there's a lot of figures who are always on their horse, right? Tree sentinels. I don't know. I do think I read somewhere that there's like this massive theory that like all the children in the game, or like a lot of figures, are actually Albinarics or something. Like it's like a tinfoil hat lore theory, right? Because like Radon, also his legs are like gone, and his whole thing is he needs to he's always on his horse, and Gaius has the whole thing with like his wife has his pants or something. Like, you know, there's some definite lore there. I don't know how deep I want to go into it. Never see any of the Carians walk. Ronnie stands at one point, but she's a doll, so that's a different story. Renala, though, Renala is meant to be a baby, like in terms of her... She's like juvenile now. She's literally floating in a cradle. So her not walking, I definitely take it less as like a, oh my god, she's secretly an Albinaric, and more, she's meant to be juvenile and like almost like a child again. It's as if she's been reborn as a child. She spends the whole fight staring at her egg, floating in a cradle. She doesn't even attack us a single time. She's completely placid. So, yeah, Albinarics are very interesting. But the thing about Loretta is that in order to ride a horse, you do need the use of your legs. It's actually, like, pretty intense on your legs. In Caria, there is not Albinarics? Yeah, they have Albinarics there. They seem to be, like, servants. Perhaps a more intense word is needed. They don't seem to have much choice. Mm-hmm. Water is, in my opinion, in experiments involving the milky water found in the nameless eternal city. I don't think it was always milky. Because that water, I think it might have something to do with the rivers down there, though. Shifra, the Shifra is said to have been... is said to have bestowed the blind swordsman with a sword. Right? So there's definitely ideas of, like, water bestowing things. It's all very... It's almost like a myth origin, right? In that we can't really tell what's just a story and what's real. There are no Albinarics, as far as I can tell, in Raya Lucaria, though. Chat, am I forgetting any? I don't think there's any Albinarics there. Definitely links them more to the Carians. Loretta is standing in the art book. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I don't think Loretta is an Albinaric, personally. However... we'll talk about her more when we see her. She's still a very honorable figure. I personally read Loretta as a figure who saw people suffering and wanted to help them. She's a genuine hero in the story.
Thank you. I finally fulfilled my purpose. Our young yet towering sister will give us hope. Now that nothing is left unfinished, I will join you in battle to the bitter end. And when the fighting is done, then you may lay me to rest. Beside Lobo, my dear wolf.
Aww. So, Albinaurics, apparently, I don't know if she was brought here, if she's been here this whole time, but this is where Albinaurics were created, is what it's suggested here. She is the origin of Albinaurics, this young yet towering sister. To be fair, though, she is the first generation of Albinaurics. The second generation, the frog-like ones, I really think we get even less idea of where they came from. Pretty sure Radon lost his legs because of Scarlet Rot. Personally, I think that too. I think it's as simple as Scarlet Rot consumes your limbs, and that's what happened to him. But still, I thought I'd mention it in relation to the mounted figures theory. Also, the Albinaurics are doomed because they cannot have children. So this is the only way to create more Albinaurics. Latenna's purpose was to come here to give her the birthing droplet. Other than this, we don't really get too much lore. But now they can have more Albinaurics because they are a very short-lived species, which also sort of begs the question, how did they survive up till now? Elden Ring things, I guess. Don't worry about that. I guess it's one of those. However, there's also a serious bit of lore that we kind of delve into, but it's very spread out, of artificial beings that are sort of trying to make more versions of themselves. So the Albinaurics are one, the Crystalians are another. They were at one point crafted, and their creator is gone. And they're trying to find a way to make more of them. They are sort of, you know, doomed in that way. Yeah, it could have something to do with the Rune of Death, for certain. It's just, the thing is, Albus, for example, is like chilling, and then he's like, I will die soon, and then he dies like 30 seconds later, and it's like, oh dang, oh okay. He just kind of turns into mist and floats away, the usual death animation, and it's like, huh. So it's really hard to say with the Albinaurics. They're a little mysterious. There's a lot of mystery surrounding them. Any theory who crafted them? Probably whoever crafted all the golems. I don't have all the items related to them. But the interesting one is this one. Crystal spear. Spear fashioned from pure crystal, a deed impossible for a human. So, presumably, the Crystalians made this. Enwreathed with powerful magic, its attack scales with intelligence. The inscrutable Crystalians have but one clear purpose, to safeguard their crystals unto the end. One theory posits that they yearn for the return of their creator, who will carve for them new brethren. It's interesting they say return, as if they could return, but other than that, that's pretty much what we know about Crystalians. So the Albinaurics, we kind of get to help them create new brethren, not so for the Crystalians. Not the Deathray bird yet, not yet. I have no runes. Did I die twice without getting my runes? It's possible. I thought I didn't though. Oh well. Guess I lost them. Why'd the Crystalians' creator give them that awful haircut though? It was his first attempt. It kind of reminds me of those old, oh, isn't it here, but I need to make it nighttime? Yeah. Maybe? I could have sworn it was here. This one might require nighttime. Doesn't require night? And I'm in the wrong spot? Yeah, you know what? The one in the, not the Shadowlands, the, The Mountaintop of the Giants doesn't require nighttime. And this one doesn't either. We are still in the mountaintops, right? Like, this is a distinct area. But it's interesting how this is sort of like a fork from the Forbidden Lands. So, presumably... And I think this is fair. Okay, this is the Stargazer ruins. So this is presumably where the astrologers lived. But they may have lived elsewhere, because while we have this rise over here, the heretical rise, we also have the Albinaric rise. We have signs that they may have also lived here. Maybe it isn't here. I could have sworn it was here. Alright, let's try making it nighttime. Just to see, because like I said, I don't remember. It's been so long. This bird also needs nighttime. It's a little strange that only the one in the mountaintops doesn't need nighttime. Like, really? Like, why just that one? It could be proximity to Sol, actually. Because we are really close to Sol there. And there's also a Tibia Mariner. I think it's like the only time that all the death stuff is so close together. And there's also those giant bodies. Stupid. This is a vicious, evil bird. And yet, he doesn't even get to play the video game. Because this is my video game, because I'm Miyazaki's chosen princess, a strength gamer. So you can suck it, bird. Explosive Ghost Flame. 42 int and 30 faith. Crazy stat requirements. And also, way more int. Death sorceries always require more int, too. Actually, let's confirm that. Let's confirm. Because I think I checked that, but let's make sure. More int. More int. More int. More int. Yep. Cool. Explosive Ghost Flame. Sorcery of the Servants of Death. Strike the ground with the staff, triggering an explosion of ghost flame that burns the surrounding area. It looks like a diamond, doesn't it? In the time when there was no Erd tree, death was burned in ghost flame. Deathbirds were the keepers of that fire. So chat. Something is sort of coalescing in my brain. We have all these different factions that had a ton of power, a ton of worshippers, all over, apparently, the lands between, with various seats of power. And the main marker... Oh, here they are! There's the Wandering Mausoleum Knights. The main marker for... It always says the age before the Erd tree, right? Like, that's fair. Because it just means in the before times, basically. But I'm wondering, what if they were all at the same time? What if that was part of the chaos of these lands? In that there was a death religion, and there were these death birds serving the twin, you know, the twin bird, and they burned the dead. And then we had these fire giants that, as far as we can tell, were, like, really, well, explosively destructive, possessed by an evil god. And then we had this glow-eyed queen lady who made babies that would skin people alive. And then we had the Hornsen, an exceptionally violent civilization, and not just violent but cruel to their own people, very hierarchical, that basically saw the weak and anyone who lived in their territory as ingredients to turn into pots to make divinities. Like, what if they were all active at the same time? Because really... How do they get access to the Ghost Flame? Ghost Flame is created just by burning bodies. Burning bones, specifically. Sorry, burning bones. We learned this from the Band of the Fallen Hawk, I think they're called. That could be the Berserk term. I know, it's a Berserk reference. But in this game, what they do is they were sent to explore the Eternal Cities underground, and they ran out of light, so they burned the bones of their fellows and created Ghost Flame, thus dooming them to be stuck underground. So really, if you burn bones, you get Ghost Flame. It's a cold flame. And Radigan doesn't sound that bad. He didn't make shit, bud. Have you not been listening? Man, sometimes I wonder why I'm at this. You mean Marika doesn't sound that bad, is what I think you meant to say. Why do I even bother? Why that guy has wings? Probably because he's linked to the Deathbirds. But no, really, like, what if that was it? Because I'm still thinking about that phrase of Marika at the first church of Marika. Through Melina, hearing, "We will create an age glistening with life." I've been thinking about that phrase because it's been so long since I've heard it. And I'm just like, I'm wondering. Glistening, like flourishing, right? I will say many things about Radigan. He is not inept. If you think he is inept, then I don't know what game you're playing. And apparently all he can do is take things that, you know, important, powerful people gave to him and convert them to look like his own stuff. Like, he's such a little motherfucker. I totally forgot about the Divorce Greatsword. He's not inept. At all. He's the final boss for a reason. I do think Radigan definitely succeeded in influencing Miquella, and it didn't quite work out the way he expected, but I have to wonder. So one thing we know about Radigan is once he became Elden Lord, there's very much this gap. We don't know where Marika was. We don't know what happened, but we get like nothing about what she was doing at all. We don't get a single hint. So presumably, she was effectively kept as a caged divinity. I'm trying to think if we should do this first or Halo Tree. I think this is better. Radigan being an idiot is our community joke. Do not confuse it for real lore. Yeah, no, I actually don't think he was not stupid at all. Like, do not, he's literally very smart. It just, he used that smarts for really questionable things. Marika led them against everyone else, the Horn Scent. It's sort of interesting that we don't exactly know what and when the betrayal occurred. That's DLC. The Marika betrayed the Horn Scent. But I would very much argue that she was never on their side at all. They just believed she was. Remember the Horn Scent attitude that we hear, and think about their words and how they refer to people that live in their territory and how they treat their own people who have committed the crime of simply having small horns. And I think we'll get some insight into their POV. They are not to be trusted, definitely. Hey, Squad, thanks for the 105 stream streak as well. Anyway, sorry. So when Radigan became Elden Lord, we get a suspicious lack of anything to do with Marika. I don't think we get like any information on what she was doing, right? I'm really racking my brain. Chat, can you think of anything that gives us insight into where and what she was doing? We don't get any. I definitely think that this was the point where she became truly a caged divinity. So people will be like, oh yeah, maybe Radigan didn't have a relationship with Miquella, with Melania and his children, but where was Marika? I think she was trapped in her own body. Somehow she was able to communicate with Ronnie, presumably for the whole Night of the Black Knives thing, but other than that, we get no sign of what she was doing. So Radigan was likely able to keep her under control due to the influence of the Elden Beast. Like, or maybe it was just something that he learned. We don't know. But when they recombined, it seems he was the dominant one. Invaded by nameless white mask. Oh, perfect! I would have forgotten about this. You can get locked out of this if you do things in a different order. Tree does make more lore sense to do first. True. Right, blood-tainted excrement. The bloody excrement of a carnivorous beast, found in the land of the New Dynasty. Mixed inside with half-digested flesh are dense colonies of tiny eggs of unknown but assuredly revolting origin. And those are the flies that are blood flies. The swarm of blood flies. Okay, I had a point to talking about this. We know that Radigan was at this point against Marika because Marika at this point wanted to end her rule. Damn it. I didn't get tricked, I just swung and missed. I'm telling you, there's a lot of poop lore in this game. And even here, there's a golden seed. There it is. Okay. Be real careful of the bleed procs. We find Erdtree seeds underground pretty regularly, so... Stupid blood flies. Yeah, Seamless. Seamless is making it so I stay on the horse when I get invaded. I forgot, so... One cool thing about this place... I mean, obviously it's horrifying, right? Like, look at these creatures. The crows are horrific. They're even worse than usual, even worse than the Kaled crows. The blood is like exploding pretty consistently. It's like it's angry. This also fits with the Albinarics. It looks like the blood comes out of them and harms them when they do those weird blood attacks, when they roll at you with spikes. They scream as if their blood is harming them. The blood itself is angry. The term cess blood is used by Yura as well. I'm doing this because I want to get a little bit of blood lore. Like, look at these things. They're fucking horrifying. These awful blood pustules. This is Mohg's ideal. The blood is writhing. Exactly, yeah. Seething. Can you imagine Ansbach here? They're cool looking. I mean, they're covered in these hot, awful blood boils. Look at their legs. Their legs make me uncomfortable. Like, look at that. Just pock marks. They look like they're in agony. I'm looking for the third invasion. I don't remember where it was. Ansbach was probably at the old palace. It's true, but I really think Ansbach might be a little crazy, chat. Oh, right, and the crooked jaw on the crows? Absolutely. So yeah, new palace does imply that there was an old one. Absolutely. But I wonder about that phrase, because what if it's because this used to be something else? Like, look at the architecture. We can see it from up there. That is the ruins of old. We even see the same statues. So if that's where we're going, and the game is telling us that's where we're going, because that's how, you know, Elden Ring communicates, it's really wonderful. They show us where we're heading. He's once again squatting somewhere else. He didn't make this. We see them all over. Yeah, Schiefer River, absolutely. Maybe it is over here. Hey, Master MPS, thanks for the 10 gifted memberships to the YouTube community. I really appreciate the support. Oh god, the jaws is really uncomfortable. Like, when I say they're horrific, I do agree they look really cool, but they look horrifying as well. Where is this third freaking invasion, chat? Does anyone remember the spot? Do you think it's possible this place wasn't always this bad? Yeah, I think we also need to remember what exactly... There it is. I just had to complain. Right here. Hey, no kidding. Ansbach. Yeah, okay, so he's... Okay, listen. The term for a Moog follower and the name that they used is Pure Blood Knights. Now, we could read that multiple ways, right? Because Moog is an omen and therefore cursed, and he takes in this angry, writhing blood of the Formless Mother into him, like this fucked up blood. So maybe it's supposed to be like you know, like he calls himself Mogwin, as in the light of the light, enlightenment and brightness and all that, right? Like, it's sort of meant to be, you say I'm cursed, I say that's not true, I say that my blood is pure, right? Like, it could be one of those. But I gotta admit, the phrase pure blood, I mean, it sure has some connotations, no? Like, anytime I hear someone refer to blood as pure, it implies impure, and I have to side-eye that individual. Right? So, once again, Moog is basically saying, you say I'm cursed, I say I'm not, I embrace my cursed blood. And there is something really noble about that. Like, I get it. It's like, in its way, it's quite noble. So that part, sure, we could look at it both ways. I'm not trying to demonize Moog here. I'm trying to, you know, show off what he's about. However, his main means of worship is bloodletting. As in creating bleed, making things bleed. Ansbach himself, his weapons cause bleed. He makes people bleed. It's a strange worship. And, well, I mean, Ansbach doesn't flay himself, right? or flagellate himself. He doesn't make himself bleed. So who's he making bleed? Other people. Now they're knights, they're soldiers, they gotta fight. I get it, I'm not saying anything about that. But what exactly does their worship look like? Just slicing people up, making them bleed? Because it sure seems like it. Even at its core, that is what they're doing. Their means of worship and their spells involve creating blood flame. A blood oath incantation granted by the Lord of Blood creates blood flame lacerations before the caster which explode in an instant. After dealing damage, blood flame continues to build up onset of blood loss for a very short time. This gives us a hint, but we don't have the main spells that are notable yet. But if you notice what Moog did during his boss fight in the sewer, what did he exactly do? He would put his hand in the sky, slice, pull with his claws, and then throw blood at us. It's like he formed a portal, and then out of that portal, he sliced something, creating blood, throwing it at us, which made us bleed. A blood that makes you bleed, an angry, writhing blood. Where is that blood coming from? We don't yet have the answer, but we should be thinking about this when we're here. And also, we should be thinking about Vare and the bloody finger that we have, because we joined his quest. Speaking of Vare, we're going to read his garb in just a moment here. That'd be a good time to visit Vare, speaking of. In fact, let's do that, because we're pretty much done here. Like, we're not done. I'm going to be returning here later. I just really wanted to grab some of this stuff before we continue. We're going to go to the Halig tree. We're kind of splitting directions where we're going. We're going a little here, a little here. I think it's the best way to do it, because we get a taste of everything. A little bit of variety. It says the Blood Mother God thing. Okay, chat. Just a reminder. I know we are talking about later lore. I get caught up, but the goal of this run is to show things as we play through. So what I mean is, as of right now in the playthrough, we haven't heard about the Formless Mother. I know that. We all know that. We talked about... But right now, I'm explaining how we get this. So right now, just based on what we've witnessed, we're witnessing some strange thing like summoning blood out of somewhere else, but we don't understand the meaning yet. And that's what I'm trying to illustrate and talk about. We'll get to that stuff as we see it, but right now, we're picking up things we don't quite know where it leads. And also, Vare is gone. Okay. White mask. Blood-stained, faintly grinning white mask. Worn by war surgeons who were effectively mercy killers. The Lord of Blood's curse enlivens the wearer when bloodletting occurs. Slightly raises attack power when there is blood loss nearby. War surgeon gown. Blood-stained white gown of the war surgeons who are effectively mercy killers. Of the surgeons that were abducted by the Lord of Blood, none were able to tame the accursed blood. None but Vare, that is, though he was an exception. So we get invaded 3 times, and once we have this happen, I think it's like going to the Lord of Blood's camp, Vare departs. So this likely isn't actually Vare, so much as it's other war surgeons that were apparently abducted. All of them were war surgeons. The fact that we fight 3, but we also mention of the surgeons that were abducted, none were able to tame, and we have to fight 3 in order to get this item, suggests that these were others. They became just killers. And they just invade and kill and bloodlet and fight. So for context, war surgeons, think of a medieval battlefield. You have a lot of people wearing armor, right? Some you cannot transport, some are not going to make it. And after a battle, there is a lot of people in need of help. Unfortunately, sometimes you can't help them. So, people like this, the war surgeons, would go around with a misericord. Medicine is mercy, and mercy upon the battlefield is ruthless. Beware the killers clothed as men of compassion. So, well, they would kill people. And the misericord was designed to go between the small gaps in armor, like a helmet and stuff, to put people out of their misery when there was no helping them on the battlefield. Also, you gotta remember, medieval medicine. you know, they maybe didn't know as much, right? Not to say they didn't know anything, but sometimes they didn't have the knowledge, skill, or know-how to save people. So, quick mercy kill. It's better than them suffering and bleeding and for long periods of time. Could be the ribcage. Yeah. So that's sort of the idea of these war surgeons. However, with Vare, what is sort of being, well, suggested very strongly, he loved it. He always did. So he was able to tame the accursed blood. Not many are. Where is it? Oh, right, here it is. There it is. Bloody finger. Glistening blood has been siphoned into the nail of this finger. Its sickly pale skin feels nothing now, but the nail still aches with sweetest pain. This is actually our finger now, because we have become one of the bloody fingers by doing Vare's quest. Notable, the festering bloody fingers are, the make you a bloody finger, they are single use. This furrowed finger is blackened with blood congestion. It seems to have been chopped off rather unceremoniously. In other words, this is someone's finger, it was cut off. And this apparently might have been able to help them be cured of the blood infection, because Yura says of Eleonora that he cut off the finger. So he dies to Eleonora, but he specifically states that he cut off the finger and he begs that she be free from the cess blood. So if we didn't kill her, maybe she might have been okay. But Yura is also sort of, I don't want to say untrustworthy. I think he may have hoped that to be the case, but she took the blood by her own choice, from what we can tell from their quest line. So it's also possible that she wasn't mad, right? She's an interesting case. The bloody fingers in general are really interesting. The reason I really wanted this stuff from Vare is we get some insight. He was able to tame the accursed blood. In other words, they're like vampires. Moog is like a vampire. Somehow, he gives people blood, and then his worshippers give the same blood, and it effectively turns people into bloodthirsty vampires who do nothing but want to kill and let blood. Miséricorde is a French word. Yeah, it basically means mercy. Oh, it's Latin. Is it also French, though? Because I thought they took it from Latin. So apparently, Moog kidnapped some war surgeons, probably because they're very effective bloodletters and killers. And Vare's the only one who kept his head, and he loves it. Mercy is not it. Mercy is English. And it's merci. Miséricorde, though, is mercy. Yeah. Leeches were a cure-all? Yeah, leeches were a big cure. Yeah, that is true. Uh-huh. All right, back to the consecrated snowfields. Looking at this, I'm trying to think. I feel like we've done... Ah, we got this bit. I think we went up here, though, but, like, let me double check, because I don't remember everything in this area. But we're looking pretty good for starting on the Halig tree. Figured Elden Ring used it from the Latin rather than from the French. Good point. I actually didn't realize it was also Latin. I should have, but didn't. This is getting insane. We're doing so much damage. I think we'll start getting some endurance. Although maybe getting some other stats might be good for being able to use and try out things. Yeah, I think 76 strength at this point is ridiculous, insane overkill. I'm killing everything so fast. It's stupid. I love it. Oh, it was a joke. Oh, sorry. I can't tell. Trust me, I am sometimes, like, listen, I don't know much French, but, you know, being Canadian, all of our packaging has French on it. So I sort of have learned, like, some French through, like, seeing it constantly, like, side by side with English. And I took French for years in school, but it was, like, school French, so not, like, great. But because of that, I'm so exposed to it that I'm often surprised at the fact that most people don't know words in French, like, any. Like, I remember I was like, I have a t-shirt that says soleil on it, but le soleil, which means the sun. And it's literally sol, right? As in the Latin word for French, for sun. And it's based on that. And I was wearing it, and I had people ask me, like, what it means. And I'm like, really? So sometimes I forget that not a lot of people, like, not everyone has had a lot of exposure to French. What is the best strength scaling weapon you found? I don't even remember. I just started using these, and nothing's been as good as them. Okay. Beeble. Go away. I'm busy. I'm fighting a Beeble. Oh, is that a big Beeble? Beeble. Big Beeble. Come back. Baby. Oh. I should mention something that we saw. Some of these Albinarics used a Discus of Light on me. Miquella's signature spell. Well, sorry, not Miquella's signature spell, but a spell associated with Miquella. And Radigan, but Miquella. Hello. So large. Radigan had the spell too? Yeah, so Miquella gave it to Radigan. But it does seem that Miquella kept the use of circular holy rings. The Albinarics are patrolling and protecting this area, but I mean, I have to feel a little bad for them. They're sort of just chilling out here. The frog-like ones are not really that close to the town either. I think Discus doesn't have high requirements, but I could be mistaken. Let's check. Let's see. 13 int and 13 faith. Holy shit, that's the other thing. It's actually quite a simple spell, relatively, right? A gift from the young Miquella to his father Radigan. Versus Radigan's requires 31 and 31. Also, the numbers are reversed, 13 to 31. That's kind of interesting. Like, all this really means is that Radigan was more, I mean, this could have literally been when Miquella was indeed quite young, like pretty actually young. Now, of course, he was always young. But he was sort of, you know, he created a simple spell, and then Radigan, well, he overcomplicated it, eh? Radigan valued int over faith. He did, but I would say that he valued both in their measure because he was also extremely loyal to the Erd Tree, and he was a great supporter of faith in it. And other than Law of Regression, actually, which I would definitely describe as Radigan's signature spell, that all things yearn eternally to converge. This is his signature. and it requires only int. So that is telling. However, all the other incantations are a perfect balance of int and faith, which I think says a lot about Radigan as well. They balance both. He believed in faith a great deal, but he believed that it should be tempered by scholarship and not be blind. In other words, faith backed with knowledge. But faith is still very integral to his character. He was the leal hound of the Golden Order. He was incredibly loyal. He's like a diehard loyalist, which is part of why I was talking about for years that Melania and Radigan in that way are very similar. And why in base game Melania seems to have embodied many of Radigan's traits. In essence, being a powerful warrior, because both of them are described as very powerful, and loyalty. Melania's main trait is her extreme loyalty to Miquella. No matter what Miquella does, she will remain loyal to him. Now, of course, we have the charm discourse to discuss. I get it. But this is more in base game when we didn't quite understand the extent of Miquella's charm abilities. We had hints, but we didn't quite know how it worked, right? So whether you believe she was charmed or not, her main traits, as we know them, are extreme loyalty. And who wouldn't be loyal to the person, to your twin who gave you the ability to have a life in the first place by giving her the needle, right? They would have loved each other, surely. Okay. I think that's everything here. Chat, looking at this, am I missing anything in Consecrated Snowfields? It's been so long since I've been in this area, I actually don't know. Whoops. What do you think? So yeah, personally, I don't think Melania was charmed. I think she just was actually loyal to him. Now, you could also argue that he charms people not on purpose, that they become charmed as a consequence. Definitely. But I don't think so. I don't think she was charmed. It confuses me that fundamentalism is about scholarship and intelligence too. I mean, which fundamentalism is based on reason? Yeah, it's also very strange because part of fundamentalism is resenting the Crucible, for example, right? That's less in fundamentalism so much that it's like a key aspect of Radigan's behavior. You can see the Black Knights walking around the town outside the Everjail. No! Are they visible without the torch? Also, if you kill them, are they still visible? Because I don't think I actually knew that. My headcanon, he created the law of regression to keep himself separated from Marika. I disagree. Only because what regression is the pull of meaning that all things yearn eternally to converge. Additionally, the other main trait that is associated with Radigan is the hero aspiring to be complete. That's his whole deal, is wanting to be complete, to recombine, to reconverge, which suggests to me that he wouldn't want to separate. He wanted to recombine. That was all. He was 100% for it. The moment the Greater Will / Elden Beast snapped their fingers, he left his wife and went to Leyndell with no question, because his first love was always to that religion, to the Erd Tree. Like the animals, the thing is I killed them. So does it still happen? And also, you don't need the sentry torch? They're just wandering? Poor Renala. Poor Renala. It's really sad. I'm just not really sure where they are. Either way, it's cool that you can see them. I don't think Miquella is aware his charm is magical. Here's the evidence that he is aware of his charm. The Empyrean Miquella is loved by many people. Indeed, he has learned very well how to compel such affection. He doesn't do it by accident. He has learned how to compel affection. This phrase alone tells us a lot about him. It also has his symbol. We've seen that symbol now, by the way, chat. The Halig tree symbol there in the background. It was a long time ago when we picked up this item, but now we've seen it. This is his symbol. He made this, and he can compel affection. It is not an accident. Don't ever think that he's just like, oops, everyone listens to me and does everything I want. No, he knows very well what he's doing. He has learned. Oh, baby, it's time. What's the deal with the Halig tree? I don't know. Let's find out by going there right now. I don't think Melania was charmed, but I don't think he was honest with her. That's a good... I don't know if he was honest with her either. We're here! Yay! We just teleport here. Boom, baby. All right, I'll be right back. Just gonna use the restroom, and then we're gonna explore Elfile. right. L-Fi-L, baby. I'm pumped. Yo, Wes Jameson! Thanks so much for becoming a YouTube member. Thank you for supporting the stream. Welcome. Best area? I really, really enjoy L-Fi-L. We got emotes as well. Don't really use them too much on YouTube. It's a different culture, but please enjoy. Thanks so much. I'm gonna finish my tea. Geez, that co-op is not very jolly. If that's the case. Okay, tea is done. I have blueberries. And I have water. Alright. Yeah, I should be clear. I like L-Fi-L, but I really do like the whole area. Like, I think it's very cool. I will say it sort of suffers from the... Everything is so overtuned in the late game. It's just not so bad if you're jump L1 gamer. Like, you hardly notice. If something hits you, you notice, but fortunately you can stun lock so many things that you don't tend to notice so much. And we see these weird guys again. They are facing... just about precisely this direction. Okay, more like that. More like that. Okay. Now, since we were lucky enough to get the envoy horn, let's read. Holy f... I scare the daylights out of me. Jump scare. Ooh. We were lucky enough to get the envoy horn, so I'm going to read it here to remind ourselves what the heck these guys are about. Golden horn of the Oracle Envoys. Profoundly weighty, its blows are sure to be felt. Originally instrument, one that cannot be sounded by a mere human, and perhaps it is too early to sound the call. Ugh! They evoke the Horn of Judgment. Which is basically like the end of the world, sort of? It's like, what is it? Is it Michael who sounds the call? It's meant to evoke the angel who blows the horn, like the trumpet, and this signals the second coming in Christianity and, well, the end of that world, sort of thing. There's also a horn that signals the beginning of Ragnarok. Ah, there we go. So it is Michael? All right, so also the horn signifies the start of Ragnarok, the Norse end of the world. So basically the idea, and the judgment card in tarot depicts the angel blowing a horn as well. So there's this idea of the time of judgment, right? So that's what's being evoked here. These guys are sounding the call. We see them in two places, in Landell and here. Am I forgetting a place, chat? Whoa! They're kind of like snipers with that shit, too. Another tiny spiral. Definitely a bit spirally. I think I wrote them down in the spiral list. Another envoy's horn. That is very lucky. Gabriel? Was it Gabriel? I thought it was Michael. Also, there is the Envoy's Great Horn, which you can see here. And that is most definitely a spiral. But we don't have that item. They also blow bubbles at you. And we know that bubbles people search for things in the bubbles. The Claymen did that. And the Claymen are from the civilization of old. They were the... Oh, wow. Yeah, it's a two-shot. I forgot. They are the priests from the religion of the civilization of old. Of old. And of old, I guess. The underground one, that's all we know about them. They live in those ruins, and they are apparently all that's left of that civilization. Everyone else in the ruins has no involvement with their construction. But they do. They're searching for things in their bubbles, and they use bubbles on us. These guys use golden bubbles, though. Okay, let me go back to where those ants were. Was that down there? No, it was there. Yeah, other than that, we don't know much about these mysterious figures, but they were in Leyndell looking at the throne. And our purpose is to go to the throne. Well, the throne, more like the Erd Tree. Something is meant to happen there. Something is also meant to happen here. Now, of course, we don't know where Miquella is right now. Damn, that is a fat dumpy. Oh my god. Oh, hell yeah. The soft bundle worn on the head by Oracle envoys, densely wrapped in several... Okay, 1 second, sorry. You're not allowed to have fucking fun in this game. You have to constantly be harassed by enemies. Fun is not allowed. This is a very serious video game. At all times it is serious. There is no hint of hilarity or whimsy at all. Really though, this area is kind of fucking annoying. The enemies are so abundant. Anyway, the soft bundle worn on the head by Oracle envoys, densely wrapped in several layers of cloth, raises the potency of bubble-based skills. No one knows what the cloth hides, but some claim to have heard a faint whimpering from inside. It must have been their imagination. It doesn't really jiggle. Okay. Very stiff. Good to know. These guys are very mysterious. We get very little lore on them in general. But I will say they are probably associated with the Greater Will because of the golden bubbles specifically and their golden weapons. We don't know if they are born or if they are created. We don't know if they're artificial. We don't know if they're natural. But, I mean, they do look very reminiscent of Aldenarix. Oh god, I'm slipping. They're stretched limbs. Like, they're very unnatural looking. And these are the first things we see. The other things we see, though, are more Miranda blossoms, and they seem to be like huddled around them, if you notice. Around the blooms. They're otherwise looking... Oh god. They're otherwise looking at the tree, apparently, but they're sometimes huddled around those blooms, and those are scarlet rot blooms, which, one thing I haven't mentioned yet because I've been so busy talking about the Bubble Boys, this tree is rotting. From the scarlet rot. We see signs of it. It is still alive, but it's rotting. We also know from Millicent, who we haven't seen in quite a while, that this is the place where Melania is. She tells us about Castle Sol, tells us to go there, and tells us that she's looking for Melania, who is beyond those lands. So this is the place. Melania is here, which makes sense if the place is rotting. But the extent of the rot is staggering. This is a massive tree. Like, no shit, right? But... oh, right. I think this is one of the few places. There you go, there you go. There's the tree. This is probably one of the places where the tree is the most hidden. The Erd tree, I mean. Not fully, obviously. It really extends around the whole land. But this gives you one of the worst views of the Erd tree. It's halfway beyond the cliff. But that's also because this is such a small tree. Right there is Castle Sol. Do you remember? We were right there. And we looked down and we could see this. And it was indeed a massive tree, but only in comparison does it look small. You could see it from that ghost in Castle Sol. If this tree had been bigger, if it had grown, it would have looked at the Erd tree as an equal in height, but it never did. So we are currently on the branches of the holy tree, and it is rotting away. It's not looking great in that regard. We'll talk a little bit more about this. I'm just talking about what we're seeing, but there's a lot more to the tree. Right, yeah. I think the best way to do this. I think I'm gonna grab this and then head back because I have to get back to that where that big guy was. It is very pretty here. Okay. Halig Tree Town. Halig Tree Canopy. Let's go back to the canopy. One of the super fun parts of the Halig Tree, personally, for me, is that we start in its branches. We start at its top and we descend further down it. I find that very interesting. But it also sort of evokes the idea that, well, frankly, this place failed, right? Like, it's... even looking at it, it's not the Erd tree, and clearly that's the attempt. Right, yeah. Yeah, it's a little hard to go this way. Maybe I shouldn't have. I don't remember how to get there. Can I just, like, descend? Right, yeah. Yeah, let's go from the other direction. I'm remembering why I don't do it this way. I go from the canopy. There's a reason. It's him. Miquella's Halig Tree. I'm also going to make a visit to what's-his-face? Gideon shortly. I don't think we have any info for him yet. But still. I want to make sure. I want to see the exact, like, moment. Oh, Jesus. That hurt real bad. Okay. Over here first. Oh, wow. Can you hit me from there? Yeah, probably. Maybe. I don't know. I don't want to risk it. Let's take care of this guy first. So big, so bulbous, so round. Oh, right. I should talk about the fact that they drop white flesh, which is associated with like crabs and whatnot. Oh, God. Oh, God. We got a whole Duke family here. Alright, I wasn't sure if that was a swing or if you were just chilling. Uh-oh. These guys are so silly. So, this is the first time we've seen these guys too, by the way. We've seen the medium ones, and we've seen the little ones, but these guys we only see here. Oracle Envoy Ashes. Ashen remains in which spirits yet dwell, used to summon the spirits of 4 Oracle Envoys. Spirits of a monstrous band of musicians who employ sacred arts. It is said that when Oracle Envoys appear, playing their pipes, they do so to herald the arrival of a new god or a new age. Huh. So that's what they do. And if that's what they're doing, then in Leyndell, they are probably heralding a new age. So here, are they heralding a new god? This is the moment where it all comes together and you're like, wait a second. They're here too? I personally think the Leyndell ones are pointing at the Erd tree. I don't think they're pointing toward the Halig tree. I think they're pointing toward the inside where an age is ready to begin. Right? So that's personally my take. But you could argue that they're all just pointing at the Halig tree. However, they're really in close proximity. So these ones have also probably been here for longer because there's the bigger ones. So that's really interesting too. We don't really know where they come from. The heralds, they're very strange. So it's possible that they're there because we are there, because we're getting closer, or maybe for someone else. I think that they're pointing at both. Might have come to the Halig tree from Leyndell because they hated it. I don't think they hate it. I don't really... They're so mysterious. All they do is sit and blow their pipes. I don't really think that they're... like, oh, fuck the Halig tree. I think that they are heralding 2 different things because it specifically says a new god or a new age. And a new god could create a new age. But I think that distinction is we get that here. We get that item here, not in Leyndell. I think that that's what's so telling. At first we see those guys and we're like, what are these weird guys blowing horns? Like, what the frick? And then we get more lore on them. And the details are here. The reason being is that in Leyndell we get a part of the picture, here we get the full picture. I think they're talking about 2 separate things. Though only those 2 places. Yeah. I actually don't think Miquella is the new god that they're horning about, but we'll get to that later. That's just what we're seeing. Anyway, sorry, raiders, welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had fun. Blakey McGee, good to see you. We're just doing some Elden Ring lore today. Remember how much you laughed during the first time you saw them? I love them. They're these strange marshmallow boys who hit you with big gold sticks and make little doots. They're perfect. They're perfect. Interesting they don't have any sign of rotting. Yeah. Whatever is going on here, they don't seem affected by it. I think they're there for Miquella, potentially unaware he's been snatched by Moog. It's possible, but... It's like they're these heralds that appear mysteriously. At least that's what's implied. It is said that when oracle envoys appear playing their pipes, they do so to herald the arrival of a new god or a new age. A monstrous band of musicians, right? Like that's what we're told. They appear. They are a signifier, a harbinger of something. I don't think that they're like literal dudes who knock on the door and go, hello, I would like to be here now. I think they know what they're horning about, personally. Migrated to be with Miquella, hoping for better treatment. They're not groups, they're not a faction, they're not people, they are just heralds. They're sort of like... I don't really... You're thinking of them like a group that makes sense, and they're like, we're treated poorly, we're gonna go get some food over here. They're not like that. They're here for a reason. Personally, I think that they're meant to be this strange group. They only appear in those two places. Now keep in mind, I don't remember DLC, I don't remember every detail, so they might be in DLC, but in base game, they are only in these two places. I don't think they'd be tricked. I think they're here for millennia. They probably just appear like biblically accurate angels. Seriously. Yeah. They're like angels. They're meant to evoke that. So also what's interesting is proximity doesn't seem important to them because the ones in Lane Dell are very far from the Erdtree. You see them right when we enter. Also, you only see these guys right when you enter. They're not further in. Yeah. So basically, I see them as these strange spiritual symbols, not a real group of people, not like a faction that wants food and better treatment. They're not like that. They're here to signal something. So when you see them, you're like, oh shit. It's like seeing an angel. You're like, whoa, 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 time to pay attention. Something's happening here. It's very important. What do these statues and architecture signify? What an excellent question. I wonder what this statue could mean. Now, we have seen this statue before. We saw it right here in Altus, where we got the item for Celavis's quest. The Amber Shard, or whatever, which was a golden starlight shard, and it's unique. It's said to be associated with a demigod's destiny. And we saw this statue, and it was at the foot of the statue. Now, we talked about that statue, but at the time, we didn't yet really know too much about these figures. We figured, okay, that's Melania, but who's the kid? Now we know. It's Miquella. Miquella is always described as young, a child, youthful. Same with Trina, to the point that depicting Trina as an adult is said to be unnerving. So, this is the twins, Miquella and Melania. And though they are twins, they look so different because one stopped aging. And this is sort of the moment that tells us, like, no, really, he's young because he's literally young. He can't grow up. His twin sister is an adult and he remains a child. And I really love this statue. There's a reason a lot of people have been talking about the statue for a really long time because it's so sweet. We can see, first of all, they both have those, like, well, spirals, first of all. A crown on their forehead, signifying that they are divine. Right? Then Melania has these sort of, like, veiny thorn, not thorns, but, like, something's growing up on her, and you can see some vining, likely representing the rot that consumed her. And she's missing her arm. And we know this is the same arm that Millicent is missing because it was rotted away. Now, in this statue, we see Melania sort of embracing and protecting Miquella. It's very much like a loving, but also like protective over top of him gesture. But also Miquella we can see he's still trying to hold her up. Like it's as if they're both supporting each other. She's embracing, but he's still holding her up. This is a beautiful statue. And it makes the tragedy even further of what's happening with these characters and where they've become, or like what they've become. This is so touching. They want to help each other. They love each other. It's not the only time we're going to see that statue, but it's been a long time since we've seen it. And we see it almost immediately upon entering the Halig tree. A symbol of their mutual love and support of each other. And now we're in Halig Tree Town, and the architecture is like nothing else we've seen. It's very much Elven. The fact that it's also wrapped around a tree, which we could see by looking from the canopy, also very much links it to like elvish architecture. Like, look at that. It looks like straight out of Lord of the Rings. I feel like I'm in Rivendell. And the first thing we encounter are Misbegotten. A group of people who, at this point in history, are mistreated. But maybe they deserve it. Sorry. That was a joke. I just really hate these Leonine Misbegotten. They're so annoying. I do love how the Misbegotten tend to sort of use adapted weapons, but the Leonine are very mighty. And they tend to be the Crusaders, the Warriors, the Revengers, things like that. Also, by far the strongest. And they have red hair. So once again, we talked about this last time. Oh, and then we have rotted dudes, just like in Caelid. Uh-oh. Oh no. Interesting that the Misbegotten are like praying in another direction. What's over there? So keep in mind, we're in Miquella's Halig tree, but things are looking very rotted. We know Mulaney is here, but if Miquella's here, uh-oh. Okay, what is in that direction? Nothing. Okay, cool. They're just kind of praying. They're like, praise, please. So once again, the red hair, while it is associated with Radagon, of course, by paying attention to the game's own storytelling, we've learned that red hair is simply associated, or red, sorry, the color, is simply associated with being close in proximity to the Crucible. I don't read these because they have the same lore. But it's still interesting that we find a Pearl Drake talisman here. Misbegotten part of the Crucible? No, they're close to the Crucible. The animal parts are also a signifier of that, and the game tells us that at some point in history, these were seen as signs of the divine. But as civilization has advanced, they have become reviled. In other words... Oh, wow. Cute. Yeah, these ones seem more rotted too. Yeah, definitely worse than Caelid. It suggests they've been rotting for longer, or also that the rot has been here for longer. They're like fully shroomed up. Sorry, what was I talking about? Misbegotten. Crucible. Civilization advanced, and they started to become despised. What this also suggests is, frankly, Radagon's influence. The reason for this is because his whole personality is basically hating the Crucible. There's tons of signs of it. I've pointed out every one we've encountered. The Crucible Knights were seen as chaotic and forced away. He despises his red hair. It talks about the giants. But really, what red signifies is simply being very ancient or close to the Crucible. No. You're conflating two things. We talked about this during the run. The Misbegotten were not despised by Marika. We learned this from Hugh. Civilization advanced. Something changed and the Misbegotten became despised. It was likely Radagon's influence. Marika, we get strong information that she was very close to Hugh. Hugh not only is exceptionally loyal to her, like imprisoned in his duty to her to fulfill her wish, to the point that it is a curse, but he worships her and prays to her like a goddess. Hugh is a sign of what the Misbegotten and how they were treated before. The Misbegotten are not like the Omen. The Misbegotten were not despised until later, and we know someone whose main defining trait is despising the Crucible, and that is Radagon. So, at this point in time, though, the Misbegotten are desperately in search of a safe place, and that's what the Holy Tree provides for them. They are allowed in. Which is kind of crazy considering the Albinarics are not, but... Crucible Knights used horns, feathers, tails, and such. Marika worked with them to fight the fire giants. Yes, they were a key part. They to the point that the Crucible Knights are strongly associated with Godfrey. They are Godfrey soldiers. No, the Crucible was totally acceptable in her era, and why wouldn't it be? So, sorry, like, listen, I know, but, like, I'm trying... I know there's folks... I'm not expecting everyone to have watched every part of the lore run, but I'm afraid this is stuff that we sort of talked about, so while I am discussing it now that it's relevant, I don't want to have to repeat the entire discussion. Do you know what I mean? Like, is that fair? Like, I know, but just, like, they're not the same thing. We've talked about it. I just don't want to get into it now because we're talking about other things as well. I'm adding on to it, right? So just suffice to say, the Misbegotten and the Omen are two separate things, two separate groups, and there's strong evidence that the Misbegotten were not always despised. However, now, they sure are. Society got more advanced. And you know what I associate with society getting more advanced? Learning. And some learning is not good. It is so unfortunate this guy fell down here. I did not want to fight him down here, but he fell, so what is a girl to do? Oh, well, die, I guess. Alright, so... Albinarics... outside... I think the Albinarics were okay. Perhaps they wanted more space. Perhaps they wanted to be closer to the apostate derelict. Maybe it was their choice to stay out here in Ordina and surrounding environs. Like, maybe that was their choice. Really, it's totally possible. It's just, I can't help but see this group of people, you know, who's like, shows up at the gates and they aren't let in. And kind of look at it like, right? And then Miquella puts them to work as sentries. Like, I can't help but side-eye that, but it's totally possible that they were just grateful for a safe place and they were totally fine with it. That they weren't charmed. That they were just like, sure, Miquella, we'll protect your place because you gave us a safe place. That's also totally a possible read. I lost my train of thought because I died and I, like, forgot what I was talking about. Misbegotten. Divine. Damn it, it'll come back to me. Maybe there's some prejudice between the Albinarics themselves. Possible. We just, as far as I know, we don't get any hints of that. And it seems they came together, so I would argue, no, I think they were cool. Long-haft axe. Large iron axe with a long handle, weapon of the maltreated misbegotten. Making use of the force generated by its length, this weapon's resentment charge blows are difficult to stop. You do feel bad for them. Misbegotten are like the missing link between Omen and human? No. Omen are cursed. Omen are straight up cursed. Just, they are not kidding about them being like a curse. It is not their fault, but they are cursed. There is a reason they are treated that way. And like, I'm not saying they obviously don't deserve it, but for an immortal people, they would be horrified. Oh, I meant to go down there. By like the risk. I guess we'll just do this. Of that curse spreading. Like that is sort of the thing. They are a separate thing. They seem similar, but they are separate. Do not... We'll talk about the Omen more later, because we finally know the source of the curse in DLC, but that is DLC. Right now, what we do know is that the Omen are a separate thing. And it's kind of telling they wield curse. It's sort of what I call it, but like, they use resentful spirits on you. The powerful ones that haven't had their horns cut are able to imbue their weapons and spit curse at you. They are not natural. The Omen were a curse of the Hornsent. The Hornsent and their resentment cursed Marika and her people. That's really what it is. But we'll get to this, because like I said, we don't know what the frick a Hornsent is right now. Of course they have crucible ties. That's why it was so nebulous in base game. We were like, okay, but they're horned, so are they just like misbegotten? No, they are not. They are different. They were just missing pieces that we didn't have yet, and that is the Hornsent, and that answered every single question. Oh! This is related to Moog again, but I wanted to mention this. Moog's knights get stronger after blood loss in the vicinity. That's the Lord of Blood's exaltation. That is the talisman. And Vare has the same ability. So it's just kind of interesting that that is how they get their power. It's a little twisted. They're a little twisted, I suppose. Moog never uses curse since Morgoth does. Yeah. I think Moog's curse has been put into his blood. I think he's conjoined the two. Strength, weapons. Also, I find it interesting that they are Leonine misbegotten. And Godfrey is associated very heavily with lions. Also, lions are associated with bravery, though, so... Okay, I also want to talk about these cocoons. I'm just... Well... Ah, here we go. This is what I was looking for. That cocoon looks suspiciously like a person, no? And yeah, looking at it, it is an Albinauric model. So this is the next form. Yeah, I guess I never noticed that they are indeed the Albinauric model. I just associated them with like bent over people. That has to be intentional. Also, what's kind of notable is the male Albinaurics of the first generation are apparently not able to do any... Well, I shouldn't say they don't do combat. They do combat, but it's very minimal. They tend to sort of like lunge at you, while the female Albinaurics are the combatants. They tend to be the ones who wear armor, they ride wolves, and they are the more... they're the warriors. So it's interesting that the men were allowed in the city and the women defend it on the outside. I don't think we see any female Albinaurics in the city, but this is likely where they went, possibly because they weren't good at combat. So yeah, it is very creepy, but what this represents, cocoons in general, they represent transformation. And albinarics are, well, they die early. So presumably this is something that they chose. However, we only see it here, and thus it's strongly associated with Miquella. The other thing about Miquella, and this is something that unfortunately sort of never came to fruition, but if I'm not mistaken, these are specifically silkworm cocoons, as in silk moths, which are super cute and super fluffy. That's how we get silk. Like real silk is spun by these moths. And that's why it's so expensive, is that bugs literally have to make it strand by strand by strand by strand. And this appears to be a process. It really just seems like they curled up and cocooned, but as far as we tell, they never make it any further. Now, silk and silkworms are associated very strongly with, like, thread, right? So spiders are associated with thread, but this is a different form of it. They're associated with silk and spinning, making things out of thread, like cloth, right? And the other thing that Miquella is very associated... I don't have the item anymore. Miquella's needle. He makes needles. Now, needle is very interesting because, first of all, they're medical. He puts them into someone, and they are able to seal away the influence of outer gods. We gave that one to Millicent right now, so we don't have it anymore. But that's what he does. He creates these special needles. As far as we know, I think it was just the one, but, like, his needles prevent the influence from other gods. And needles, though, are also used for sewing. So for the longest time, I had this theory that he was associated with spinning and he was a moth, while Melania was a butterfly. And I had this theory, like, I just thought it'd be really cool. Unfortunately, never came to anything. So silk moths or no, they are trying to transform into something else. Perhaps to let go of their weakened bodies, which die early. Where does Scholar come from? Well, he's part of the Herodes school. But we'll talk about that later, because the Scholar albinarics are very interesting. That's more Night Rain. I will talk about Night Rain lore, because it's actually really interesting and builds beautifully upon base game, but it's just not right now. It really is a very beautiful place. Even rotting, even with it clearly fading away, it is a gorgeous place. Like, the architecture here is stunning. It's very natural, in line with nature, associated with elven architecture. Like, it looks like Rivendell from Lord of the Rings. I definitely think that was the inspiration, because elves are often depicted as being very in tune with nature. And then we see the statue again here in this place of honor. Whatever was needed for the process to finish was taken away. I don't think that Miquella, Haligtree Town Plaza. So this is the plaza, and in this position of honor, in the center of town, because that's what a plaza would be, is this statue depicting the love of the siblings. This was clearly a central aspect of the Haligtree Town. All right, Miquella, right now, and keep in mind, we've only seen really like Castle Sol so far, but that was one of Miquella's plans. He set that into motion. We know that Castle Sol and bringing Godwyn back to life, and that's what's interesting. Miquella changed his plan at some point, and this was likely early. Golden Epitaph, a sword made to commemorate the death of Godwyn the Golden, first of the demigods to die. Infused with the humble prayer of a young boy, "O brother, Lord brother, please die a true death," right? And it also has the unique skill Last Rites on it. And this is the effect of Sacred Order, which is effective on those who live in death. Now, this, because it's Miquella, but because it's got the Sacred Order stuff on it. It's associated with Golden Order fundamentalism. And we also know, based on most sources, except for pretty much Roger, that Godwin's death very quickly led to the Shattering. Marika driven to the brink, Shadow of the Elden Ring very quickly after this. Most things in the game really do make it seem like a led to B situation, that it was pretty quick after. The only exception is Roger, but as much as he's knowledgeable, I will argue that the people who know better are the people who were literally there, like Ronnie. So I think it was pretty quick. More of these spirit collar snails. What this means, though, is that when Godwin died, which triggered the Shattering, and that was pretty late, Miquella was either still involved with Golden Order fundamentalism, or he decided to make this sort of as like a, I wish to help my brother die, right? Out of mercy, because he's in this awful state. However, at some point, that changed. Ghost crystallians that are summoned by these guys. Very strange. Yeah, at some point, though, that changed, and he made an attempt to bring Godwin back, which was what was happening at Castle Sol, but it failed, right? So keep in mind, right now we only have one example, but we learned that Miquella's plans changed, and it was quite ambitious. He went from trying to kill his brother, help him die a true death, and then he went to bringing him back. However, it failed. Both plans failed. Godwin continues to grow and spread. So nothing came of it. Now, this is a pretty hard thing to do, so I'm not going to judge too harshly, but I want to point out that all we know about Miquella right now is that his plans weren't working. And then we have this tree. Now, it's pretty mighty, but it's nothing like the Erd tree. And it was pretty much, it's pretty blatant that he was trying to do the same thing as, you know, creating the Erd tree. He was trying to make his own. He called it the Holy Tree. Oh, and by the way, as to how he grew it, there's a hint, and there's been a hint for a very long time. The Sacramental Bud. An immature bud containing fresh blood, believed to originate long ago from a strain of buds cultivated with youthful sacramental blood. The word youth and youthful is almost always associated with Miquella. Like, it's insane how often that exact word is used. So that is what the Holy Tree was. It was a strain of buds made of blood. Likely Miquella's blood. Oh, just over there. Okay. The lore of Elden Ring could fill a huge book, and we the Tarnished only arrive in the very last chapter. Yeah, no, this is a story, chat, just to like really cement how amazing this is. This is a story that we are at the end of. Like, any one of these segments of the game could have been its own game. Marika against the Horn Sant. The Shattering War could have been a whole video game. And yet, they saved that and just turned it into backstory. And this is the history. Like, we are not at the dawn of a civilization. We're not creating one. We are watching one in heavy decline. And this is a very FromSoftian thing. They always do this, and it stays awesome. Ah, here we go. We've seen this statue before. Oh, great, I'm gonna die. The statue of Miquella. That was close. Benevolently smiling. It's also interesting that we always see him kind of in this position of, we never see him standing, right? He's always sort of like, you know, crouching, leaning, like bent sort of calmly. Like, he has this softness and gentleness to him, this innocence, right? Like, he's not depicted as standing and pointing in a mighty, he's always depicted as gentle, soft, sweet. Although that is how he chooses to depict himself, right? Like, this is his place. He built it. Also, these spiraling candles are really interesting to me because we only see them here, but they're very similar to those weird spectral candles that we see in the lands between. And those candles lead us to dungeons sometimes. A ghost walks and leads us. It also depicts a spiral. You can see it's spiraling up a tree. Soft boy manipulator core. Exactly. And this is an aspect of Miquella, like the sweet boy. The perpetual child. Depicting innocence. Absolutely. And well-meaning. Like, really, he means well. But a lot of figures mean well. And that's kind of the thing, is we've already seen some signs of sinisterness with him. I was gonna say I have to be careful of that, and then I just took it right on the chin. Please don't hit me, I'm innocent. One moment, please. Everyone's the hero of their own story. That and the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Demonic child, more like, yeah, no, really, not quite. Like, he's so involved with things. I'm trying to think if there's anything else we've seen him involved with yet, chat. Not yet, not really. Oh, did I mean to go up here? No, I did not. I did not. Miquella does have some Newman's power. If you mean like the flower thing, the tree. He cultivated these buds out of his own blood. It's strange. He has special blood as well, which makes sense. But in terms of like the floral-y stuff, Trina seems to really have more of that aspect. But he still does grow a tree from his blood. So, notable. Mm-hmm. You know what? I'm gonna do a brief BRB. I'm very hydrated, chat, alright? I'll be right back. Give me a minute. Also depicted as Miquella the Kind. Yeah, he, I really think that there's some implication that he wanted to be called that. You know what I mean? Everyone who's like canonically charmed by him calls him Miquella the Kind, Miquella the Kind. I'm here for Miquella the Kind. And I think that once the charm is broken, we like never hear that term again. But look, keep in mind that's DLC, so we'll get to it. His power basically means no one will ever tell him no. Yeah, well, I mean, they can, and then he will compel them to say yes to him. Yeah, absolutely. That doesn't mean people don't simply say yes to him, but yeah, he can compel them. So I am reminded of what's his name? Kilgrave. Kilgrave from Jessica Jones, whose name is just hilariously edgelord, but yeah, Kilgrave. So there are battle mage warriors here as well. This is the Haima Conspectus, and they are the warriors. They actually do have a great hood, don't they? Let's see. Yeah, the Haima Glintstone Crown. Scholars of the Haima Conspectus sought the power to quell conflict, and to this end studied the sorceries of cannon fire and the gavel. That's how you quell conflict, with greater force. Ansbach still uses it? Ansbach is actually very interesting. Yeah, he's very respectful. It's so strange. Ansbach with Moog is so fucking weird. Why are the Haima here? Well, we have these battle mages who seek to quell conflict, and right here we have a boss. Look at this arena. It's totally going to be a boss. I'm so excited for Loretta to beat my ass. Loretta, Knight of the Halig Tree. She's not the Royal Carian anymore. And this is her in person. This fight usually beats my ass, but fortunately Night Rain. Oh wow, I wasn't ready for that. Also strength, my god, this is an absurd amount of damage. Are all strength weapons like this, chat? Because this is so fucking insane, I can hardly believe it. Like, people complained about Moonveil when you can do this? Like, Moonveil is the OP weapon? I mean, you could do this with any fucking, like, Colossals? I don't think she has a unique move. Except maybe the triple fire arrow? I think that's unique to this fight. So I'm just trying to think if there's anything else I have to show off before we execute her. I think it's just the triple fire. We've seen the regular... There it is. Yeah, this one. Alright, bye Loretta. I love you. I'll see you in Night Rain. Loretta's Mastery. Sorcery used by Loretta, Knight of the Halig Tree, creates a magic great bow and fires 4 great arrows simultaneously. Developed by Loretta after her long, bloody journey to seek out a place where the Albinarics could live in peace. So that's why she doesn't use it in her initial fight, because it was developed after. So now we know what happened to Loretta. She led the Albinarics to safety, and she served Miquella after that and became the Knight of the Halig Tree. Loretta is very heroic. Intricately crafted silver war sickle wielded by Loretta, Knight of the Halig Tree. Originally given for service as a personal guard to Carian royalty, the weapon's blue glintstone has been replaced with unalloyed gold. Pure gold. Skill Loretta Slash. Skill of Loretta the Royal Knight. Leap forward, imbuing the blade with glintstone, then descend, accelerating into a sweeping slash. Moonville was pretty insane the first month the game was out. I know, but like I was there. The reason it was insane was because of its stagger damage. In 2 L2s, you could stagger just about anything. And that's, you know, a lot. But it's like, you could just do this 3 times and everything fucking staggers too. I'm like blown away. Loretta is a super cool character. So, yeah, if she was an Albinaric, then she couldn't ride her horse like that. So most likely she was not an Albinaric. She was a very high-ranking knight, like the most high-ranking knight for the Carian royalty. I gotta say, the Carians are really interesting because they have a lot of, like... I'm thinking of Jaren, who was, like, a guest of the Carian royals and then served Radon. So they have a lot of folks leave to serve other groups. It's pretty interesting. But really, thinking about it, just Jaren and Loretta, and Jaren technically is not serving them, he's doing them a service. They hired him as a witch killer, basically. So, but he ends up serving Radon by choice. So, man, that's a beautiful skybox. I love how it gives everything a golden glow. It's very beautiful. So, Loretta, I know there's some theories that she was an Albinaric. And the way I read that, and that's the shield, and I'm gonna talk about why I think that is. Shield of radiant silver festooned with amber and carried by Loretta, Knight of the Halig Tree. The shape is said to imitate that of a sacred drop of dew, which inspired the absurd rumor that Loretta herself was an Albinaric. If her legs weren't working, she wouldn't be able to ride her horse the way she does. So most likely she was not an Albinaric, considering that's our main tell of being an Albinaric. But what this means to me is she became their protector. Now, Loretta is one of those figures who is generally just heroic. You could have a whole game based on Loretta. She saw a group of people who were mistreated, despised, hunted, just maltreated, and she wanted to help them. So she left her post and led them across the land to this place where they could be safe. Really. She's like, she did it. And the absurd rumor that Loretta herself was an Albinaric, the way I read that personally, is that the people said that there's no one who would give a shit about Albinarics except for another Albinaric. It's meant to be a malicious rumor. It's like, oh, she's protecting the Albinarics? Ugh, I guess she's an Albinaric herself, right? Because the people look down on them so much, they couldn't possibly conceive of someone simply wanting to help them because she saw people suffering. So you could also argue that she is an Albinaric, and it was like, but to me, what I find really compelling about this is that Loretta looks at people suffering and simply wanted to help them. That's it. That to me is more powerful than she had a secret identity and she had to pretend to be an Albinaric, like she had to pretend to be human so she wasn't mistreated. The thing is, based on her using, like, riding a horse is incredibly athletic and intensive on your body, and she's pretty fucking strong and mighty. She uses things really effectively. I think she was just your typical hero. Like, she's the equivalent of a tree sentinel. The one complaint I have with Loretta is that they didn't even give her unique grunts. She literally makes the same sound as tree sentinels. Like, the grunting they do, they couldn't even give her that uniqueness. So that kind of bothers me. They couldn't even do, like, anything unique with her. But she's meant to be sort of the equivalent. The Karian's own tree sentinel. So I genuinely think that we're supposed to say that at face value, that it was a rumor because people were like, she associated with these fake beings and they despised her for it. But she found safety for them here and out of gratefulness to Miquella agreed to serve him. She really is so heroic. Halig Tree Promenade. Oh, shit. Forgot about something very important. One moment, please. Just talking about Loretta. It is an odd way to phrase it. I agree, chap. It's just, like, the whole thing, the main thing we know about Albinaurics is they very quickly lose the use of their legs. Now, you could argue, for example, Scholar, right? Scholar is an Albinauric in Night Rain to sort of bring him back, and he is... well, very blatantly able to use his legs, but he actually is a little not as good with them. He has a worse dodge than anybody else in the game. Top secret lore. A unique statue. Here are the children as kids. Like when the twins, I mean, when they were young. So we can see that's likely Miquella, that's likely Melania, and we can see they're almost the same size, but even at this point, Miquella stopped growing. Melania is bigger than him. And I know the twins aren't always identical, they're like, you know, whatever, but still, I think that there's something telling here. We can see the divine crowns, and then we see this guy. Or girl, honestly. I don't know who this is. My best guess is Godwin. But, like, hair lore, man. Whoever this is, though, is depicted protectively. The reason I think it could be Godwin is because we don't really get many depictions of him. However, he's usually depicted, I believe, with, like, vaguely wavy hair. So that would fit here. He's also pulling a blanket around them. It's a protective statue. And in terms of age, Godwin would have been at the right age to be grown by the time the twins were born, because they are the youngest of the lands between. Just for context, like, because these are demigods in a land of immortality, they literally, the siblings could be hundreds of years apart. Like, Godwin could be literally hundreds of years older than Radon. And Miquella and Melania could be hundreds of years younger than Radon and Rykard. That is possible in this timeline. We know that these times took time, right? First, Godfrey with Marika, then at some point, not at the same time, but also like they were at the same time, Radon and Rykard and Ronnie were born of Renala and Radigan. And then we have the twins way later. So, like, we also know that Radon grew up watching Godfrey and like idolizing him from a young age, so he would have probably seen him. So Godfrey was still there. So presumably, in my opinion, Radon grew up, Rykard grew up, and Ronnie grew up with Godfrey still in the lands between. And then it changed, and then there's a whole other age. So in terms of age and in terms of relationship, I think the likeliest explanation is Godwin. Nothing else that I've seen, including in DLC, has really made me think that it could be anyone else. I guess there's an argument for Mesmer, but it's just, it doesn't... We don't know. The hair, though, is the most similar to Godwin. And, like, I definitely get this is a manly face, so hence Godwin. But of the siblings that we know Miquella had a relationship with that he knew very well, it would have been Melania and Godwin. Those are the two in base game that we know he had a strong relationship with. And it could explain why he wants Godwin to die a true death. Like, it's a mercy. He's trying to free him from the state. and he's devastated at him becoming the Prince of Death. A veil to protect them? Could be a veil. Or it could just straight up be like a blanket. He's also got the golden crown. He's definitely... Yeah, I think it's got to be Godwyn. Also, very notable, Godwyn was acceptable to Radigan. Radigan also is always depicted with straight hair, if I remember correctly. I'm trying to think of any other depiction. He might have a tiny bit of wave, but like it's mostly straight. But Godwyn was acceptable, and the dragon cult was acceptable. So, you know, it sort of suggests something else, that Radigan only allowed a relationship with children that were acceptable. It's another reason I think that Radigan was the reason the Omen twins were put in the sewer. But the baby talisman is so interesting. The Omen Baron, the Regal Omen Baron. Talisman, let's see. Oh no, that's pretty wavy. But the crown is different. That's the other thing. We haven't seen this specific type of crown with the feathers on the side. And that's the main reason, because Radigan has a canonical crown. And if this is Radigan as Elden Lord, we know what his crown looked like. The reason that we think this is most likely Godwyn is because this is a different crown. It's not the same one. Radigan is always depicted as, even, by the way, even as not... Okay, so... This is likely him as Elden Lord because he's got the crown, but we find this in Rhea Lucaria. So it's kind of interesting that we find this in his past, but it depicts him as he's always depicted with the crown. Could Godwyn and Mesmer have been twins? No, no. Mesmer and Melina are the birth of a single god. Like, they don't have a father. It's only Marika, based on what the game tells us. The thing is, the crown is different. The crowns are pretty significant. Radigan is always depicted with the same crown. If this is Radigan, the biggest evidence for this not being Radigan is that Melania is being protected too. Radigan did not care for Melania. He did nothing to help her rot. But Godwyn, the benevolent big brother, that would fit. Historically, monarchs had several different kinds of crowns for different occasions. I know, but in this game, characters are depicted a certain way, and they tend to be pretty static. Else, I could say, oh, this is actually Marika, even though we never see her with that crown or wavy hair, because, you know what I mean? We look at that and we gotta get something. We only see Godwyn pretty much getting killed. So we don't know what he looked like when he was like a prince of the Earth Tree. The whole reason Miquella left was because Golden Order fundamentalism could not help Melania. Yeah. I gotta wonder too, what did Godwyn think of his younger siblings? Or I say younger, his siblings, Mohg and Morgott. We don't know. We have no idea. So I don't think it could be Radigan. It's not that Radigan wouldn't want to be depicted as a protector. I don't think that that's the case. I just think it doesn't fit with him embracing Melania as well. So we only see that statue once in the entire game. It's very significant, but it is kind of tucked away in its own little spot. The consensus is that that's Godwyn. Yeah, but there's argument for other things. So that's why I'm trying to express why we don't think it's other characters, because that helps us cement it. We don't know. We really don't know. It's just, in base game, we do know that Miquella has a relationship with two siblings, Melania and Godwyn. Those are the two that are like mentioned very particularly, and he goes out of his way to help both of them too. Castle Soul and the Needle. Those are the only siblings we know he has a bond with, and they're depicted both in statue. If that's the case, it makes sense. He has a relationship with Radigan as well, but he also leaves the church. And it's not meant to be like it's not angry or anything, but he does leave because his father can't do anything for Melania. And frankly, he doesn't, Radigan, seem to have any interest in doing anything for Melania because it is outside the purview of his obsession and his religion. Ancient dragon smithing stone. I guess it could also be Radon, but it's just they're demigod stepchildren and we don't really see them depicted that way. It's a little hard to see. We never really, as far as I know, see them with the spiral gold crown, as far as I can tell in any depiction. Always question the common consensus? Yeah, no, like, I mean, by all means, question. That's why I'm talking about all the possibilities. It's just, I've never found anything more compelling, personally, than it being Godwin. Welcome to Elphael, Brace of the Halig Tree. And I love this, because look. So, if you've ever planted a tree or, like, had saplings or anything planted near you, you've probably seen that they often wrap small trees in things. It helps strengthen them so they don't get easily knocked over, because baby trees, while strong and bendy, are still a little weak, so it'll help them. It also can even protect them against the cold. Like, you can wrap trees a little bit to help them with, like, cold and wind. This town is the literal brace of the tree. This was built to help it grow. So rather than like a little bit of like cloth wrapping the base of a tree, an entire town was built. And it doesn't even fully contain it. Like, look at this. This thing grew crazy. But nonetheless, it still failed. And now we know why Loretto is protecting this place, because now we're in Elphael. We're in the city proper. Laendel might have been the brace of the Erd tree as well. It's possible, but Laendel really, to me, evokes sort of a different design. Let's compare. It's not perfectly round. To me, Laendel, like, this is still a well-protected city. There's tons of stuff to prevent you from accessing this place, for sure. But this, to me, looks like a standard brace. Like, it's literally got these, like, buttresses, I guess? Like, looking at this, hang on, Millicent, I love you, but 1 minute. And look how far down we are. So this was built first, most likely. Obviously, because you can't build on a tree that hasn't grown. Yeah, look, it's all supporting it. And there are multiple walls. So it's still very well defended. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if it's actually the same concept. Laendel is a super walled city because all of Laendel is meant to be defensive. Keep things out to protect not only the tree, but the people within the city. They're protective and defensive of their own. Which seems similar here. Honestly, look at the walls. So it could be multi-purpose, yeah. I think it's significant to depict him like that at the promenade, the entrance to the Halig tree. As once Godwin comforted and did not shun the outcast and cursed twins, so too does the Halig tree welcome outcasts. Yeah, it makes sense. And frankly, a depiction of Radigan doesn't make sense there, because Radigan is sort of known for not welcoming outcasts. Right? Like, that's not really his deal. He creates them. The reason the Misbegotten are here is because they're so maltreated. Because, well, who's our favorite anti-Crucible guy? Who's sort of been in power for a bit, right? So Radigan is not the one to depict as like protective and loving and safe. It's not him. Godwin, it's a lot more nebulous, and we know they have a pre-existing relationship, so he simply makes the most sense. Lord Miquella gifted to Godwin as a replica of Elphael on the handle? Where? I guess I gotta equip it. I can kind of see it. Yeah, okay. So is that meant to be the tree? Like, is the sword itself like the Halig tree? I can kind of see it. Like, I can definitely get the like the sort of layered walls. I never would have seen that in my life, to be honest. Just as easily be Lane-Del. I feel like Lane-Del isn't so layered though. Like, Lane-Del is real. Like, look, it's like sharp. Do you know what I mean? And not as pointy. This is real pointy. Okay, I wanted to also show the top because I think this is really interesting too. Hey, welcome in, Problem Child. Glad you're enjoying. And hey, gamers, if you're new to the lore stream, all the VODs are on, well, they're on Twitch, but they're organized in a playlist on YouTube. So make sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel because you can watch these anytime. And personally, I'm a sucker for long form, like background content. So like, that's my favorite shit. I don't watch my own stuff. I watch other people like long form playthroughs. But anyway, it's always there. Feel free to watch the lore run from start to finish. But yeah, we see like a dead dude. Hang on. I'm really trying to show it, but like the wiggles are tough. Okay, maybe. Gentle, a little. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. So this to me very much looks like a crucifixion of like some dead dude. And then there's like the aura behind him. But it also, because the feet makes me think of a crucifixion because the feet are like this, and that's sort of the traditional depiction of like the crucifixion of Jesus, right? However, that straight arm thing has a different meaning. And if you notice, it's not the arms of crucifixion where they're like hanging and the body's sort of hanging. It's straight. It's an upright figure standing directly straight with their arms spread. That is the fundamentalism, the Golden Order fundamentalism symbol. So while the feet, you could argue, this is not a crucifixion. This is Golden Order fundamentalism, which makes sense because the weapon itself has last rites on it. It grants sacred order, laying to rest those who live in death. Also, yeah, gigantic head. Absolutely. I also think it's really cool, once again, that this is sort of the symbol. When Godwin died, Miquella was like, please die a true death. And then he's like, actually, brother, I'm going to try to bring you back to life. I'm going to bring your soul back. Didn't work. But interesting that we see his plans changing over time. And okay, if this depicts Elphael, then this tells us something very interesting. And it makes sense. Elphael was built or at least planned, because to be fair, you can depict a city that you're planning to build without building it. So, but either way, the plan to build Elphael or Elphael was already built by the time the sword was made, which is really interesting because that suggests that even when Miquella left Golden Order fundamentalism, he didn't fully abandon it because he still has the symbol here. Or maybe the death of his brother sort of brought him back a little bit into the fold. Because he's like, well, my brother is those who live in death now. Like, I have to help him. All right, really interesting stuff. And then we have Millicent in this chapel. And this is the prayer room. The first thing you do when you get here, you pray. This is a town of faith.
Again we meet.
Hey,
I
Millicent.
can only surmise our purposes are aligned. In which case, allow me to explain myself. I am of Melania's blood, but in what capacity I know not. I could be sister, daughter, or an offshoot. Whatever the case, though, I am certain of a kinship between us.
She is somehow directly related to Melania.
There is something I must return to Melania. The will that was once her own. The dignity. The sense of self. That allowed her to resist the call of the Scarlet Rot. The pride she abandoned. To meet Radahn's measure.
Whether sister, whether daughter, whether offshoot, Millicent just told us what she is. Millicent is most likely a daughter of Melania in the same way that, once again, Dark Souls 2, in Dark Souls 2, the 4 queens are children of Manus. They are his daughters. And each of them, each of these 4 queens, if you haven't played the game, represents simply a facet of humanity. They are fragments of one human, a very powerful human who was killed, split into 4, and thus they sort of just embody traits of humanity. Traits that make us who we are not good, are not bad, simply are aspects of humanity. They are called his daughters, but of course they are not literally, like he didn't go get somebody pregnant and have daughters. They are him, split. And that is something that's being evoked here. This offshoot of Melania, this daughter of Melania, is her pride, her not self-respect, but yeah, what she said. Melania had to resist the Scarlet Rot, the call of it. She had to contain it. And she did that for a long time, but she had to abandon her pride. She had to use the rot in order to break the draw with Radahn because they were so evenly matched. Her dignity. And that's why she's trying to return it to her. And presumably that means in some way to recombine with Melania. The pride she abandoned carries more significance now that we have context of demigods shedding aspects of themselves. It's true. And Melania has 5 children that we know of currently. Because there are many, many buds. And that's the thing. The buds seem to continue to propagate, just like the rot itself. So, Millicent is not the rot, but she is afflicted by it the same way as Melania. Millicent evokes Melania's story. That's why they're so similar. We're sort of meant to follow her and learn about Melania through her, because they are the same, but they are not.
There is something I must return to Melania. The will that was once her own.
Her own will.
The dignity. The sense of self that allowed her to resist the call of the Scarlet Rot.
This puts Melania in a really cool line of characters, very much like Maria from Bloodborne. Characters who had additional powers, but refused, except when she's desperate and fighting us. Otherwise, she just uses a high dexterity weapon, and that makes Melania very similar in that regard. She only fights us as Rot when she's very desperate. Yeah, Millicent uses waterfowl when she invades you. I have an idea about Miquella. In his tries to help Godwyn during his fundamentalism phase, led to the creation of the Hunters of Those Who Live in Death, the only users of fundamentalism in the present except Goldmask and Radigan. That's actually possible because we know that fundamentalism grew and became quite extreme when Goldmask was gone, because Goldmask was currently dead, and Radigan was locked up by his own. He locked himself in the Earth Tree, right? Who's Millicent's father? It's not a child in the traditional sense. It's a child in the sense of the daughters of Manus from Dark Souls 2. So they're not like, you got to remember that this game is not normal. To make a baby, you don't need to, you know, boy and girl. It's not like that. Melania bloomed, and in that bloom, she gave up something of herself, and those parts of her are wandering around as her children. But they are also apparently aspects of her in a different sense. So think of a flower blooming, which, by the way, is actually very akin to what's happening here because, well, there's really strong evidence, we talked about this here and there. The Numen are flower people or plant people. And most likely the reason that Melania is able to propagate the way a flower does is because she is of Marika's blood. Okay. So, the prayer room, the first thing you see, and you get this real weird statue. Sure kind of looks like the envoy head. Yeah, also, there's lots of evidence that the people of Marika's bloodline, aka Numen, are plant people. Trina's a flower. Melania blooms. Marika may or may not be a tree. Her grandmother may or may not be a tree. What else? Oh, Godwin combines with a tree and grows. Maybe it's his bloodline. Who else? Those are the big ones. The point is there's been tons of signs that they might be plants this entire time. Yeah, I don't know what to make of the statue either. I will say that this, it's interesting. It's like a spear, but it's not quite, right? Like, this doesn't look like a weapon, but it doesn't look like a walking stick either because he's super bandaged up. Also, I really can't tell. Do they have the envoy-like head? Like, it's very bulbous back there. It looks like an envoy almost. But yeah, this could very well be some sort of giant needle. Does it have a hole? No, okay. That bit at the top could represent a hole, but it's not. Either way, it's not meant to be a sewing needle, but I always think there's some sort of link between him and sewing too, but we don't really see that come to fruition. Similar to the big head you saw on the sword? Not quite. His left hand skeletal? Really hard to tell if he's skeletal or just real bony. Everyone's very tall. Stream is not being stable. I'm not dropping any frames. Let me check YouTube. Give me 1 second. Everything looks fine on my end, but let's see. Everything seems fine on my end as far as I can tell. I haven't dropped any frames. Oh, but now I'm a little... Something's going on. Alright, we should be okay, but let me know if it happens again, okay? It's weird because I'm not dropping any frames, but it like goes less green for a bit. YouTube's been weird lately. I can't figure out what the problem is. I had to change my quality on YouTube a little bit. Yeah, okay, we'll talk about Midra later. Because the thing about Midra's sword, it's funny. Midra's sword, it is Midra's, but it's not. It's used by the Horn Scent to seal him. So, but we'll talk about that in DLC. That is interesting, though. We'll have to compare that later. And here we are, and look. The knights are depicted to be Miquella knights. They have a symbol on the back, but then they have these heavy gold dare I say, spirals? Evoking Miquella's crown. Alright, so damage buff. And these guys fucking run at you and explode. Wow, very lucky drops right now. A circlet, but a circlet in a spiral. Alright, Halig Tree Gauntlets. Same lore. Padded cloth armor with a shawl in the color of ivory, draped over the shoulders, worn by foot soldiers sworn to the Halig Tree. Alright. So, one thing we talked about with Leyndell and the people of the Erd Tree is that they are depicted as having... They're very, very defensive warriors. They tend to use shields. They have buffs. A lot of things associated with the Erd Tree are healing and protection spells that make you take less damage. In other words, things to keep you alive. There was a very... The subtext there is a keen respect for life. Holy shit, the drops are going crazy. No new lore, though. And then the moment we come in here, the moment we're in Elphael, what do we see? Soldiers buff with damage. And damage buffs are still, you know, but that's interesting. They use like a light damage buff and they do more damage. The soldiers do that in Leyndell, but they use dragon cult buffs. So it's interesting that the stuff associated directly with the Erd Tree is protective, not offensive. But the dragon cult gives them damage buffs. And then the first thing that happens with these guys comparatively is they have light inside of them that they throw themselves at you and explode. They martyr themselves. They are willing to die to protect this. But I can't help but see it as very twisted compared to Leyndell in that regard. These guys drop smithing stone 8s? Damn. Like, they're very passionate, sure. But it's interesting to contrast it, isn't it? Eldering people are obsessed with Spiral? Yeah, after we found out that it has a lot of meaning that we never got context for. Yeah, absolutely. And more of these cocoons all over the place. Dalmit has the big lore for the explodey guys. Okay, we might just have to look that up. Or like, you know, go on my other file at some point. Hopefully we'll get lucky though. Lots of basins. Yeah, they glow. It's like they're full of a light. Seems good now? Okay, thanks so much for the feedback. You're either really fanatical or brainwashed to explode. Yeah. And like the soldiers are willing to die for what they believe in, right? Like that is the whole thing. In Leyndell, surely they were willing to die to protect Leyndell, but there was measures taken to minimize the death as much as possible and to protect them, which I always think is very interesting when compared here. We did talk about the cocoons, yeah. If there is any symbol of transformation stronger than the cocoon, I don't know what it is. You go into the cocoon, you come out something else. However, these are perpetual cocoons. They will never emerge. They never do emerge. So what do they represent then? Stagnation? Stasis? Hopes that never come to fruition? All these ailing, suffering folks put their faith in the wrong person and this is their reward. Yeah. He did mean well, but he left them. He abandoned them. He's not coming back for them, chat. His plans changed again. Now, keep in mind, we don't know that yet. We don't know that yet, but we're definitely getting this impression of waiting. Just waiting. Waiting for something to happen. Also, I definitely get this idea that they're as if they are sleeping in those cocoons. And they're definitely not awake. Oh, great. Well done, foot soldier. You nailed it, bud. Have a lot of runes, too? Yeah, I should level up more, but I'm really not too bothered about it. Listen, at this point, if I never level up again, I'm set. I don't even know what level I am, but, like, I'm really high level. 141, holy shit. I don't even notice. Yeah, I'm not fussed. Like, I could use the stats to show off some spells and stuff, but, like, if I never level up again, this is higher than I went to my first playthrough. On my first playthrough, I intentionally kept myself at, 125 max, I think, or 120. And I never went past it, and that was plenty, and I did not have as good of a weapon, so I'm chilling. A lot of the soldiers are sitting around waiting. I don't think the rot is the problem here, chap. I think the rot just further depicts the stagnation of the place, but I really don't think that the rot caused anything to happen. I think there was a change of plans, and these guys don't know that, and they're still waiting. But like I said, we don't know everything yet, so we'll wait for further. Right now, though, definitely, just like Lingdell, there's a lot of, like, just inert folks just sitting, just waiting, you know? But in Lingdell, you get more a sense of, in my opinion, decline. Like, this place was once mighty, but now it is sad. Here, there's a lot more stasis. Like, people, something is supposed to happen here. It's like waiting for an egg to hatch, but the egg will never hatch. While it is an egg, it is full of potential and hope, but it may not stay that way. Like, when is it just dead inside? It's almost like it's Schrodinger's egg. Inside that cocoon, something could be alive or it could be dead. We don't know. Not until we open the cocoon, but if we open the cocoon, we guarantee that it's dead. So we just have to wait. All right. This was sealed away. That's very interesting. Triple Rings of Light. One of the incantations of the Golden Order Fundamentalists. Produces 3 rings of light and fires them forwards. The rings of light return to a position close to the caster before disappearing. This incantation can be cast repeatedly. A gift from the young Miquella to his father, Radigan. 23 faith and int. So it's more advanced than triple rings. But not as advanced as Radigan's Rings of Light. Which was Radigan's response to Miquella's gift. Sorry, this one. Gift of gratitude to the young Miquella from his father Radigan. So he took the idea, stuck his name on it, and then gave it back. That's so freaking weird. Radigan, that's a strange thing to do. Yeah, it's a Golden Order Fundamentalist incant. This is when Miquella was still a Golden Order Fundamentalist, so it's int and faith. Miquella does give gifts, but I think it's pretty notable that as far as we know, he really only gives gifts to his family. So Radigan gets a gift, Miquella gets cured of the rot, and he wants to free his brother Godwyn from, you know, his cursed state. So yeah, this definitely suggests that the locking away was also to keep them safe. Because, I mean... Chat, does anyone or anything use triple rings in the game? Radigan spells just expand outward instead of returning to the caster. Yeah. Gives the Albinarix a home, but they will protect him. Gideon, yes. Yes, Gideon does. But only if you tell him about Miquella, is that correct? Good lord, these guys are so hard and not as a strength Andy. No, Clean Rot Knights do not use triple rings. They use the Halo Scythe, Ash of War, which is like comparable, but not it. Pretty sure always uses triple rings. Does he? It just I feel like I stopped playing Elden Ring a lot before Gideon. I mean, so I don't I don't know what he uses versus what he uses normally. I know about the Rot spell. I don't know what he uses when you tell about Miquella and Moog, though. What's the lore with the Clean Rot Knights? They are Miquella's soldiers, but they are specifically Malenia's soldiers. But all of Malenia's soldiers are Miquella's soldiers. Take a look at this. This one's transforming like in the basin. These basins filled with this light. As if this is what transformed them. We never see them turn to cocoons elsewhere. It's suggesting that there's something here that's turning them into these cocoons. This silk. And I gotta think this is silk like created or left behind by Miquella. It's just strange because we never see him associated with silk or threads or moths or anything again. But it could be because of the state we find him in. But still. Now, these are silk moth cocoons. Like, just to be clear, this makes them look like they're wrapped like spiders. That's not what we're meant to see. These are silk moth cocoons. They're meant to be moths. Just like butterflies, moths have the same, like a similar life cycle. Oh my god. I think this is just something that isn't expanded upon because they went in a different direction with Miquella. Or like, more accurately, Miquella went in a different direction. But I do definitely think that if he had been able to break his curse, if we had seen him in the base game, he would have been like Malenia is, except a moth rather than a butterfly. There really are so many, like so many people looking, like waiting for him to return. Any trees that make webs like that? So, not exactly like this, but it reminds me of the trees in Night Rain. If you've ever done like a spirit spring on day 1, I don't know about day 2, but on day 1, if you look at the tops of the trees, they have this strange webbing on them. It's hard to see because you have to see the tree from like the same height, so you need to be able to spirit spring into it. I think I took a screenshot. Hang on, let me see. But that's the only thing I can think of. Yes, I did take a screenshot. This was from the stream last night, actually, because I noticed it. I'm sure it's... I can probably, like, zoom in, but I'm just going to post it on the Discord. I'm posting in the Elden Ring channel if anyone wants to take a look. It's a little easier to see if you're closer, but this is the best shot I can get. But there's something, like, strange. It doesn't look the same, though. It's not the same type of webbing. Is there a reason Melania didn't get rings? She doesn't use anything except for her sheer swordsman skill. Like, really, that's the thing. Like, she is an incredible swordswoman. She doesn't need anything else, and I think she sort of takes pride in that. So she probably just didn't want it or need it. Literally just fucking sword. She's incredibly pure in that regard. There's so many different paths, but I don't really remember what's my usual path, so I think I'm just gonna go this way and get my ass a little beat. Just a little. Ugh. Oh, Jesus. Whomst? Oh my god, there's more. Ah! Oh, big ol' knights. Okay, alright, alright. 1 second, please. People run. Alrighty. I hate to tell you this, but your defenses are mid. Yep, an avatar. A putrid avatar. Man, this is like a very vicious combination of enemies all together. Yeah, this just sucks because like the goo really comes out in front of them, but I can't like. Ugh. This area, this part slightly sucks. Especially because of this right here. 3 rot crystallians. Yeah, I'll be back. Whoa! Hey, you made it. Also, that sound hurts so much. It's so fucking annoying. But he's gonna spam it because I'm out of reach. Good, go home. Oh, hell yeah! The Halig Tree Knight Armor. Okay, can you just go home, please? Like, can you frick off? I just want to read it with that awful sound. Partisan. It poke. Halig Tree Knight Armor. Armor worn by knights sworn to the Halig Tree. Its left breast is emblazoned with the crest of the Halig Tree. Though watered with Miquella's own blood since it was a sapling, the Halig Tree ultimately failed to grow into an Erd tree. And now we confirm that's how he grew. We didn't actually have evidence that he grew the sacramental buds, but now we know. He grew it with his own blood. Okay, can you just 1 sec. It's this guy that's driving me fucking mad. Uh-oh. Oh, really? Oh, man. I want to kill these guys at least once, but this combination of enemies is just really vicious. Here come the knights. It's perfect. Here we go. 2 of them at once is going to be a bit tough. Mainly because of the shields. Whoa! Huh. Haligtree Knights use sorcery. Like, I know it's an Ash of War. Well, I don't know what it is. But, like, still, that's just, like... I don't know... That... Oh, shit. I don't know that Miquella fully abandoned fundamentalism. Which makes sense, because he's very intelligent, right? Okay, I kind of need one at a time, maybe? Because, like, the shield... Oh, my God, really? Oh, great. If that had gone off, I think I would have been able to stagger them. Oh, well. I'll have to do it again. Glintstone Pebble. Yeah, Glintstone Pebble is an Ash of War that you can put on other weapons. But it's just interesting that he uses it. They use it, I mean. Oops. Eh, since we're here, let's use the runes. Getting 2 faith at a time. Mm-hmm. Oh, jeez. See, the problem is that half the time the putrid comes. So it's hard to get just the knights. Endure might be helpful? No, I only know 2 buttons. And it's all the buttons I need, actually. Okay. 2 buttons. Okay, the staggered hits. Come on, gamers. Don't heal. Oh my god. This is a lot like PvP chat. Like, it's really bringing me back to the PvP days. You get one low, but you can't quite finish them, and then they heal to full, and you're like, well, fuck. It's literally... This is exactly what PvP feels like. Oh shit, that works. Honestly, that's fine. No, I can handle this. Ah! But no, I could. We'll get it. Amazing timing, though. Is this New Game Plus? No, this is just Haligtree scaling. If you... Okay, listen. If you're anything like most people, myself included, you did this area once, and then from follow-up playthroughs, you're like, this shit ain't worth it, and you just ran through everything. So you forgot what it's like when you actually engage with the game. And I mean that, like, fondly, like, genuinely. Like, I'm not trying to be like, bro. Really, though. Half this game, you don't have to engage with it. You just run through it. Because you know what's worth it. And this is not worth it. But because I'm trying to, like, show things, yes, I'm taking my fucking sweet-ass time. And you're welcome to goddamn Elden Ring. I have 60 vigor. I have the physical negation talisman. And what difference does it make? None. Absolutely none. Are you coming? This also is a lot like PvP. You're waiting for them to come close to you, but they keep staying away and shooting things at you from a distance, and you're like... It also doesn't have that much physical defense. Oh no, that has nothing to do with it. Anyone who tells you that it's something to do with it is like one of those nerds commenting on my YouTube. Like, the reason you're struggling with Prime Consort Radon is because you have no armor on. Yeah, and I'm gonna keep doing it that way, alright? I beat the entire goddamn game in a dress. You think I'm gonna stop now? You think I'm gonna take off this phenomenal grip just because some idiot is an idiot? Never. You can take my cute dresses out of my cold, dead hands, and then I'll respawn and run it back. Great sword bestowed upon skilled swordsmen in the demigod's service, and yet had no rank or title. Featuring a long grip enabling dual-handed use, this weapon was designed to dispatch larger foes. Being charged with such a duty was undoubtedly a great honor. Where's the other one? Hey, idiot. Ow! What the Not you! It's not your turn yet! Like, listen, you want to know what real Souls players do? They play the game with whatever they want. That's right. And me? I want to dress, baby girl. If you want to rock full armor, I'm happy for you. I love that for you. But in the end, I like dresses, so I wear dresses, and it really is just that simple. Okay, my swing is too short. Hang on, hang on. God, I hate shields. Whoa, that tripped me out a little. I just like dresses. Why can you block so much? Like, put the fucking... I'm about to put kick on. I'm about to put kick and learn a third button. For your dumb ass. Good lord. Put the shield down. Jesus. Anyway, where am I? I'm turned around. Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Now, computer avatar might still fuck my shit up because, you know, this fucking lock on. Goodness me. Who cares about the little dinky guys? We got bigger problems, literally and metaphorically. That was greedy. That was greedy. I shouldn't have done that. This is a turn-based game. Woo! That's unfortunate. Ah! Come on, game. I don't have enough space to run around. Like, do you know where I am right now? Like, look at this small spot. Like, can you stop doing ranged? Oh, come on. Oh, God. I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have done that. I get a Lord's rune. And a lot of runes. Yeah, chat, you do this once and you're like, I'm never doing that again. That was stupid. I don't need that shit. And then you run through this and you forget how challenging it is when you actually fight things in this area. Ugh, my god. Yeah, I guess strength isn't that OP. That's so true. I don't think the putrid respawns. Good, 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 good. That's helpful. Also, this is a really interesting question. Are those Erd Tree avatars or Halig Tree avatars? Really? Because we don't get a boss name for them. Alright, you know what? Maybe I'll just let you be. Like, you really remain annoying. The blocking is so maddening. Okay, it's fine. We're right by the grace. Because really, we don't know. Either way, they're protecting a tree. All right, up here, right. Future Avatar boss in the consecrated snowfield. Yeah, so like the putrid avatar, but that's the thing, because putrid, it's sort of implied that the putrid avatars are still Erd Tree avatars, considering that one is around a minor Erd Tree. So that is still, while putrid, it is an Erd Tree avatar. And this one, in Caelid, is also a putrid avatar, but an Erd Tree avatar. These look the same, but are they still Erd Tree avatars or are they Halig Tree avatars, you know? We won't know that because if they had a boss name, it would probably remain Putrid Avatar. Halig Tree Night Helm. Helm worn by knights sworn to the Halig Tree, graced by a crown of unalloyed gold. Increases faith. Pure gold. And increases faith. That's very interesting. Does their staff look different? I honestly couldn't tell, but I was more focused on the fight than I was its weapon. I really do think they look the same, but Halig Tree could be a minor Erd Tree evolved by Miquella's blood. I think the Halig Tree is indeed its own thing. Because remember, this is a strain of buds cultivated with youthful sacramental blood. It was fed blood. I guess that doesn't mean it isn't, but Miquella's Halig Tree seems to be distinct. And, okay. Based on Miquella's sort of... I guess, frankly, we learn this more later, but like his derision for anything associated with the age of the Erd Tree, I don't think that he would use Erd Tree. Get the staff from the one on the outer wall here. Okay, I'm trying to get... Shit. Man, I think I'm just gonna teleport to another grace. Goodness, I can't even just... Infuriating, guys. Let's go back to the prayer room. I know there's multiple ways to traverse this area, but it's been, once again, so long that I've explored Elphael properly that I don't fully remember. I normally just, like, run to Melania if I'm fighting Melania for some reason, so... Full goat armor is guaranteed fat roll? Nah, not with, the Arsenal Talisman. Like, it's crazy how much equip load you can really get. It's a lot. Of course, more endurance still does help you, because I think it, like, increases it by a percentage or something. Oh, isn't this where the Miquella thingy is? Never see Rotten Staff and Night Ring compared to Avatar Staff? You know what? I don't pay attention. I find that I know less about the strength weapons in Elden Ring, Night Ring, because I don't often play the strength characters. Miquella Knight's Sword. Sword forged by servants of Miquella of the Halig Tree with a design modeled after those carried by Carian knights. Instead of glintstone, however, amber from the Halig Tree is embedded in the blade. A sumptuous piece, yet it has never been offered to any knight. An ill-starred sword with no master. So, Miquella's servants forged this. And, okay, so his soldiers use glintstone pebble. We have the battle mages right outside Loretta's. We have Loretta herself. There is a combination of Carian stuff used here and more like Ray and Lucarian. And then this sword is sort of like their swords. This could very well be Loretta and her influence. Because this wasn't made by Miquella, it was made by his servants. And it's never gotten a master because presumably Miquella wasn't here. Amber and Glintstone once again overlapping. Yep. No, here's the thing. No weapons are made of Erdtree sap. I think that's another really interesting thing to note. There are no weapons that have amber in them that are associated with the Erdtree. Amber is used in talismans to protect, to give buffs. HP, stamina, FP. Different use of the same thing. He still uses gold? Miquella? Miquella's literally, his name is unalloyed gold, pure gold. That's literally all it means. Unalloyed, unmixed, pure. Oh yeah, they do have a different weapon. Now that I'm looking, now that I'm not fighting... Oh god. Oh, I might be dead here. I don't know how to avoid this. Okay, never mind. This is not as bad as I thought it'd be. That was too greedy. Shouldn't have done it. No, I rolled that. No, I rolled that. But whatever. We're pretty close. It's not a big deal. Oh well. Unalloyed just means 24 karat. Unalloyed means pure. And it was a more common phrase. Like, I literally I'm reading Jane Austen right now, and let me tell you, unalloyed is mentioned over and over. It literally just means pure. Because an alloy is a blend of metals. It's a less common word. It's once again one of those double meanings that we get. Oh gosh. No, not now. No! Stop! No, are you kidding me? You! That's not playing fair, Avatar. This is a series of highly unfortunate events. Can someone please kill that for me? Because that's a legendary one. Elden Ring moment. Alright, biatch. Okay, listen. We're off to the same start as the... Ah! No! No! Listen here, you. I'm telling you, this time I have your number. You just wait. I'm gonna get you this time. I know what you're gonna say. Wraff, you did the same thing. Okay, yeah, but do you think I'm really gonna wait for thick-ass McGee to trudge on over to the other side of the fucking bridge? I'm not made of patience. In fact, I have none. So, like, yeah, I'm gonna keep on doing it until it works. Unfortunately. So, be ready for that. Oh, never mind. I meant to do that. Yeah, you know when they said look before you leap? Whoever said that's a fucking bitch. Ah, God. Oh, no. Oh, no. No, please. No! Give it! Ah! Just as I intended. First try. Oh shit. No, no, please. I'm innocent. I've never done anything wrong in my life. My name's Miquella. Ah! Oh shit. I was supposed to do different. Okay. Ah! Oh, come on. Eep. I missed a little bit. It's okay though, because I'm just giving him a fair chance, you know? The Rotten Staff. Ceremonial staff depicting the Erd Tree in its historic radiance. It festers with scarlet rot, wielded by the avatars who protect the minor Erd Trees. It's still meant to depict the Erd Tree, so that suggests this is still an Erd Tree avatar. Perhaps Erd Tree avatars protect all trees, and that actually does suggest, perhaps, indeed, despite... Okay, no. No, not just... Okay, remember, one of the things about Miquella that we're already getting an idea of is that his plans change. Right? So at first, he was going to save Godwyn, and then he decided... Or kill him, and then he decided to try to bring him back. It failed, but he's always adapting his plans. It's possible that at this point, he was trying... Well, I mean, it's not possible. We know. He was trying to create an Erd Tree, his own. So presumably, yes, he did grow it out of his own blood, but he used like a golden seed or something like that, right? So he watered it, oh shit, with his blood, but then the plan changed again. The avatars emerging in the wake of the Elden Ring shattering were determined to protect the withering Erd Tree's offspring. Remember when I read this line, and I think this is sort of like depicting also protecting the like the demigods in a way, because that's what the Erd Trees are. Okay, let's do a side-by-side comparison. So those are candles. So it says the Erd Tree. Oh, it's historic radiance. But that's definitely, yeah. The fucking candle tree. Wait, what is this? Erd Tree Slam. Yeah, okay, so this requires just strength and dex. This requires a shit ton of faith. Cool. That, I think, is the Halig tree, though. It looks like those candles. Interesting. User Ash of War. I'm using the Ash of War. Like, what do you mean? This is Ash of War. I drop my ass. That really begs the question, who gave the Erd Tree avatars weapons? Did they just like pop out and start weaponing? You know what I mean? Does this mean the Erd Tree was a candle the whole time? Nah, that's more the depiction of the Halig tree. Like all the candles? The candles are very Halig tree. Pick up your ancient dragon smithing stone. Now that you mention it, I totally could upgrade my weapons. I'm just so satisfied with the damage I'm doing that I haven't bothered. This is plus 20 and plus 22. That's fucking stupid. Like, that's insane how much damage. I don't even notice my weapons aren't even close to max. Really, one of them is. Max is 24. But still. Yeah, plus 20. I'm nerfing myself. Remember what I did to Estelle? I killed him so fast by accident. Welcome to strength. Now, strength will not help me survive waterfowl, but that will be a fun learning process for me, because it always is, because, well, it's a stupid move, but that's okay, because I love Malenia, so. Yes, I do know about the Butthole Soul, aka the Shiriko Dama. We talked about it. We sure did. And speaking of the butthole soul, there is actually one of Dung Eater's quest items up in here. Oh, trust me, we covered the butthole soul. Hey, here's a fun fact for you. Did you know that Dark Souls was initially going to be called Dark Ring before they were like, no, Miyazaki, you can't call that in English. You can't call it. It's people are going to think it's a butthole. It's a butt. Don't. No, it's a butthole. And then instead, many years later, we get Elden Ring. I'm telling you, he never forgot about the rings. This is true lore, by the way. I'm dead serious. This is real. I don't remember how to get over there, chat. I feel like, oh, it's there. Aha, aha! Eureka! The dark sign. The eclipse. So you're saying it isn't dignified. Yeah, they were like Miyazaki-san. That is not dignified. Dignified Shinai. I'm afraid. We must come up with a different name. Chat, can you imagine? There is an alternate future out there where Miyazaki was like, no, I'm afraid I must have it be Dark Ring. And now, instead of Souls-likes, they're all called Ring-likes. Hey, did you play the latest Ring? And then all those games that are called like something Souls are all called something Ring. Can you imagine? Oh, fuck yeah. Is that it? Nope. Okay. Also, yeah, Erdtree just means world tree, so it's possible that it's just like the term for a real big tree. We got it! Oops. Oops. There it is. Okay. Sacred Crown Helm. Flanged iron cap adorned with a crown of unalloyed gold. Increases faith. Worn by foot soldiers sworn to the Halig tree. Who is it that Miquella shall bless, if not the low and the meek? Neat. Ooh, Halig tree soldier ashes. Spirits of common soldiers who carry the sacred light. When weakened, they explode to deliver a last-ditch attack. This was the bitter revelation discovered by the desperate soldiers who awaited the return of their lord to the rotted Halig tree. May the flash of our deaths guide Miquella's return. Also, it says they only do this when it's a last-ditch attack. Probably for the function of the soldiers, so they fight until they're weak and then they explode. But the ones that we encounter will literally just throw themselves at you and explode. Even Miquella's loyal followers became bitter. And they waited for a while. They still await his return, but they don't hope to gain any benefit from it. Doesn't this that sort of concept make you look at Mesmer a little differently? I know we'll talk about this, but a lot of people use Mesmer as an example of like, oh, you see, Marek is fucked up. And it's like, okay, but you can love someone and support someone and agree that that's what you want to do and still end up bitter with what happened. That's what happens here. Miquella's not coming back. Or if he is, they're not willing to wait anymore. Like, they still serve him, but they'd rather die. I think they grew disillusioned. They waited for a long time. They're still waiting. So that's the thing. Like, you can... It's like saying, I'm an adult. I can eat cheesecake for every single meal. Who is going to stop me? No one is going to stop you from eating cheesecake for every single meal. But I think that if that happened, you would A, start to get ill, and B, maybe be the unhealthiest and maybe maybe feel so great all the time. And C, probably start fucking hating cheesecake at a certain time. and just be like, God, I fucking, like, you know what I mean? Like, that's kind of what I'm trying to express here, is that even if you make the choice your own way and you're like, this will be totally fine, everything will be great, it doesn't mean that you are gonna eventually not be like, fuck, I need some salad or something, you know? No, diabetes will not stop you from eating cheesecake. Other things eventually adding up will. Yep. Alright, I'll be right back. Just gonna use the restroom. Give me 1 minute. Okay, hi. With him being tired of waiting for him to return, did his charm start to fall off? Chat, remember, once again, people chose to follow Miquella by their own will. Not everyone who followed him was charmed. I'm here. May the flash of our deaths guide Miquella's return. They want to die, but they still want to guide Miquella home. Like, they still are loyal to him. They're just bitter. Oh, shit. Honestly, the fact is, I don't speak Japanese, so or read it, for that matter. More importantly, in this context. So I am beholden to the English translation. The thing about translation is it is an art. And there will be mistakes made with it. But that's what I have. So if I'm getting Japanese translation, I have to trust someone else. I can't do it myself. So for me, I focus on English translation pretty much exclusively. Because it's what I have. Do you know what I mean? So like, sure, like, Japanese calls it this. I don't know that. I can't read it. So I do what I can. Do you know what I mean? For me, a lot of the fun of lore is discovering it myself and like hunting for what I can, discussing it. Like, it's super fun. That's why I love doing these runs. But if I can't do it myself, I kind of lose interest in it because it's like a treasure hunt. It's super fun. It is weird to think of Crystallians here until you realize they're just another artificial group, artificial life group. Like the Albinarics, perhaps in a similar role. Wonder why these revenants are here? They, are associated... They're basically... Okay, revenants are indeed likely ghosts. Like, truly revenants. They are like the combined angry will of all of these spirits. They vanish and reappear, so even though they look solid, they do appear to be, you know, ghosts. Where is my wraith calling bell? Wraiths are said to be the vengeful spirits of those who died when cursed. And despite that, people still worship them. So they call wraiths. And that's the thing, what type of curse? Are we talking the omen curse? Like, what are we talking about? It's sort of mysterious. Revenants are a little mysterious. But they seem to be like curse taken on form. We did look at the Miquellan sword. It's very beautiful. Well, we didn't look at it. We talked about it. Yeah, it's very beautiful. Yeah, the fact that they are sort of like angry spirits makes sense considering they are damaged by healing. The only enemies in the game like that. I wouldn't say the English is more canon. It's just like... It just... I don't know. Both have lore in it. It's just I can only do the lore. I only have access to the lore I have access to. Did we get Finlay? No. There's some stuff I still need down here. I remember about Finlay. I remember the bit that I need to get from Dung Eater's quest. I remember... Did I open this? Yeah, I went in there. I remember this. I think this is Marika's Source Seal. Scar Seal or Source? I think it's the Source Seal. There's still a little bit I need to get. I just don't remember exactly where all of it is and the route to get there, so we're just gonna... We're gonna do it the old-fashioned way, chat. Ow. Oh, that might kill me. Quickly, quickly, come on. Oh, fuck me. Jesus. That was close. Where are my rolling inputs going? No, kurva mać, no. Oh, that drives me a little mad because I clicked the roll button. Ah, just one R1. Ah, well, be like that. Sometimes Japanese text is more detailed. Yep. I know some of the interesting stuff in Bloodborne's lore that is, like, only told in Japanese, but that's because it isn't, like, specific phrasing or word choice. It's, like, for example, the note at the start of the game in Bloodborne that says, "Seek pale blood to transcend the hunt." In English, it just says, "Note written in a scrawled hand." In Japanese, it makes it clear that that is our own hand. In other words, we wrote a note that we don't remember writing. And that's a really interesting insight that we only get in Japanese. But, yeah, God, I don't know how to get down there quickly now. I don't remember how I got there in the first place. So that type of stuff I know some. But to be honest, I know more about Bloodborne than most of the other games, so... Alrighty. I think this is Finlay. And then the Sword Seal's over there, and then there's a path up that leads to the Dung Eater thingy. This is still alive? Yep. I love Clean Rot Knights. Like their design and their armor and their helmet. I wore their helmet for like half my first playthrough. I love it. It has like the, you know, the like little tassels that come off of it? Those are off the helmet, so you can decorate. It's like so cool. I love it. Is that Polish? Yeah, I swear I'm Polish when I get real tilted. Clean Rot Knight Finlay. Legendary ashen remains used to summon the spirit of the Clean Rot Knight Finlay. Finlay was one of the few survivors of the Battle of Aeonia who, in an unimaginable act of heroism, carried the slumbering demigod Melania all the way back to the Halig Tree. She managed the feat alone, fending off all manner of foes along the way. An absolute hero, and that's why she has this place of honor here. So now we know how Melania got here. She's been sleeping, presumably pretty much this entire time. I don't know if I can fall down here safely, but like, who cares if I can't? Oh, well, okay, not like that. That's, I really thought that was a platform. Nope, it's not. We could go here, because I kind of forgot there's a ladder that leads down there, but then I'm going to aggro all the Royal Revenants. And I'm not going to be patient and fight them one-on-one, because I already did that, so I'm just going to run, see what happens. I think that's the only thing left down here. Hopefully. Melania took a big nap after fighting Radon? Yeah. Okay, fine. I might have to fight you then. Oh, we love that. Oh, we love that move. Just wait. If I were Executor right now... Okay, dude. Genuine true combo. I couldn't get out of that. That's so messed up. But we got back here pretty fast, so that's okay. But no, Finlay is such a hero. Also, unfortunately, like I said, I have had zero luck in getting any of the Clean Rot set pieces. So I can't, like, show you this lore, but I'll show you, like, on another file that has all the stuff in the game at some point. But the Clean Rot Knights were rotted by their proximity to Melania, but still fought with her and for her. Like, they have such an immense loyalty to her specifically. Oh, now there's two of them. You know what? Leave me alone. Oh my fucking god. These guys are so overtuned. Things you can make a whole game about. Finlay's journey. Mm-hmm. Why are they called Clean Rot Knights? Well, Miquella is all about, like, the unalloyed, the pure. Clean evokes that to me, too. The Lake in Caelid, the Clean Rot Knight armor drops more frequently. Yeah, I farmed them for about 15 minutes without getting a piece. It'd be like that sometimes. Because I really wanted to have a piece of it. So. One thing about this game is there is still probably lore in this game that I haven't read because I just never gotten the piece or something. Just use heal. Okay, gamer, can you not backseat? Like, we're doing a lore run. Listen, I literally talked about how revenants are damaged by healing. I'm aware. I'm a bonk. All right? I thought strength gamers were supposed to be the beloveds. Oh, that's so fascinating. Did that thing drop a sacrificial twig? Oh shit, I crouched. That's the wrong button. You can't surge sprint in this game. Like, I'm talking about all this shit. Like, I know it. Don't backseat. It's fucking cringe. Of all runs to backseat on, a lore run? I'm the Ron Swanson meme of him going to the hardware store saying, I know more than you. I am that meme. At the very bottom, where all the stinky ghost boys hang out, in this light, is the Marika Source Seal. This legendary talisman is an eye engraved with an Elden rune, said to be the seal of Queen Marika. Greatly raises mind, intelligence, faith, and arcane, but also increases damage taken by a similar measure. Solemn duty weighs upon the one beholden, not unlike a gnawing curse from which there is no deliverance. So, effectively, we have Triple Rings of Light, which is Miquella's spell, but it was a gift to his father, effectively a relic of his dad. And then we have this. And, of course, the base of the tree is like, you know, but this is like the cursed place. There's all these Royal Revenants, and this is all we have. Yeah, this one's interesting because this one was removed. Let me think. Okay, hang on. Chat, where do we get Marika's Scar Seal? I don't remember now. I know we get Radagon's Scar Seal in the Weeping Peninsula, and it drops off of a Everjail, in the Weeping Everjail, I believe? Off an Ancient Hero of Zamor, and that's got Radagon's. And then, so that one, we presumably kill it to get its rune. The second, the Source Seal, is in Fort Farath, just on a body. Marika Scar Seal is in Dragon Barrow. No, you're thinking of Radagon's Source Seal. Behind the dragon... That's it! Behind the Dragonkin Soldier in Shifra. At the base of a waterfall, as if it was like the body was pushed in the water and like flowed out of the city or something. Or the eye, just, it was plucked out. That's possible too. Still, it's definitely protected here. Like, it's... I don't think this is meant to be, like, locked away. I think it's protected. But the place it's in is very, like... I mean, there's all these Royal Revenants here. This awful curse. It's also very dark down here, right? No light hits it because of the walls and stuff. Okay, that's one important item. And Finlay. So now I just need... the Dung Eater thing. Okay, thank you. Apology accepted. I totally understand. Please just remember that usually backseating is not wanted in a stream. Generally, it's like most folks don't like backseating. Some will like it and they will ask for it. So I do definitely advise like erring on the side of not backseating because most streamers don't love it. Maybe the curse of the Source Seal is what attracts the Revenants. We don't see Revenants in the other locations. I think it's more likely that there's Revenants down there because, well, shit ain't right here. You know? Okay, let me see. I still need to get the Dung Eaters. I don't know where it is. I know we climb up, but I just can't remember where we go up. It's like one of these random doors somewhere. Up there, like I can even see where it is. I just don't remember how to get up there now. get to the roof? Yeah, I always eventually find my way though, so. It's higher than this, so I think I gotta backtrack. It's that item, which, if you look at this, Dung Eater was even able to invade here in the Halig tree and spread his corruption, spread his curse, and revenants are said to be the spirits of those who died while cursed. So there's definitely something interesting there. I love that spell. Ha, dummy! I really do like Elphael though. So I don't mind wandering around a little bit. Aha! This is promising. We're going up. Ah, this staircase. I just never went up here. I went a different path, and then I forgot to continue here. There we go. Well, I think this could be it. We're definitely going up. This might still not be it. That looks promising. No, this takes you to Miquella's thingy. Never mind. It's not this. I feel like we got their set like so many times over. I also like this enemies, the design here, but not the enemies. Agreed, basically. Sorry, I'm very tired. It's been a long week. A very fun week. Oh my god, I'm eepy. Alright, chat. Open the door to back seating. Help me get to the roof, please. I don't remember. Mean the environment? Yeah, I like how pretty it is. And I think the rod is rather beautiful, even if it's probably, you know, kind of twisted. There's a second very hidden one here. If a second seedbed curse? Get there by the roof where you got Finley. Okay, so I go to Finley, and then... Ah, yes. This, I think, right? Ah, yeah. Whoops. My finger slipped, sorry. There we go. Made it. Somber Ancient Dragon Smithing Stone. Ta-da! Yeah, there is another one, though. There is another one. This isn't the one I was thinking of. There's one above the room with the Crystallians. I don't remember how to get to that one. What's yours / chat's most embarrassing story? I mean, honestly, I think I have like a pretty crazy, like, oh no, I fucked up real bad moment every stream. So... You know, like the one with the today, the Erdtree avatar absolutely fucking my shit up. I would consider that my most embarrassing story of today. There's always one. I can't complete Dung Eater's quest now, but I'd like to get the other one. Does anyone remember how to get that one? Because I remember that there's freaking 2 here. We got a piece! Greaves of the Cleanrot Knights celebrated for their undefeated campaign in the Shattering. The Cleanrot Knights vowed to fight alongside Melania despite the inevitable, if gradual, putrefaction of their flesh. Their acceptance of their fate made these battles the fiercest of all. They knew by fighting with her they would eventually rot and die, or worse, probably, but they still fought. They fought with everything they had. Hang on. Okay. Before you enter the room with the two clean rot knights, drop down. Here? Before you... Is this it? Isn't this the two clean rot knights? Do I drop down from here? Main doorway, not there. Main doorway, okay. The game can be the most embarrassing thing, surely. I don't know, I embarrass myself like every time I stream. Is it this? Oh, yes, it is. Oh, man. This is sneaky. Thank you. I have a lot of trouble with, like, verticality. So if it places a lot of drops and stuff, I have the worst time with Godric's Castle, too. I can never remember how to find stuff there. There is still stuff I haven't opened in this playthrough. But yeah, 2 seedbed curses in very close proximity. Dung Eater has really fucked this place up. And it's interesting because we find 1 in Lane Dell. We find, again, there's 5 total. 1 in Lane Dell. 1 on Dung Eater outside, sorry, on Boggart outside of Lane Dell. And that's like the one that that's for us. Where's the 3rd? I got it this run, I don't remember. Interesting they followed Melania, but no mention of Miquella. Melania was the Blade of Miquella. All of her soldiers are his soldiers. It doesn't bear mentioning because it's explained by the game generally. Volcano Manor in a locked away room, like super locked away, and then 2 in the Haligtree. That's kind of crazy considering how generally spread out there. Like the 2 in Lane Dell you could argue are close, but really they're not in Lane Dell. One's in the center. Almost can't miss it. This is sort of the one you're supposed to find first. And the other is like here or here. I think it's here. Or here. I always get this part of the map confused. Either way, it's like here. Because he told you, the player, go meet me there, I'll defile you. So that's like your personal call out one. And then he just finds someone else and defiles them first. Melania had any personal objectives? Okay. Melania literally calls herself the Blade of Miquella. We've heard that nickname so far. We've literally heard her referred to as a Blade of Miquella. It's not just a cool nickname. She calls herself the Weapon of Miquella. And that's everything you need to know about her. It's a nickname for a reason. That's her title for a reason. It isn't just supposed to be cool. She is a weapon held in Miquella's hand. She has no personal objectives that are not his. Her loyalty is extreme. It's why it's such an apt title for her. She is nothing but his weapon. And the teacher, yeah. Those are the 2 people she has a relationship with that we know of. The blind swordsman who taught her. And, Miquella.
Curse you, Golden Order. One day, you'll get what's coming.
I want to talk about Dung Eater's son real quick. Now that we've been to Castle Sol, I know a lot of people are saying, oh, Dung Eater also has a son on his... It doesn't look like the same sun. The sun is depicted differently. It's never shown with a face. The parts around it, like the glowy bits, don't look the same. We don't know, as far as I know, what this is. This is something we only see here, and it's depicted as a shackle weighing him down. It's often a symbol of faith when they have a self-imposed shackle, and this is his own armor that he built himself. So it's weird because the sun is usually like a positive symbol, and yet this is what we see. Not in this game, not with Dung Eater. Either way, let's defile him.
Unleash it upon them! A curse blessings to war!
I'm in my lane. Bitch deserves this, okay? Congratulations! It's a mending rune. Mending rune of the Fell Curse. Loathsome rune gestated by the Dung Eater. Once again, gestated implies gestation and birth. Like this is truly meant to be a birth of something, and all of the people who birth runes die in the effort. Used to restore the fractured Elden Ring when brandished by the Elden Lord. The reviled curse will last eternally, and the world's children, grandchildren, and every generation hence will be its pustules. If order is defiled entirely, defilement is defilement no more, and for every curse, a cursed blessing. So the outside is horns, and the inside is these awful pustules, and frankly, some of them look like that sun on his chest. Good job, Dung Eater. You died. Howdy. Okay, I don't remember how I get his garb. Really one of the quest lines of all time? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna come back because I think it probably drops secondarily. Miquella. Okay. I understand that when a character is able to brainwash others, it really fucks with everything that we discuss about them. However, I am once again asking chat to remember that the game tells us that people serve Miquella by choice. He doesn't brainwash everybody. People serve him without brainwashing. Ergo, though he can, he doesn't always need to. People actually want to follow him. So don't always reduce everything to he brainwashes people, therefore they are brainwashed. Look at it logically. Melania was like Millicent, and then she got the needle and her life could start. She is very loyal and loving to Miquella. Why does she need to be brainwashed? Okay. Omen helm. Malformed helm resembling an omen with its horns cut off. Worn by the Dung Eater, its form is a vision of the landscape of his mind and of his appearance as he wished to see it. The heart of an omen without the body to match. Could there be any crueler existence? What does it matter then if the curse claims it all? Worn by the Dung Eater, the heavy sun-shaped medallion represents both the guidance he once saw and the ring to which it will one day lead. So it's meant to evoke his rune. It's just so he made it himself, presumably. That makes him like a twisted form of Solaire. I kind of forgot about this. I totally forgot we get his garb. Yeah. He is a fucked up LARPer, basically. Seriously. Where do you think he got the omen horns too? He made this himself. He cut off omen horns at the root and attached them to his armor. So don't ever think that he's like, oh, he feels bad for the omen. He doesn't give a shit. He killed them to take them so that he can wear them on his armor and pretend to be one of them. and spread a curse that he does not even, like, fucking have himself. He is evil as evil gets. Oh, hang on. I forgot. I can't leave. I have to teleport. Letta didn't need to be brainwashed. Letta didn't need to be brainwashed to serve Miquella, though. That's the important thing. She only needed to be brainwashed to stop her from killing everybody because she's a menace. Specifically killing their allies. So, but no, to serve Miquella, no. Okay. That's another ending secured. Letta's such a well-written villain. I know. I adore her. She's a fucking Looney Tunes character.
There is something I must return to Melania. The will, the dignity.
Okay. Let's go talk to Caelid guy. We're getting to appear in his quarters, the round table hold. You should just move there once you get a rune. You need a great rune. Letta is very fun. But she's also so very, very wrong. And I think that's my favorite part of her. Her paranoia leads her completely astray. Hi, Gowry.
Ah, welcome, welcome. How may I help?
What Millicent said.
Oh, Millicent. Finding herself, is she? The words of a true innocent, the dear girl. Well, perhaps this is just as it should be. Little Millicent following in the steps of her mother, no matter what. This is their fate, after all.
Don't know if I love the implication of that, Gowry.
We shall meet again. As many times as it takes for you to understand.
Completely unbothered. You can keep on killing him. I don't know if he ever reaches a limit, but he does. I don't think he does. He's chill. Letta is terrifying because she is so certain of her right doings. Yeah, but she also has like the worst understanding of people, actually. Think about Letta, I know this is DLC, but it's like my favorite thing about her. She is always fucking wrong. The people that she asks you to kill, other than Ansbach, eventually Ansbach is on the list, and Ansbach is indeed, you know, correct. But everyone she kills, except for Ansbach, will never betray Miquella. There is no route that you can take with Hornsent, or who's the other one that you kill with her? You can kill Hornsent. There's someone else. I'm like blanking. It's been so long since I've done the DLC. Teolia? No. She doesn't think Teolia is a threat. I'm talking about the people you can kill with Letta. Letta asks you to help her kill Hornsent, Ansbach, and there's a third. It's just Hornsent and Ansbach? Really? I could have sworn there was someone else. Whoa, well, you know what I'm thinking of? She says Teolia would never betray Miquella. So, like, he's not even a threat. She's worried about Hornsent. She's worried about Ansbach. And Ansbach is basically like, he's too smart, is what it boils down to. So she's right about that one, but she's completely wrong about Teolia, and she's completely wrong about Hornsent. So I kind of love that her instincts are so wrong because she's just so extremely paranoid. Rinsa did want to kill Miquella in a branch of the quest. True, but he's so crazed that he never gets there because he turns on you. So in the essence of him being an enemy to her, he never turns out to be one. He's just too mad. So you could argue that she kind of had a point there, but the problem is that in the structure of the quest, he never turns into a threat to Miquella because he goes after us first. But I guess he tries, but he just picks a fight he can't win. Letta forgot Teolia is a follower of Trina? No. She did not. She said that Trina is a part of Miquella and could never harm him, and thus Theo is no threat, which is very fucking funny, because it turns out that Trina wants to kill Miquella to save him from his fate, because it's worse than death. Letta is very wrong about many things. She doesn't understand that what he is doing is literally worse than death. She could not imagine Trina wanting to kill Miquella. Still tries to fight the Tarnished. We are Marika's child, the Tarnished. Not literally, but that's the role we play. We are her cleanup crew. And if he hates her, then he hates us. And he eventually sort of realizes this. Okay. Consecrated snowfields. It's time to fight the 3 rotted Crystallians. Moore will always be an ally. Well, he will never side with you, but Moore is different. He doesn't have anything to do with Letta. Kind of stuck. But, I mean, this seems to be kind of safe, except for... One's already down. God, strength is crazy. Oh, shit, Chad, I forgot to upgrade my weapons. Well, that was fun. It's a different video. I'm still not over it. I'm continually shocked at how this game feels so different when you just use big old things. Rotten crystal sword. Sword fashioned from pure crystal, a deed impossible for a human. It festers with scarlet rot. Enwreathed with powerful magic, its attack scales with intelligence. So they're sitting here sort of like guarding this, waiting for their creator to return. Now, that context really makes it seem that Miquella is their creator. And I guess it isn't impossible, but it's just, we don't really get any other lore or anything of Miquella dealing with crystal, so I feel like probably not. But we do know that there are beings that are looking to get more, not copies, but like, you know, the Crystallians can't have children. They are carved from crystal, and they are alive. They straddle the line between animate and inanimate, and that is the description of the larval tier. We have all these artificial beings, and their creators are often absent. So in order to continue to have more of their brethren, they need either the birthing tier for the Albinarics, they need their new creator or their creator to return. And Albinarics and Crystallians all hang out here and are protectors of this place. Yeah, that's the thing. The Crystallians are very ancient, so I don't think Miquella can be their creator. It's just interesting that they're waiting for his return. Oh, look at these gorgeous lilies. Look at this gorgeous place in general, but also very twisted. And look at this. I still am not sure what this figure is supposed to be, but it's so central. And look at this. Here we see it sort of, it looks like people are like climbing around. Frankly, it looks like struggling, screaming bodies climbing over one another, surrounding this figure. It's kind of disconcerting. Look down into where the pit leads? Yeah, don't worry, we'll look at that. I just want to look at this first. The tree, if it completed, sure. Don't know what the hell that is. Looks like a freaking llama. But then this, the same figure that we've seen throughout, wielding what looks to be a needle. With these scrambling, screaming bodies. Like, that one's literally doing, like, you know what I mean? It's not looking good. Oh, wow. I would have died. Whoops. Yeah, I mean, I feel like maybe this is supposed to be, like, Miquella's, like, this is where I grew up, and then I wield this needle and I cure the world or whatever. Like, this is maybe one of his plans. But I gotta admit, it really gives me the vibe of, like, a kid drawing themselves as a superhero, right? Like, it's somehow so... And then look at that. That's where we're going down to. And if you look at this, so this is the center of the rot. Or at the very least, the rot has never been this bad, but yet there's a beauty and serenity in it with these gorgeous flowers everywhere. And this rot waterfall. Miquella as he hopes to be. It could be. I mean, he's an adult. And there is actually some precedent for the fact that this is like a idealized depiction, considering there's a torch of Trina depicted as an adult as well. But yeah, if you look down there, it's a little hard to tell from here. I will have to confirm, but the water down there at the very base, at the roots of the Halig tree, it's not rotted. They don't look like the Miquella Trina lilies, actually. Oh, whoops, almost fell off the map. The Miquella Trina lilies are, they curve downward. These look more like peace lilies. They look completely different. In fact, while we can't pick them up, I always sort of consider these to myself to be Melania lilies. Because we learn about Miquella and Trina, but we don't get Melanias. And these flowers are only here. Nowhere else. The rot here is real bad though, so give me a sec. Windbirds on either side of the tree? I think it'd be really weird to see a depiction of death here, like the ancient death worshippers. I don't think those are death birds. Or twin birds, I mean. Oh yeah, no, but they're definitely lilies. They're just a different variety. There's so many lilies in this game. We talked about this on Discord once, actually, but I think I wanted to point this out. This is a lily. It's called an early flower, but this is a lily. Like, this is what... It's a lily. Faded, sure. Fire blossom. It's not said to be the same flower. And I know it's just like reskins and stuff, but the fact is they chose lilies, right? These, pretty lily-ish. It's the stamen or whatever they're called. So they're not called lilies, but they are. We have roses, we have violets, but these also look like spider lilies. Probably violet because of the color. Sunflowers. This is the Trina lily, and this is the Miquella lily. So there are lilies that curve downward. Oh, and another thing that's a lily. I love lilies. They're like my favorite flower, so this is like just... These are lilies as well. They're called Lily of the Valley. At least that's the flower that they're based on, and they're basically little bells with a very sweet smell, but they are a varietal of lily. So, in other words, that's like a significant portion of flowers in the game that are all just lilies. Has to have a hand in making this rot lake if it's just from Melania being here. It's likely Melania, because when Melania bloomed in Caelid, that's where the pests came from. Oh, also, these pink butterflies that we don't see anywhere else in the game are also only here. But we also have the Aeonian butterflies that we can pick up, and those ones are associated with Melania, but specifically Melania's rot. So if Melania wasn't rotted, this is likely how she would be depicted. She's got the gorgeous pink-white blossoms and these pink gentle butterflies. I always spend so much extra time here because it really is just a gorgeous location that you really just end up passing through, but there's so much really fascinating storytelling here. Thank you so much for the super chat. What would Millicent's thoughts be about Miquella? Do the Melania daughters carry the same devotion? Are they free of that bond? They don't know Miquella, and honestly, Millicent never mentions him. I really think that Millicent is just meant to tell us Melania's story, because we get so much build up to this character. Even before we get here, we learn so much about her, but this is our first time getting some like insight into her behavior, into what her journey was likely like. An innocent girl born with a curse, effectively, and how her life, how she suffered until she got the needle. And then we see like her life, her joie de vivre, like she wants to be alive, she wants to go on an adventure. She has a purpose, and it calls to her. That's what Melania was like. Still is, but, well, I mean, you know. Yeah, trying to get rotted here. But pretty much impossible because the rot sticks on you. Yeah. Yeah, take a look at this. Ugh. Doesn't it kind of look like an egg? There will be other angles of it, but... looks like a giant cracked egg. And there's a sense of serenity and purity down there already. The light shining in. Oh, and this is most likely ash. Which is really interesting. It's like, what burned here? But yeah, there's ash here. So, there's still more to do here, I know. I think I'm going to end here for tonight, though. Sorry, I know it's like such a pivotal point, but I'm really tired. And it'll give me more time for Melania, which is going to be on Saturday. Oh boy, that could take a solid chunk of the stream. The lore on that, let me tell you. So, we are then going to do Mogs, and then we're working on Bar Missoula for real. Some side quest. Yeah, it just feels like a good stopping point at this point. I really do love that area. I want to spend more time enjoying that specific area, even though really it boils down to a few pests, some rot, and a ulcerated Erd tree. spirit or ulcerated tree spirit. That's really all it ends up being, but it's a cool area nonetheless. I love that it sort of makes you slow down to go through it so you can really take it in. I love the effort put into such a small area, but it's so dense. And I really wish they'd kind of done this in the DLC with the big flower field areas. I don't feel like I enjoy traveling those areas. They're just pretty, but nothing in them. This area, flowers, beauty, serenity, this sense of peace, but also this awful, awful rot marring everything. I love it. It's such a powerful area, even though it really ends up being just so short, really. Pink life be the rot combined with a holy tree sap. Well, we only see pink. Well, okay, actually, I should clarify something. We do see pink and pink butterflies elsewhere, but that's DLC. So we'll have to keep a memory on this. But it's interesting that rot is depicted as, you know, red and Aeonia and those Aeonian butterflies, and none of the stuff that's here otherwise, the pink stuff, can be interacted with in any way. It's just viewed. So we will go back to this area and explore it after the DLC in relation to this character, but yeah. Strength versus Melania on Saturday? Yeah, it'll be a fight of all time. I'm excited. Fight will take 5 minutes. Okay, it might. I might clap Melania. There's a chance, but Waterfowl always deceases me, so I guess we'll find out. Either way, that'll be on Saturday, everybody. And thank you. Oh, thank you so much for watching. I'm gonna teleport back to the round table holds because I want to upgrade my weapons as well. We'll do that next time. If I even remember. I can't believe how much damage I'm doing with plus 20 and plus 22. I'm chilling. The Beach of Nothing. The Finger Ruins of Emptiness. Yeah. Yeah. I'm still looking forward to a lot of the cool stuff in the DLC, especially since I really don't remember it. So the run is going to shift a little bit into a first playthrough vibe. Second first playthrough. But yeah, that'll be Saturday. Look forward to it. It's going to be lore all weekend. Saturday and Sunday, both lore run. So I'm gonna rest up and be ready for some serious marathons. Take it easy, everyone. Thanks for watching. Appreciate you guys. Have a great night. See you then. Make sure to follow, like, and subscribe so you don't miss a stream. Look forward to it. Hey, thank you. Bye, everyone. Good night.